Chapter 28 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 28. Mayor Rides Macaroni by Pye Pod. If I knowed a donkey what wouldn't go To see Mrs. Jarley's waxwork show, Do you think I'd wallop him? Oh, no, no! Then run to Jarley's. Old Curiosity Shop. Denison was still and peaceful when, at 9 in the evening, we trailed up to its leading hotel, after a long and tiresome day's walk, for, to relieve cheese and macaroni, Coonskin and I had journeyed half the distance on foot. But we left next day in good season for Arion, taking it slowly, as Cheese was noticeably lame. He had stumbled in the darkness the evening before. At Arion, so aggravated was his injury, that I tarried a whole day, for I appraised him a valued animal. When I resumed the pilgrimage, I took it slowly, and relieved the animal from any burden more than his saddle. Coonskin and I took turns riding Mac, who was as chipper and strong as ever. He gloried in his health and vigour, and found amusement in chaffing his unfortunate comrade. The eve of May 30th was spent in camp a few miles from Woodbine. The following morning, when we were still 2 miles from town, my courier, who had preceded us, wheeled back in company with an old white-haired man leading 3 white Eskimo dogs. The stranger managed his sportive pets with one hand, and carried a basket of apples in the other; and, introducing himself and shaking hands, he presented me with the delicious russet fruit, and welcomed me to his home in the distance as his guest for the holiday, a pleasure I was compelled to deny myself for lack of time. According to his own account, he was a hermit and lived in the society of his canine companions, as he had the greater part of his 75 years. Content to subsist on the product of his little 36-acre farm, he denied himself the use of any portion of a small fortune of $15,000 in gold, which, he claimed, he had buried somewhere outside of that state. Nobody had ever helped him to a cent, and he resolved that no one should enjoy a dollar of his money. I put up at the Columbia Hotel, Woodbine, a pretty brick hostelry, and, after an enjoyable lounge in the parlour, we all went out to see the military and civic parade, in keeping with the usual Memorial Day custom. The band assembled from all quarters and kinds of quarters, doors, windows, cellars, barns, corn-cribs, haystacks, hen-coops, smoke-houses, etc., and without delay began tuning instruments. Their uniforms challenged imitation. No two were dressed alike. Every horn was different. They tried to outvoice each other, when, suddenly, the bass drum banged away and upset the equilibrium of the horns, until the snare drums and cymbals interfered as peacemakers. At last, after much strain of nerve tissue, the medley of musical tools settled down to a good, sensible, patriotic tune, which held sway for 15 minutes. But the procession that followed the band beggared description. The band acted as leaders, the Grand Army followed as pointers, then trailed the wheelers, carriages filled with citizens and farmers. There were Democrat wagons, side-bar buggies, buckboards, carts, gigs, surreys, hayricks, baby carriages, wheelbarrows, goat-carts, and velocipedes. Pedestrians then fell into line and brought up the rear. To cap the climax, a big, fat man with inflated chest galloped past on a faded, wind-broken horse, and exhorted the excitable celebrators to strictly obey orders. "Remember, citizens," he yelled, "let us take care not to have any accident to-day, for we are not used to 'em here." The procession had begun slowly to move forward, when suddenly the command was given to halt, and the bangety-bang, clappety-clap, rip-slap of wagon tongue against wagon boxes sounded like freight cars when the engine clamps on the brakes. The firearms carried looked as if they had been loaned by some museum for the event. They were muskets, matchlocks, flintlocks, and minus locks, Winchesters, Remingtons, Ballards, Floberts, Sharps, Springfields, shotguns, muzzle loaders and breech loaders, blunderbusses, carbines, bean shooters, slingshots, and cross guns, a most formidable looking arsenal. Such a pageant! When the procession arrived at the cemetery, the hearse, filled with flowers, stopped in front of a newly made grave. Then the undertaker, in black clothes and red cap, seated beside the driver, in blue coat, white trousers, and stovepipe hat, banged a bass drum in his lap with an Indian club, as each floral piece was placed on the several soldiers' graves. Presently my attention was directed to a new excavation, before which solemnly stood Coonskin, as immovable and statuesque as a marble slab, and soon I observed an aged woman approach, bend toward the human statue, and read the pathetic epitaph on his back: "Take Blank's cathartic pills, and keep healthy." "Poor boy!" she exclaimed sorrowfully. "A pity to have died so young." That was too much for Coonskin, who instantly resumed consciousness, and wheeled about, as the frightened mourner gasped, "Bless my stars alive!" When Mac took in the situation, he brayed with merriment, almost shaking me out of the saddle. The interesting proceedings concluded with a volley fired over a grave, and at once bird shot, buckshot, salt pork, hickory nuts, marbles, acorns, beans, and pebbles rained about us frightfully. When the firing was through, I assisted a quack doctor probe for a No. 1 duck shot in Barley's shoulder, and an acorn in Coonskin's leg. As I mounted my terrified donkey, I noticed the old woman had fainted. Bending over her was a gallant fellow countryman, trying to fan her back to life with his broad-brimmed hat, while exposing patched trousers to an admiring crowd. As soon as she came to, we started for the hotel, congratulating ourselves on our narrow escape. Next day we set out for Logan. Our arrival was signalled by an assembly of townspeople, headed by their mayor, who greeted me cordially, and asked to ride the celebrated donkey. He rode Mac up and down the central street before the cheering throng, as had the mayors of other towns we had visited. Then I delivered a lecture on my travels. On a corner of the business street, after which Coonskin, who had lately received his banjo guitar from home, accompanied me with my mandolin, recently purchased, as we gave a short serenade of music and song that made everybody sad and wish we would depart. The morrow was the 1st of June. I welcomed summer joyfully. Missouri Valley was reached in the afternoon, and there, with my dog chained in the cellar of a hotel, and the 3 donkeys stabled, we men retired and slept the sleep of the just. The further I journeyed, the more primitive and squatty were both dwelling and store, in small places, and the architecture reached the superlative of simplicity on the plains. But I observed more of a passion for flower gardens and shrubbery evinced west of the Mississippi than east. The great bluffs characterizing the banks of the Missouri now loomed up, verdant and picturesque, after the genial showers and sunshine of spring. Every turn in the road presented a different kaleidoscope effect to the landscape. Wild roses lined the roadside, as we passed in review with our hats trimmed with blossoms, and songbirds carolled sweet melodies from early morn till eventide. Pure springs and wells were ever within reach, and the farmers treated us to brimming bowls of sweet milk and buttermilk. One day, after imbibing freely from a barrel of buttermilk standing against the porch, where I was chatting with the housewife, I was astonished to see a calf walk up to the barrel and drink. After that, I lost my appetite for buttermilk. All through Iowa were droves or bunches of white-faced cattle, the predominating breed. I was told that the white-faced cattle make the best beef, which seemed to sustain the theory early advanced by the Indians that pale-faces made the best roasts. During the last few days I noted a happy change in Damfino's demeanor, and a marked improvement in Cheese's tender feet. Damfino travelled faster and more smoothly, her long ears swinging back and forth with every stride like pendulums of a clock, and apparently assisting her to walk to regular time. Just as we were trailing out of Crescent City, a woman presented me with a large bouquet of flowers. I had intended to travel 10 miles that lovely June night, but when some 5 miles from town, on observing an inviting grassy lot, I decided to go into camp. We let our donkeys roam at will and graze, and spread our sleeping bag under an apple tree. Then, with Don on guard, and with the gleaming stars beaming on us through the boughs, we enjoyed a delightful sleep. At dawn we were awakened by the owner of the property, a short, crabbed individual, who lifted a dirty face above the top fence rail and called "Git out" to us. I was awfully sleepy and dozed on luxuriously. After a while he again hailed us, now from the opposite quarter, but still on the outside of the enclosure, where I could see him eyeing disapprovingly my huge dog. Finally we induced him to come into our camp, on the promise that our dog wouldn't molest him, and even invited him to breakfast with us. When we departed he was in good spirits. He said he lived over in that house yonder all alone, because he couldn't afford to live together. Of course we understood. He informed me that we were following the old Mormon trail to Council Bluffs, where Mormonism and bigamy flourished for a season before the historic band of Pilgrims crossed the Missouri in 1848. Thursday, June 3rd, my donkeys ambled into Council Bluffs. End of chapter 28.
Chapter 29 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr Natter. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 29 Across the Missouri in Wheelbarrow by Mac Arony. He was mounted upon a mule which he rode Ginetta fashion, and behind him, by the duke's order, was led his dapple, adorned with shining trappings of silk, which so delighted Sancho that every now and then he turned his head to look upon him, and thought himself so happy that he would not have exchanged conditions with the Emperor of Germany. Don Quixote. The city of Council Bluffs is 4 miles from the Missouri River, and takes its name, as many people do, from both sides of the house. Council comes from the old Mormon councils formerly held there, and Bluffs is borrowed from the bluffs on which the city is built. Often such things are handed down for many generations. The mayor seemed to be constructed on the bluff order. He had the consummate cheek to tell my master he wasn't allowed to sell photographs without procuring a license, and thought he had squelched him, but he almost fell out of his chair when Pod nonchalantly pulled out a $50 bill and said, "Just make out a license at once." Then he went to work and did a land office business, taking more money out of the town than the mayor could put into it in a year's time. Next morning Miss Damfino went shopping, coming back with a brand new pair of shoes. She said she saw lots of donkeys shopping, and began to distribute to a stableful of equine and asinine gossips such a lot of scandal that I was ashamed of her. She had also discovered the startling fact that there was one more river to cross. Furthermore, said she, our highfalutin, aristocratic literary genius, Mac Arony, is to enjoy the distinction of crossing the great Missouri River bridge in a wheelbarrow. This caused me to collapse. I fell on my knees and prayed on the bed of yellow straw, and brayed aloud for spiritual support, but all I got was a bucket of water. An hour afterward I was saddled for the show. I had experienced riding in a wheelbarrow before, and did not like the idea, but said nothing. Sure enough, when we arrived at the bridge, there stood a wheelbarrow, just brought by a wagon from the bluffs. I eyed the vehicle disdainfully. That was the same kind of carriage that a man once went to London with to fetch a wife home in, and now, as a fitting jubilee memorial of that historic event, I, a respectable scion of an ancient race, was to be toted across a bridge into a great city in this outlandish vehicle, to the cheers and jeers of a multitude. The event was heralded in the morning papers of both Council Bluffs and Omaha. I saw Pod reading about it on the way. At the bridge I was at once unsaddled and my luggage distributed equally between Cheese and Damfino. The quilts and blankets were folded in the wheelbarrow, and with the help of two men, Pod and Coonskin lifted me into the one-wheeled carriage, where I was strapped and roped so securely I couldn't budge without upsetting. Pod wheeled me a short way first, then Coonskin relieved him. In this way I crossed that bridge of size. When halfway, I thought it would be easier if I turned over, for it was an awful long bridge. In a minute I was on the bridge proper, the wheelbarrow on the top of me improper. Wasn't Pod mad enough? A street car line crossed the bridge, and cars full of curious passengers were passing continually, having paid extra, I reckoned, to see the circus. I had to be untied and again deposited in the wheelbarrow, and do you believe those human jackasses didn't have sense enough to lay me on my other side? Then another distressing circumstance happened soon after. I could see the street at the Omaha terminus jammed with people as on a 4th of July, but that didn't matter. A horsefly buzzed round me a minute prospecting, and suddenly made his campfire on my left hip. Soon the fire burned like fury, and I was not able to stand it, made one super asinine effort, ripped and tore, and upset myself and Pod, who was wheeling me. Then the crowd cheered louder than ever. Some boy with a large voice yelled "Hurrah for Mac A'Rony!" and 3 cheers were given. "I think we'll walk the rest of the way, Coonskin," said Pod, referring to me. "Save us the trouble of fixing him in the wheelbarrow again." Thinks I'll just get even with the professor at once, and I lay down as if I were in a barnyard for the night. It didn't take those men long to put me in the wheelbarrow again, I tell you. This time Pod didn't seem to care whether I was all in or not. My tail caught in the spokes of the wheel, and wound up so quickly that I was nearly pulled out on the bridge. The wheelbarrow came to such a sudden stop that Pod fell all over me. At first I thought I had lost my tail by the roots. It was sore long after. Couldn't switch off flies with it, and had to kick at them, and 10 times out of 9 I would miss the fly and kick my long-legged rider in the leg or foot, whereupon I would catch it with whip and spur. At length we crossed the bridge, and there I was dumped. Then I had a good roll in the dust, just to show there was no hard feeling, after which a host of inquisitive spectators followed us to the Paxton Hotel in Omaha, where we were to have a 2 days' rest. Good fortune began to fall before us now like manna from the sky. The first morsel came in the manner of a proposition for Pod and me to pose in front of a leading apothecary's shop in the business centre, and extol the virtues of fruit frappe and, incidentally, his perfumed soaps, insect powders, and dog biscuits, in consideration of several dollars in silver. The frappe clause of the contract was most agreeably cool and delectable for that summer season, and the sample doses of the various ices to which Cheese and I, not to mention Pod, were treated, furnished rare sport for an appreciative audience. The cheerful proprietor, recognizing my blue blood, attempted to feed me with a long silver spoon. I so admired the spoon that with my teeth I stamped it with our family crest. As the demand for frappe increased, the brass-buttoned society began to gather from the 4 points of the compass, and finally attempted to arrest Pod for blocking the thoroughfare, and but for the timely arrival of the druggist there would have been a riot. Coonskin had 2 guns in his belt, and Pod declared he would not be taken alive. On this occasion, besides the money received from the druggist, Coonskin sold many chromos, for the wily professor was far-seeing enough to work in considerable nonsense about his travels, and got even the police so interested that several cops wedged through the gang and purchased souvenirs. We made a pretty fair street show. All were there but Miss Damfino, who felt indisposed and remained indoors. One of our severest crosses (some folks think that the ass has only 1 cross, and that on its shoulders) was experienced a few miles southwest of the city, where we donks refused to walk a narrow plank over a shattered bridge, and were forced to ford the stream. Chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 30. Pod in Insane Asylum by Pye Pod. We may live without poetry, music, and art. We may live without conscience and live without heart. We may live without friends, we may live without books, but civilized man cannot live without cooks. Lucille. It was my good fortune to obtain in Omaha a most adaptable tepee tent, a triangular canvas bag as it were. One man could put it up in a minute. This waterproof tent had a canvas floor stoutly sewn to the sides, and when the door was tied shut neither sand, water, nor reptile could invade its sacred precincts. Mosquito netting across the two small windows kept out all kinds of insects. 3 could sleep in it comfortably, besides allowing ample room for luggage and supplies. And the tent with its folding poles only weighed 30 pounds. This extra baggage was added to Damfino's pack, for she was large and strong, and by this time in good travelling fettle. I could now thoroughly enjoy the outdoor life of the West, with its fresh and fragrant air. After sleeping a few nights under the stars, only some imperative emergency could induce me to spend a night indoors. Although my 2 attendants were not companions of choice, they were fairly good company, but my courier unconsciously furnished entertainment for Coonskin and myself. He had such an absurd dialect. He said he had learned it in an Eastern factory where Irish, Germans, and Swedes and other nationalities were employed, and his gullibility was a constant challenge for practical jokes. One day at supper an idea of putting up a game on barley came to mind. "It's a pity we haven't blue beetle sauce for our quail, Coonskin," I said, giving my valet a sly wink, and he, suspecting I had some joke in mind, took up the argument. "You bet," was his response. "Seen hundreds of beetles to day." Barley eyed Coonskin, then me, and satisfied that we were serious, queried, "Do yuse means we kin make sauce of de blue beetles dat we seen in de road?" "Why," I said, as with astonishment, "haven't you ever heard of it before? Man, they pay a steep price for blue beetles at Delmonico's. Only the wealthy enjoy such a luxury." "The dandiest stuff I ever ate on broiled birds of any kind," seconded my valet cleverly. The repast over, my courier was convinced of the surpassing virtues of blue beetle sauce. Next day the beetles came out thicker than ever. With enthusiasm I dismounted and began to fill my emptied purse with the insects, and Coonskin followed suit by filling a handkerchief, exclaiming, "By the very old Ned, gather 'em all, we'll have a treat for the gods." Up to this, Barley kept on his wheel within talking distance, but now he leaped off and made a dive in the dust with his hat, as if he had trapped a butterfly. "Remember, man," I called to him, "there should be 17 in every family. Bag every one of them." "Here's 14's I's got. Guess they's one family, but can't see no more. Besides, my handkerchief's full. Has yous got a socks yous can lend me?" I said I had, and then he came to get the sock. His trouser pockets were filled with the strong smelling beetles. Suddenly he dived for a whole entomological tribe almost under Mac's feet. Had the donkey not leaped over him, we all would have been hurt. We lunched in a small village where I purchased peppermint oil for flavoring the sauce. That night I made a concoction that would only satisfy a Siwash appetite. We had bagged 2 dozen quail and doves, so we had plenty of game, and an abundance of beetles. The next thing in order was a heap of fun. After frying our potatoes, gun oil, peppermint oil, pink tooth powder, buttermilk, lemon juice, and beetles were stirred in the frying pan, and when it began to sizzle and steam, Barley was put in charge and cautioned to keep stirring it. I thought, when he looked at the repelling mess and inhaled a little of those bug aromas, he would smell the joke, but he didn't. He kept on stirring and smacked his lips, and finally said that it looked done. I decided to bring the joke to an end. Going to the fence, ostensibly to tie more securely the donkeys, Coonskin loosened Damfino's rope, while I seated myself at our table and called, "Supper is ready." At once that grinning youth chased the freed donkey plumb into our fire, and so surprised was my courier that he never knew whether Damfino or Coonskin kicked over the pan, and robbed us of the rarest delicacy on record. I stormed about him like a madman, and blamed both attendants, then went at the hot broiled birds inwardly delighted with the success of the joke. Barley never was the wiser. The following day, several times, he told me we were passing lots of beetles, but he wasn't going to spend his time catching them to be wasted. Something followed the game supper which more fully explains my courier's displeasure. By oversight, one of the socks of Bugs was left untied. The result was beetles ran the tent all night. Barley claimed he found a beetle in his windpipe. Coonskin spent the night lighting matches and hunting the pests. I myself smothered a score or more in my pillow. That experience closed my calendar for practical jokes. On to Lincoln was now the watchword. While still 5 or 6 miles from the city, a donkey and cart hove in sight, both gaily decorated with flags and bunting. The driver said he had been sent from Lincoln by a prominent citizen to escort me and my party into the city. Barley had been busy stirring up the populace, so when I rode majestically up to the leading hotel on Macaroni, I found a crowd of representative citizens there to give me a befitting greeting. As soon as my donkeys were anchored, a tall, fat, jovial member of the medical profession, advancing with outstretched hand, welcomed me to the city. "Mr. Pod," said he, smiling all over, "I'm Dr. E, and am at your service. I shall take pleasure in doing what I can to make your sojourn a pleasant memory." The first thing the doctor did was to take me to the executive mansion. We found the governor absent, but easily traced him to a local sanitarium, where my escort found him on a couch, wrapped in swaddling clothes, apparently secure from all intruders but the genial doctor himself. He had just finished a Turkish bath, but he sent the doctor for me at once. "We meet under difficulties," was his excellency's smiling greeting. "I'm trying to knock out an attack of rheumatism." "True enough," I acknowledged, extending my hand. "Both of us are flat on our backs." Governor Holcomb then wrote some hieroglyphics in my autograph album, and expressed the hope that I would not find it as hot on the desert as I did in that room. Our next stop was at a soda fountain. Then we visited a leading clothier, where I procured a contract to direct, with Mac's assistance, the public's attention to alluring bargains in its show windows. For this I received a $5 note. My first evening in town was pleasantly spent all in the company of Mrs. Bryan, who, on learning that I was in town, invited me to call. I remained in the last evening to rest, while Coonskin and Barley took a trip to Burlington Beach, a famous local watering place. "We's taught, you see," said my little courier in the morning, "that it was something like Coney Island, so it's bein' only 10 cents round trip there, we's takes de trolley and goes down. Well, you's oughter seen de place. Before's we get dar, it begins to smell. Why, Coney Island ain't in it for smells. Den we's get off de cars and shuffles our feet across a long wooden bridge over onto a island, where dere was a dance hall, and lots of girls of all kinds, and canal boats, and dongolas, and drinks and beers. Talk of beers! Say, we's had a tank dat high for a nickel. You see, de beach is on a island in a counterfeit lake, made of salt wells and sand, but dey ain't no oysters, ner clams, ner crabs. Dere's nothing but bad smells. But say, you's oughter seen dem lobsters crawling round with der sweethearts on der arms. Say, dem peoples taught dey was having a big time. Gee, I wish dey could see once Coney Island." We had not journeyed far beyond Lincoln Park before we approached the State Asylum for the Acute Insane. From the beginning of my pilgrimage I had kept a sharp lookout for insane asylums, always passing them after dark, but Mac argued that the public had by this time found me harmless, and advised me to call. So I did. "A patient has arrived," someone called to an attendant. I was startled, but soon recovered my equilibrium when I observed several doctors and nurses rush out of doors to a carriage at the porch. The lunatic having been safely deposited in one of the wards, the superintendent then welcomed me, and persuaded me to accept his invitation to visit and inspect the institution. There was only one department that interested me. I had no sooner entered the kitchen than my omnivorous eye caught the Pliocene stratum of a well-developed pie, and my curiosity led me to inquire if it were made by a lunatic. "Why, most certainly, Professor!" exclaimed the superintendent. "What's the matter with it?" "As far as appearances go, I think it's all right. Doesn't look different from any other pie I've seen and eaten. Shouldn't think a crazy man would make a decent pie, though. Did he do it all alone, without anybody watching him?" "Oh, no, we employ a sane cook to supervise the cooking," explained the officer, much to my satisfaction. "Will you have a piece?" he asked. "Ye—es," I said incredulously, "if you are sure there is no danger of insanity being transferred to me by such a delectable agency." The head cook then butchered the great pie into quarters, and the superintendent said, "Help yourself, boys." I gathered up the juicy quarter, and saying, "My good sir, you have heard of dog eat dog, you shall now witness pie eat pie," I proceeded to devour it. I couldn't recollect ever having eaten better pie. I was almost prompted to ask the cook to slaughter another, but instead carried the remaining quarter out to Macaroni. When we had left the asylum, I could not help but remark the scrutiny with which each man regarded the other. At length we went into camp near a farmhouse, where we certainly acquitted ourselves in a manner to arouse the suspicions of any sane observer. We put our sleeping bag on the ground outside of the tent, built a fire close to the tent, on the windward side, while a strong breeze was blowing, cooked creamed potatoes in the coffee pot, and steeped tea in the frying pan, and Coonskin tied all 3 donkeys and the dog to a small sapling by their tails. I felt sure that insanity was breaking out in our party in an aggravated form, and congratulated Cheese, Damfino, and Don for not having eaten infected pie. Camp Lunatic, as we called it, was visited by the owner of the farm, a hospitable German who had a large family. He gave us a generous donation of corn cobs for fuel, milk, butter, fresh eggs, and water, then introduced his wife and children. I asked him how he came to have such a large family. He explained that he had a large farm and couldn't afford hired help, and he thought the best way to remedy the difficulty was to rear boys to help him. He looked hopeful, although he had 8 girls, no boys. Supper over, the farmer conferred on me every possible honor, even letting me hold his youngest girl, a child of 10 months. He said enthusiastically he was going to name his boy after me. His wife smiled heroically. To cap the climax, I was asked to write my name in the big family Bible. The book was in German. My host opened it to a blank page, and without comment I inscribed my name underneath the strangely printed heading, "Gestorben," thus pleasing the whole family. When we reached our tent, Barley began to find fault with me. "What for yuse want to write your name on de gestorben page?" he asked seriously. "Dat means bad luck, dat does." "And why?" I inquired, puzzled. "Gestorben is German, and means death, yuse crazy loon," he returned. "It's de lunatic pie that's working already. We's all going crazy." Next day was hot. In the afternoon my party rested 3 hours in the shade of a peach orchard, where we were treated to ice cream by the kind lady of the house close by. It was about 105 miles from Lincoln to Hastings, and we covered it in 5 days. Threading the villages of Exeter, Crete, Friend, and Dorchester, we arrived in Grafton, where I caught my courier in a dishonest trick and discharged him. The party reached Hastings Thursday, June 17th, where I purchased a saddle for Coonskin. Detained by a thunderstorm, we passed a miserable night in close quarters. Next morning Mac pranced about like a circus donkey, and trailed to Kearney in a manner almost to wind his fellows. Before leaving Hastings, the superintendent of the Asylum for the Chronic Insane, 3 miles out of town, telephoned me to stop and dine with him. On this occasion I rode into the asylum grounds without hesitation or nervousness. "You must earn your grub according to contract, Professor," said the superintendent when the greetings were over, pointing to a woodpile in the rear of the building. As soon as I fairly began to comply with the suggestion, his young lady secretary, the daughter of a deceased and much esteemed congressman, trained a camera on me and the axe and secured a picture. I was then notified I had more than earned my dinner, and was escorted into the family dining room, where an enjoyable repast was accorded me, after which some 20 wardens and matrons purchased photos at double price. Then I resumed the journey with more heartfelt blessings than had been expressed to me on similar occasions. The trail was superb, but an intensely hot spell followed, and made all of us perspire. 2 days of hard travel brought us to the old government reservation of Fort Kearny, established by General Fremont on his historic overland trip to California in pioneer days. The fort has long since been abandoned. There the Mormons camped for a short period after leaving Council Bluffs. Next evening I made my camp on the site of the notorious Dirty Woman's Ranch of early days, and spent a Sunday in delightful rest and recreation in the shade of the grove of wide-spreading elms and cottonwoods that sighed mournfully over the deserted scene. We crossed the long, low bridge over the Platte early in the morning. It required nearly an hour and all our wits and energies to get the donkeys across, even after blindfolding them. When my party ambled into Kearny, that sultry, dusty June day, grimy with dirt and perspiring, we all were in ripe condition for a swim. The little city looked to be about the size of Hastings, but did not show the same enterprise and thrift. In fact, the inhabitants ventured out in the broiling sun with an excusable lack of animation, and seemed to show no more interest in their local affairs than they did in Pye Pod's pilgrimage. It was here I first saw worn the Japanese straw helmet. It served as a most comfortable and effective sunshade, and, purchasing a couple, we donned them at once. Kearny is said to be the halfway point by rail between New York and San Francisco. My diary, however, showed I had covered fully 2,000 miles of my overland journey. I had consumed 227 days, with only 134 days left me. The prospects of accomplishing the feat in scheduled time looked dubious enough. The great Watson Ranch, when my donkey party arrived, was experiencing its busiest season. But, while the male representatives were in the fields, the good matron in charge of the house made us welcome and treated us to cheering bowls of bread and milk. When Mr. Watson Jr. arrived, he showed us about the place and enlightened me about alfalfa, of which he had over 1,000 acres sown. 50 hired hands were busy harvesting it. For a week or two we had, for the most part, been trailing through the perfumed prairies at an invigorating altitude ranging from 2,000 to nearly 3,000 feet, inhaling the fresh, pure air, gazing on the flower-carpeted earth, and enjoying a constant shifting of panoramic scenes of browsing herds and bevies of birds, and occasional glimpses of the winding Platte and the sand dunes beyond. The cities and villages that formed knots in the thread of our travels on the plains came into view like the incoming ships from the sea. At first one spied a white church steeple in the distance, like a pointed stake in the earth, only a mile away, but soon the chimneys and roofs and finally dooryard fences would come into view. Then what we thought a village near by proved to be, as we journeyed onward, a town of much greater size, 7 or 8 miles beyond the point of calculation. The crossbars in the telegraph poles, along the straight and level tracks of the Union Pacific, formed in the eye's dim perspective a needle as they seemed to meet with the rails on the horizon. Little bunches of trees, scattered miles apart and then overtopped by the spinning wheel of an air motor, indicated the site of a ranch house where we might procure water. The trail ahead became lost in a sea of flowers and grasses. From time to time, as I dismounted to ease myself and little steed, I picked from the stirrups a half-dozen kinds of flowers, ensnared as my feet brushed through the grasses. Great beds of blood-red marshmallows, natural parterres of the wax-like blooms of the prickly pear, scattering stems of the flowery thistle with white corollas as large as tulips, and wild roses and daisies of all shades and colours, the white and pink, and the white wild roses being the first I ever saw. These, with vari-coloured flowers of all descriptions, were woven into the prairie grasses, and likened the far-reaching plain to a great Wilton carpet enrolled from the mesa to the river. Some of the sunsets were gorgeous. At times the western sky glowed like a prairie fire, and the sunrises were not less magnificent. Sometimes we were overtaken by severe electric storms, and obliged to pitch the tent in a hurry. When the lightning illuminates the plains at night, the trees and the distant towns are brought into fantastic relief against the darkness, like the shifting pictures of a stereopticon. A flash of lightning to the right reveals a church or schoolhouse, to the left a bunch of cattle chewing the cud or grazing, ahead of us a ranch house, and sometimes to the rear a pack of cowardly coyotes at a safe distance, either following my caravan or out for a forage hunt. Often, as the train swept by, the engineers would salute with a deafening blast of whistles, frightening the donkeys and entertaining the passengers. Some of the prairie towns which look large on the map have entirely disappeared. In one case I found more dead citizens in the cemetery than live ones in the village. Frequently, as a means of diversion, I left the saddle to visit these white chimney villages of the dead. Such might be considered a grave sort of amusement, but really some of the gravestones contained interesting epitaphs. In one instance the following caught my eye: "God saw best from us to sever darling Michael, whom we love. He has gone from us forever to the happy realms above." Imagine the shock of my sobered senses on reading these lines cut into whitewashed wooden slab close by: "Here lays Ezekiel Dolder, who died from a jolt in the shoulder. He tried to shoot snipe while lighting his pipe, and now underneath his bones moulder." Just below the heartrending epitaph appeared in bold letters the satisfactory statement: "This monument is paid for." On the lonely plains, miles from habitation, a single grave fenced in with barbed wire in a circular corral, I discovered a mate to the preceding epitaph, which illustrates the utter abandon with which the rugged, dashing bronco buster regards the perils of riding a bucking wild horse: "Here is buried my bronco, Ah Sam. Beside me, I don't give a damn. While bucking he killed me, on this spot he spilled me, and now the devil's I am." Some time before parting with my courier, unknown to him, we pitched camp one night in a graveyard. Barley was an early riser, and, as we know, as superstitious as he was gullible. He was the first out of the tent at dawn. Suddenly he rushed back, exclaiming, "De resurrection has came, fellows, and we's de first livin' on earth agin," and with terror in his eyes and voice, dragged Coonskin and me to see a strange sight indeed. There, some 40 feet from the tent, stood a towering crucifix with a figure of the Saviour, life size, looking down upon us, while about us were tablets and mounds. The scene was so still and solemn, no wonder that my awe-stricken courier thought the world had come to an end. On the 24th of June, after a hot and dusty trail across an arid waste, where only occasional patches of buffalo grass and cacti matted the earth in the place of the long prairie grass and flowers we were tramping in a few days before, my weary troop, jaded and hungry, entered the little village of Overton. End of Chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 31. Narrow Escape in Quicksand by Mac Aroni. And the ass turned out of the way and went into the field, and Balaam smote the ass to turn her into the way. Book of Numbers. Shortly after reaching Overton, I took Pod with Coonskin and Don to pay our respects to Towserville, a large dog town so closely situated to Overton as to inspire a rivalry far more serious than that existing between Minneapolis and St. Paul. Overtonians complained of repeated raids made by prairie dogs of Towserville on their chickens and gardens. On the other hand, the Towservillians repudiated the calumny, then fled in confusion from the charge of shotguns and rifles. As our party approached with guns trained for a complimentary salute, I saw His Honor the Mayor seated in his hallway. The roof of his mound towered above the other habitations, and was undoubtedly the City Hall. Copying after New York, each borough in Towserville had a representative in the City Council. I'm sure we would have been welcomed cordially had not Don wanted to be first to shake the mayor's paw. His Honor abruptly excused himself to avoid a scene, and his fellow town's dogs likewise, with the result that the above Dogtown population rushed in and slammed the doors in our faces. The Professor was embarrassed. He had no visiting cards, so decided to leave at each door a sample box of cathartic pills, and a careful distribution was made. The next morning, as we passed Towserville, his Dogcellency the Mayor, his alder dogs, and town dogs looked regretful of their slight to us, as each stood at his door or sat with his housekeeper, the owl, on the roof of his dwelling, nodding and waving at us. Others, however, were prostrate, either from remorse or Pod's magnanimity. Sometime about noon we approached the shallow current of the Platte, where we were unpacked and fed. We donks were almost roasted from the sun's scorching rays. Close by was a deep well, but no bucket in which to draw water. So Coonskin hitched a syrup can to the rope and drew water for Pod and himself. Soon a drove of cattle, accompanied by 2 ranchmen and a boy, came down to the river to drink with us donks, just to show there was no hard feeling. The lad laid down to drink from the stream. "Here, boy, come and have a drink of cold water," Pod called. "That ain't fit to drink." "Fitter'n that well water," answered the lad. Said Pod, "I'd like to know the reason." "Well," replied the lad, approaching, "I dropped a dead jackrabbit in the well a week ago." Somehow the men had drunk so much of that cool well water they hadn't room for dinner. Too cool water, I guess, ain't good for one when heated. After the dishes were washed, Pod took off everything but his socks and collar button, and wrote his newspaper letter, while Coonskin went prospecting. Pretty soon the latter returned with a sand turtle, and hitching it up in a rope harness, said he was going to keep it for a pet. He named it Bill. He said it would make a fine centerpiece for the table. It would keep the buffalo gnats and mosquitoes and flies off the victuals, and if tied at the tent door, no centipede or tarantula would dare enter. Pod thought it a good scheme. So when we packed up, Bill was put in one of my saddlebags without my knowing it. All new luggage was generally tied on to Damfino. I supposed the turtle was. After going a couple miles, I felt something mysterious crawling on my back. I looked around, but my master was in the way, so I up and kicked with all my might, determined to scatter that crawling thing to the 4 winds, but instead threw Pod completely over my head. Then I ran pell-mell down the desert trail, kicking and braying, with that terrible something gnawing my hair and bouncing and flopping with every jump I made. I ran fast and thought fast, and that thing stuck fast. Suddenly I stopped, lay down, and tried to roll on it. This I couldn't do on account of the saddle horn. But while I was still trying, the rest of the party came up and solved the mystery by capturing the turtle, Bill. Then they chained him on Damfino, and our outfit moved on peacefully for several miles, the men talking merrily. Said Pod, "Hitting the trail on the plains in summer isn't as comfortable as driving a city ice wagon." "Not much," Coonskin returned. "But the donkeys and dog have their woes, too." "Verily so," confirmed the Professor. "For instance, there's Damfino. She thinks she's awfully persecuted. Being a female, she doesn't have much to say. But how about Mac? Doesn't he do more kicking than all the rest put together?" "Oh, well," Coonskin answered, "you see, Mac regards himself as a pioneer, and all the others mere tenderfeet." I couldn't help grinning at the simple debate. The fact of the case was, our caravan had been growing larger with every day's travel. New articles were continually added. Cheese and I generally carried the men, but to our saddles were hung guns, revolvers, cameras, and the lantern, not to mention a bundle of blankets, all of which added to the burden of our thoughts, a nagging whip, and a pair of spurs, and 1,000,001 buffalo gnats, mastodon mosquitoes, and other kindergarten birds of prey tended to make us lose our mental equilibrium a dozen times a day. In my case, there was a lump of avoirdupois in the saddle ranging between 150 and 160 pounds. Sometimes Pod would get out of his seat and walk a mile or two to relieve me. With Cheese it was much the same. But that old spinster, Damfino, bore a burden, increasing daily. She was large and strong, and couldn't appreciate fine sentiments or fine stuffs either, even complaining of sand in the wind, and coughed and snorted continually. Her sawbuck saddle corset was laced tightly around her robust bust, and to this unhealthsome vesture were hung on both sides large canvas panniers, packed with canned goods, medicines, salves, ink, cowbells, vegetables, ham and bacon, vinegar, old shoes, toilet articles, including currycomb, clothes, soap, flour, salt, baking powder, cheese, coffee, tea, kerosene, oil, matches, cooking tools, ammunition, folding kitchen range, and 24 et ceteras. On top and lopping over the panniers were roped the tent and tent poles, folding beds, canteens, musical instruments, axe and axle grease, 5 iron picket pins, packages of photos for sale, a tin wash basin, 2 tin pails, extra ropes, a half dozen paper pads, and a dozen more et ceteras. Beneath all that burden she ambled along without a murmur, swinging her ears to help her outwalk the rest, except Don, who kept up a dog trot. A ranchman gave Pod some new potatoes one day, half of which I yanked out of the tent door at night and devoured. And in reply to his habitual inquiry, "Where'll we stow 'em?" Coonskin said, "On Damfino, of course." When some canned goods were added to the list of poisons, my master was puzzled. "Strap 'em on Damfino," advised Coonskin. Pod bought some canteens. "Where'll we put these?" he asked. "Oh, hang 'em on Damfino somewhere," said the wise Sancho. One day a large package of chromos came, and the Professor was discouraged. "How the devil can we carry these?" he asked with bewilderment. "Why," ejaculated the valet, chuckling, "right on Damfino." Just then that silent old maid looked at the men, and I saw blood in her eye. Picture, if you can, our party trailing along the banks of the Platte that bright June afternoon. A few miles away loomed the cactus-covered sand dunes, and between them and the river stared the desert of glistening alkali, sprinkled with cacti and sage, where an occasional steer was scratching an existence, and mosquito bites. We came to a muddy irrigation ditch where the water had leaked out. Across it was an alfalfa field, and beyond that an adobe ranch house. We donks thought the mud in the ditch was stiff. The green field looked tempting. Damfino whispered that she would make a bolt for the field if we would follow, and we said we would. At once she shied into the ditch, and the next minute was knee deep in quicksand, and still sinking. Cheese and I stood riveted to the trail, while the men just gaped at Damfino with open mouths. Damfino, thinking she would soon be out of sight, brayed as she never brayed before. When Pod got his senses, he yelled, "Let's pull her out." "What with? Every rope and strap's on Damfino," said the truthful valet, running around like a head with the chicken cut off. Coonskin tried to reach a rope, and losing his balance, put a foot in the quicksand. Then, all excited, he attempted to pull his foot out, and got them both in. The Professor tried to reach a bridle rein to his comrade, and went sprawling across the ditch on his corduroys and whiskers, his arms elbow deep in the mire. This put Don in a panic. Seeing his master sinking, he grabbed his boots and pulled them off. Then he fastened his teeth in Pod's trousers, and I expected to see them come off too. But so help me Balaam, the dog only pulled off one trouser leg, when Coonskin managed to free himself by crawling over Pod's corduroy road to dry land, and save the day. At once, with a bridle rein, the valet roped the Professor's feet and pulled him out, after which both men fastened the reins to Damfino's pack and tied the other ends to the saddles of Cheese and myself. Then that she-ass, wet and gray as a rat with her burden, was dragged out of the ditch onto the trail. Well, that quicksand pulled all the bad nature out of her, and she went a long time before she was tempted to leave the trail again. The men looked grateful as they wiped the brine from their faces, and Pod remarked, "That was a narrow escape for all of us. Our donkey party came within 2 of going ass under, sure." End of chapter 31. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 32 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 32. At Buffalo Bill's Ranch by Pye Pod. It has come about that now to many a Royal Society the creation of a world is little more mysterious than the cooking of a dumpling, concerning which last, indeed, there have been minds to whom the question, how the apples were got in, presented difficulties. Sartor Resartus. It was noon at Big Springs, the last village on the Union Pacific Railroad in Nebraska, when I sat down to write in my diary. I had just finished a combination breakfast and dinner warranted to kill any appetite and keep it dead for 12 hours. Consequently, I wrote under great pressure. After striking Camp Coyote, I had shot prairie dogs, owls, jackrabbits, and gophers innumerable, but on Wednesday, June 30th, I killed my first rattlesnake. It was not the first we had seen, but the first to lie in our path. I wanted to shoot its head off, but instead of it losing its head, I lost mine and severed its vertebrae. The snake was 3 feet 5 and possessed 8 rattles and a button. Coonskin suggested that the button might come in handy in many ways. "You know, Pod, you are always losing buttons." These dreaded reptiles abound on the plains, particularly in dog towns, where they can dine on superfluous baby dogs when families become too large. 3 sorts of creatures, including the owl, animal, bird, and reptile, bunk together companionably, but have quarrels of their own, doubtless, like mankind in domestic affairs. At that season the South Platte was drained for irrigation in Colorado. I was riding peaceably along, watching its morbid current and the gray hills beyond, when suddenly my valet yelled to me, "Look out, Pod, a rattler ahead." Coonskin was riding Cheese, who leaped to one side, but my own steed, blinded by his spectacle frames, walked on and stepped over the coiled snake, which struck at my leg. Fortunately, my canvas legging protected me from the reptile's fangs, which glanced off, letting him fall in the trail. Instantly I turned in my saddle and ended its miserable existence. The report of my revolver attracted some cowboys who galloped up on their rope horses and accompanied us to their adobe house a few miles beyond. It was 5 in the afternoon. The day was hot and our journey long and dusty. They were a jolly lot. Their ranch was a square sod structure without a floor and sparingly furnished, but cool and comfortable. "We'll have hot biscuit for supper," said one of the cowboys. "So you like cooking," I remarked. "I pride myself on the dumplings I make, and my flapjacks are marvels of construction." "Hang together well, I suppose," observed the cook, smiling and piling buffalo chips in the stove. "I haven't tasted dumplings since I visited the World's Fair," said another. "Well," declared the first speaker, "my tenderfoot friend, your oven will soon be hot, and the flour, soda, shortening, and apples are on the shelf. Anything else you need, ask for it." I was in a bad fix. I remembered the parrot that got into trouble with the bull terrier by talking too much. "It requires a long time to steam dumplings. It will delay supper," I protested. "We shan't turn you out if it takes you all night, but we'll shoot the enamel off your front teeth if you don't make them apple dumplings and do your best," said a cowboy. "All right, boys, I'll try my luck, and you can save time by helping." "Sure," all replied. "Fetch me the shortening," I called. "Right before your eyes," said one. "Blamed if I can see it," I explained. The fellow put his hands on a cake of greasy looking substance. "That's soap," I said, remonstrating with a chuckle. "All we use for shortening," apologized the cook. "Don't see much butter or lard out on this here desert." I fell to with a will. Before long my dough was mixed. As I rolled it out with a tin can, I directed a cowboy to put in the apples and roll up the dough. Soon the dumplings were in the steamer, and the cook began to prepare other eatables for the meal. Then, my duty done, I watched two fellows throw the lariat and shoot the fly specks off Coonskin's hat in mid air. At last 5 hearty eaters sat down to dinner. The cook's hot biscuits, potatoes, bacon, eggs, and coffee were delicious, and I devoured them greedily. But in the middle of our repast I turned my head in time to detect the cook meddling with the dumplings. "Shouldn't take off the cover till they're done," I shouted. "Makes 'em heavy." "Didn't take it off. Lifted itself off," explained the man, regarding me first, then the steamer. "Man alive, the dumplings are as big as cabbages." "And 'tain't more likely they've got their growth yet," said Coonskin, who examined the wonders. "Gracious!" I exclaimed. "How many apples did you cram into each dumpling?" "Only 15 or 20," the cook returned. "Awfully small, you know." "That explains the size of them," said I. "You've got half a dozen whole apples in each dumpling, and a peck or more in the steamer. Don't you know dried fruit swells?" "But how am I to keep the lid on the steamer?" asked the hungry cook, wistfully eyeing the disappearing meal. "Sit on it, you crazy loon," suggested a companion. And the fellow did. Presently there was a deafening report, and the cook was lifted off the steamer, while dumplings flew in every direction, striking the ceiling, and then, from heaviness, dropping on the floor. One broke my plate into a dozen pieces. Another hot and saucy dumpling shot through the bursted side of the steamer, hitting one of the cowboys in the eye. "Just my luck," I said. "They would have been as light as a feather." "Light!" exclaimed the injured fellow, with a handkerchief against his scalded optic. "It was the heaviest thing that ever hit me, let me tell you, and I've been punching cattle 7 years." When the excitement was over, and we had found sufficient grub to complete our meal, all assembled in the cool outer air, where Coonskin and I entertained with our musical instruments until bedtime. Next morning, on my suggestion, a cowboy threw his lariat round my body good naturedly and pulled me over, but before I could right myself, Don took 3 bounds and pulled the fellow down by the shoulder, frightening one and all. I shouted so loudly to the dog that I was hoarse for a week. That demonstration of Don's loyalty was a revelation to me. The man was not injured, though his coat was torn. The lack of energy and enterprise of the town of the Western Plains was both surprising and amusing. I expected a package of photos at Willow Island. When I called for it, I was informed that the railroad station had burned a few months before, and that their express stopped at Cozad, which I had passed through. So I wrote to have the package forwarded to a station farther west. Gothenburg, the next town, was in a decline, the reaction of a boom. A traveler approaching it expects to find a business center. Many stores and dwellings were of brick, but whole rows were vacant at the time. The soothing melody of the squalling infant was only a memory to the village druggist. The itinerant butcher and milkman had ceased their daily rounds, and all that was left to distinguish the half-deserted village from the desert was an occasional swallow that went down the parched mouth of a chimney. There is another town characteristic of the plains. I had a letter to post at Paxton, but forgot it. Some miles beyond, a ranchman whom we met said I would find a post office at Cordy, 5 miles further on. After traveling 2 hours, we could see no vestige of a village anywhere. Don ran ahead to the top of every sand hill and stood on his hind feet to have the first peep at the mysterious town. I came to the conclusion the ranchman had said 25 miles instead of 5. Finally, the trail approached the railroad. "I see the town of Cordy," my valet exclaimed. "Where?" I asked. "There, plain as day. Can't you see it?" he asked, pointing straight ahead. "I must confess I can't," I replied. "Let me look over your finger." Then I saw it. It wasn't 100 feet away. A single white painted post stood beside the track, and on it was nailed a crossbar lettered in bold type, "Corty." Underneath was a letter box. That was the town. There was no section house, no water tank, no break in the wire fence, and there being, of course, no general delivery window in the post office, I did not ask for my mail. On the way to North Platte, we passed the site of old Fort McPherson, where Buffalo Bill, the celebrated scout, once lived and won his fame and title by providing buffalo meat for the government, and also the site of a notorious Pawnee village, now called Pawnee Springs. We reached North Platte, situated at the confluence of the North and South Platte rivers, which form the great River Platte, Saturday afternoon, and spent Sunday in a manner to meet the approval of the most pious. That first evening I lectured from a large dry goods box on a prominent corner. Sunday afternoon an old friend and classmate drove me into the country to the famous Scout's Rest Ranch, the estate of Mr. Cody, Buffalo Bill, where I saw a herd of buffalo and a cornfield of 500 acres. "There is quite a contrast between your cornfield and mine," I said to the manager. "How big a cornfield have you?" "Just a small one," I replied. 1 acre on each big toe." "I see. Only sufficient for your own use," came the response. "Your stock in trade, as it were." Then the ranchman purchased a photo, and we 2 grown-up schoolboys drove back to town in time to escape a thunder shower. The country between North Platte and Julesburg is a desolate and barren region. Occasionally we could see a ranch house, sometimes cattle grazing on I know not what. There was plenty of alkali grass in the bottom lands of the Platte, and further back on the mesa, patches of the short and nutritious buffalo grass, half seared by the scorching sun. The railway stations, with 1 or 2 exceptions, consisted of water tanks and section houses, where water could be procured. At Ogallala we met a trainload of Christian Endeavorers, and had a chance to quench our thirst. End of chapter 32. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 33 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 33. 4th of July in the Desert by Mac Aroni. What a thrice double ass was I, to take this drunkard for a god, and worship this dull fool. Tempest. Where and how to celebrate the 4th of July greatly concerned Pye Pod. The 3rd was spent in Julesburg, a town in Colorado, 2 miles west of the boundary line. As Sunday was the 4th, we naturally expected a lively program for Saturday. We were disappointed. Everybody had gone off on an excursion, and Julesburg was dead. So my master, realizing the long journey before us, inquired as to the possibility of obtaining an extra donkey, and was told of one some 6 miles from town. He rode in a buggy to a ranch right after lunch and brought back the prettiest damsel I ever saw. Her name was Skates. Pod said he so named her because she ran all the way and beat his pride-broken, wind-broken horse into town. I gave Skates a loving smile, but she gave me a look which said, "Keep your distance, young feller." So I did. But I lost my heart to that girl then and there. Pod noticed my leaning toward Skates and asked me my intentions. I frankly told him. "But what nonsense for a youth of 4 years," he remarked. "Mac, be patient. Wait until you are of age at least." Time was precious, and we could not tarry. That afternoon we set out for Sterling, 60 miles into the desert, where, it was said, there would be a big time on the 5th. Monday dawned cloudy and threatening, as is usual with celebration days. The tent door was open, and Skates and I were looking in, I waiting for a chance to pull a bag of eatables out of the tent for her. "What is your program for to day?" Pod asked his valet. No answer. The question was repeated. Still no response. Then my master turned drowsily on his pillow and beheld Coonskin with bloodshot eyes and the only whiskey bottle clasped lovingly to his breast. The valet wanted to say something, but his lips refused to speak. It was evident that his celebration had begun the night before. Pod sat up and rubbed his eyes to make sure he was not dreaming, and then asked the fellow why he drank all the emergency whiskey. "Rat snake bited me and drank whiskey to save life," stammered the youth. "Have some, Prof." Pod looked mad. He up and dressed and mixed soda and water and lemon juice and made Coonskin drink it. Soon the tipsy fellow tried to dress, but finally gave it up and went asleep. 2 hours later he awoke quite sober, and came out to where Pod was currying me for the celebration, and showed him his program. I haven't space to give it in full. One feature was an obstacle race, the prize for the winner being a quart bottle of snakebit whiskey. Coonskin said, as his excuse for drinking the whiskey, that he was certain of winning the race, but afraid the bottle might be broken before the event. Pod thought that reasonable enough, and forgave him, but he told me confidentially that he didn't know what he should do if he were bitten by a rattlesnake without whiskey at hand. I suggested, in such event, he should point a revolver at Coonskin's garret, where his brains ought to have been, and make him suck out the poison. The obstacle race began at 11 in the morning. The start was made from the tent door. The course and conditions were as follows: Run to the 5th fence post down the trail, alongside the railroad track, crawled through the barbed wire fence 4 times between different posts on the way back to the tent without tearing clothes, creep through the legs of the little portable table purchased in Julesburg without rolling off an egg resting on it, run 100 yards and unpicket one of the donkeys and ride it round the tent 3 times with a spoon in hand holding an egg. Ride the donk back to his picket pin and crawl between its hind legs without disturbing the animal's equilibrium. Stand in the tent door and shoot some hair off one of the donkey's tails without touching the tail proper. Then lead that donkey to the tent and hitch him to the turtle, Bill. Cheating, if detected, forfeited the prize. Well, while there were 2 starters, there was only 1 finisher. It seems that Coonskin shot a piece off Cheese's tail. Improper, the donk said, and in consequence man and donk disappeared over the horizon without leaving their future address or the date for their return. Coonskin rode Cheese into camp after dark. Then he rubbed axle grease on Cheese's sensitive part and prepared the delayed dinner. Next came fireworks, Roman candles, firecrackers, and pinwheels, after which both men retired, fancying they had the jolliest Fourth ever witnessed by man or donkey in the history of the Colorado Desert. End of chapter 33. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 34 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 34. Bitten by a Rattler by Pye Pod. Sancho Panza hastened to his master's help as fast as his ass could go, and when he came up he found the knight unable to stir, such a shock had Rocinante given him in the fall. Don Quixote. The casualty which terminated our celebration on the 5th seemed to portend bad luck. The metaphorical lightning first struck me. We struck camp that hot July day before the sun was an hour high, and a mile beyond trailed through a Dogtown reservation. I had long been desirous of securing a prairie dog to have mounted. As a rule, one can pick off these shy creatures only at long rifle range. This morning, stealing up behind a cornfield, I wounded a dog, then dropping my gun ran to catch him before he could escape into his hole. Crawling through a barbed wire fence without afterward appearing in dishabille is considered by a tenderfoot the feat of feats. Before I reached the hole, half undressed, the dog had tumbled into it. He must have made a mistake, however, for out the fellow came and made for another hole. I grabbed him, but instantly dropped him, for he tried to bite me. Then, like a shot, he dived into the second hole, and I thrust my arm in to pull him out, but my hand came out quite as fast as it went in. It was bitten, and at the mouth of the hole I now detected for the first time the tail of a rattlesnake. That was an awful moment. What should I do? My whiskey was gone. I had no antidote for the poison. I rushed to where Coonskin was waiting with my outfit. "Make for the house!" he exclaimed. A ranch house stood some 2 miles away, but not a soul was in sight. Still, that seemed to be my only salvation. I realized a painful death was the only alternative. With 100 other thoughts rushing into my head, I ran toward the distant house. Coonskin began picketing the donkeys and promised to follow. While racing madly through the cacti and sage, I thought of my past, from 3 months upward. Just when I had reached an episode which almost ended my reckless career at the age of 10, I heard the sound of galloping hoofs and a moment later a young woman reined her steed at my side, dismounted, and gave me her horse. "Into the saddle, quick, man!" she cried. "Mother has turpentine and whiskey. The horse will take the fence and ditch. Pull leather. Stick to the saddle, never mind the stirrups." And to the horse, "Git home, Topsy. Run for your life, old gal." Like a flash the big mare sped forward with the velocity of the wind. To pull leather, in the parlance of the cowboy, means to grip the saddle with the hands. For a cowpuncher to pull leather is deemed disgraceful. For Pod it was excusable. Although the mare fairly flew, she did not travel half fast enough to suit me. With reins round the saddle horn, I gripped the saddle with my left hand and sucked the bite on my right. But suddenly the mare took a hop, skip, and jump over the fence and ditch, fell to her knees, and threw me over her head. When I sat up, I saw a woman in the door of the house, yet half a mile away, no doubt wondering how a maniac happened to be on her daughter's steed. The next moment Coonskin arrived all out of breath and assisted me to the house. Before we could fully explain the situation, the good woman disappeared, soon to return with a bottle of turpentine, which she turned nozzle down over the snake bite, while my valet poured whiskey down my throat. They say it takes a long time and much whiskey to affect one bitten by a rattler, but this case seemed to be an exception. In a few moments my head was going round, and I prostrate on a couch. My kind nurse looked curiously at the turpentine, and finally said it was queer it didn't turn green, as it should in the case of a rattlesnake bite. A half hour passed, and still there was no change. Then, when I repeated my story of how the thing happened, she grinned, and said she guessed it was the prairie dog and not the snake that bit me after all. I was so dead drunk when the daughter came that she glanced at me and asked in a whisper, "Is he dead?" "No," said the mother, "and he ain't going to die. We've been trying to cure dog bite with snake bit, and I reckon it'll take a week or more to sober the man up." Then the daughter began to get a meal, and Coonskin went after my outfit, on the good woman's suggestion, to fetch my animals to the corral. It was not until morning that I was fit to sit my saddle, but I made the effort, and after thanking my hostesses and insisting on paying for the turpentine, we said good bye. Midday travel in the Colorado desert at that season was enervating in the extreme. Our straw helmets, being supported by a skeleton crown, allowed a free circulation of air over and about the head, also a free circulation of buffalo gnats, blue flies, mosquitoes, flying ants, grasshoppers, and everything else that hadn't an excuse for living. Everything seemed to be free in that country. The sun rays beat down mercilessly on the sandy plain, and every live thing seemed to be in search of shade or water. Once, while crossing the dry and cracked bed of a stream, I saw a rabbit almost dying of thirst, and I put an end to its agony with my 6-shooter. In the narrow bars of shade cast by the fence posts along the railroad could be seen occasional birds standing on the hot sand, immovable, with bills wide open, panting from the excessive heat. We reached Sterling late that night, after a 28-mile journey. The town looked dull. Everybody complained of the hottest weather for years. It occurred to me that an awning would add greatly to our comfort, so I bought the canvas and had one made. Henceforth we would travel at night and sleep as much as possible in the day beneath the awning. I also purchased a light folding chair, which, with our table and stove, could easily be carried on Skates, the new donkey. We pitched camp 8 miles from town, near a sod house and well. On the way the donkeys became obstreperous, and before they were under control our only lantern was smashed. This stroke of bad luck was the forerunner of other misfortunes. As I fell on my hard bed, expecting to have a delightful rest, I voiced a righteous yell of pain and leaped out of doors. I was a fair imitation of a porcupine. Coonskin had carelessly pitched the tent on a bed of cacti. The astonished fellow made profuse apologies, and set to the task of picking the cactus spears out of me by the flare of lighted matches. But for a week I suffered the sensations of sleeping on pins and needles. The turtle, Bill, deserves some notice. He was put in the center of a table at meal time to catch flies, but all that stupid turtle did was to scrape them off his head by drawing it under his shell. He disdained the carnivorous diet. Millions of insects swarmed about the table, where before only thousands had gathered, attracted doubtless by Bill. They literally covered our food, and all we could safely eat was flapjacks. Holding a fork against the mouth, we could, with lips and tongue, draw a flapjack in through the tines, by which delicate operation all flies and other insects were scraped off, and in course of time a fairly good meal was conveyed to our stomachs. Of course, one's success depended upon the strength of the flapjacks. Most of them stood the strain. The afternoon of July 11 we saw Long's Peak, the first spur of the Rocky Mountains, in view. The following evening we rode into Fort Morgan. Journeying on to escape the heat of the day, we came at midnight to where several trails crossed, and were puzzled which to take. "Put the responsibility on the donkeys," I finally suggested. "They've great instinct." "Good idea," commented my valet. "I've often heard of horses taking lost hunters out of the woods." So, giving the word, my caravan resumed the march in the darkness, and went into camp about 4 in the morning. When I arose about noon, I was surprised to find ourselves on the outskirts of a village. I called Coonskin, with a feeling of suspicion dawning in my mind. "The blasted town looks familiar," said my valet. About that time a cowboy rode up, and I asked him the name of the town. "Fort Morgan," he answered. "Have you fellows lost anything?" Coonskin and I eyed each other, then both gazed thoughtfully at the jackasses. I was provoked about the loss of that night's journey. To think of our following our donkeys' ears round an imaginary race course in the desert, some 20-odd miles, was not conducive to a good temper. Many well-meaning persons had advised me to carry a compass. Some day, some night, they said, I would stray from the trail. I resolved to purchase such an instrument immediately on reaching Denver. We spent the afternoon enjoying the luxuries of our new awning and camp chairs. I writing my article for the press, Coonskin reading a thrilling dime novel. "This is the life," remarked my napping valet as he rolled over on his pillow. "You bet," I replied. "We know who we are." "I suppose there are lots of folks who don't know, Prof," he returned, "but they'll find out before we reach 'Frisco." "But, Coonskin," I asked, looking up from my writing, "do you know where we are?" I had no sooner put the question than a whirlwind swept down upon the camp and scattered everything broadcast. Tent, awning, table, chairs, ink and writing pad, packing cases and articles of all kinds, not to mention dog, donkeys and men, chased each other over the cacti and sand, the tent half inflated, rolled over in the scudding wind like a balloon. "No, I don't," said Coonskin, gaining a sitting posture a rod from where I stood on my head, some 100 yards from our original camp. "What are you talking about? Are you wandering?" I asked. "I think the whole shooting match has been wandering some," said he, picking the sand out of his eyes. It was long before we collected our belongings. I never found my letter for the press. Just before sunset we took up the march across the broad rolling plains, which grew tiresome to look upon before darkness set in. But occasionally a hand car, with its sloop rigged sails set to the wind, would speed over the rails in the distance, like a catboat before a gale, and break the monotony of the scene. This mode of travel appears to be characteristic of the western plains alone. We saw innumerable buffalo wallows, great depressions in the sand, where the vast herds of buffalo in the early days wallowed in the cool earth for salt, and to escape the heat and pestering gnats. In most cases these wallows are covered with cacti and other desert verdure, and are apt to upset the unwary traveler after dark unless he keeps to the beaten trail. At a little before sunset we arrived at the great D horse ranch, where we watered our animals and accepted the ranchman's invitation to supper. End of chapter 34. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 35 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 35, Havoc in a Cyclone by Macaroni. That is the idea, for Juliet's a dear, sweet, mere child of a girl, you know, and she don't bray like a jackass. Huckleberry Finn. We did not tarry at the D horse ranch, but later on pitched camp near a sheep ranch run by a Mexican who met us with a grunt that nobody understood. "Gee, how I wish I could speak Spanish," remarked Pod, facing the squatty ranchman. It was comical to watch Coonskin's puzzled face. I once studied Spanish, but why didn't I master it? Just 2 words can I remember, porque, why, and mañana, tomorrow. But how can they help me? To utter them would be to ask why tomorrow, and there would be no sense in that. But it might convey the idea, I interrupted, that either you know more than you looked to know, or appeared to know more than you do know, and that would be something. My master did not answer, but when the Mexican came around again, he said to him, "¿Por qué mañana?" The Mexican laughed, who could blame him, and said something about Española, a young lady I never heard tell of, and invited us all to the corral, except the men, who followed him to the house. Nothing like Mexican hospitality when one understands the language as Pod did. At first the Mexican did not comprehend that we all were thirsty. The Professor asked for a drink in many varieties of expression, concluding with a desperate "¿Por qué mañana?" at the same time pointing to the well. The Mexican grinned and replied in a peculiar vernacular, and handed him a huge tin cup. Pod next inquired the right trail to Brighton in many artistic demonstrations of verbal inflection and gesticular design, and wound up with a heroic "¿Por qué mañana?" The mystified sheepherder shook his head quizzically, and began to pour out a whole tubful of liquid linguistics, which my pedantic master drained to the dregs, without discovering their meaning. Then he shook hands with the gracious host, and gave the word to hit the trail. "Mighty lucky you understood Spanish, Mr. Pod," Coonskin remarked, when we were some distance from the house. "I'd give a farm to speak it like you." This tickled Pod's vanity, and he told his flattering valet that Spanish could not be learned in a day, but perhaps sometimes he would give him a few lessons just to prepare him for an emergency. That night we donks were picketed to a rickety barbed wire fence, and the men pitched the tent close by, cooked, and went to bed early. Seldom had been so much care taken to prevent my getting wound up in the rope so I couldn't eat or lie down. In the morning there was a surprise for everybody. So help me Balaam, if there wasn't a circus, then I never saw one. We donks were completely tangled in the dismantled wire fence, and cutting up capers to beat a side show. I kept my eye peeled on the tent door for an hour. Finally Pod came out, took in the situation at a glance, and then sat down on a cactus for less than a fraction of a second to laugh. I was proud of the role I played in that matinee. There I was with a fence post wired to each of my legs, which raised my feet off the ground, walking about on veritable stilts, and close behind me followed Cheese and Skates with a post yoking their necks together like oxen, while Damfino was rolling over and over, unmindful of the cacti, as if our extraordinary sport were for her special entertainment. We were quiet until Cheese suddenly opened his mouth and brayed with glee. I told him to shut up. Says I, "Pod will think we got in this fix on purpose and give us Hail Columbia." Pod looked worried. He said he wondered how they could dismount that giraffe, meaning me no doubt, without breaking his legs. I didn't feel comfortable so far above the earth. The atmosphere was chilly, and the rarefied air made me dizzy. But that remark frightened me. The trick was at last accomplished. Coonskin held my fore stilts while Pod braced his feet, and with a violent push threw me over on my side on a pile of blankets and pillows. Well, let me tell you, my donkey friends, it required 2 hours to free us from the fence posts and wire. After that, both men busied themselves like Red Cross nurses. Skates said they were cross nurses of some sort, and bandaged up our cuts and scratches. Then, after breakfast, they saddled and packed us for the day's journey. I never want another experience like that. On Thursday night, I think, I ate up Pod's only calendar, we again wandered from the trail, and about 2 o'clock camped near a cottonwood tree, which seemed to indicate we were near water. Although I was awfully dry, I had to wait till morning. It was pleasant to be lulled to sleep by the rustling of leaves, and it was consoling to know something besides us donks had to rustle. Yet there we were in the boundless desert. Don's barking awoke us early. A ranchman rode up and said we would find plenty of water yonder at the well, the only water for many miles around. Then he rode away. There was one long row of cottonwood trees hundreds of feet apart, stretching for a mile or two across the desert, as if planted by birds 50 years ago. Pod took us empty donks and canteens over to the well. That was the novelest thing I ever saw, and the water was the coolest I ever tasted. An iron wheel turned in a cog and drove a piston rod down a deep well, the power being furnished by a meek-looking horse, which walked around the pump in circus fashion, thinking he was the whole show, and pulled a sort of walking beam that turned the cogwheel. There the ranchman and his big, small boy rode every morning, many miles from home, to pump water for their cattle, which ate they evidently had eaten everything in sight during the day, and chewed their cud at night in the cottonwood shade. That morning, when several miles nearer our goal, a stiff wind introduced itself and increased in velocity until such speed was attained that the men had to stop traveling and tie the whole outfit to the picket pins driven in the ground. That gale beat the tornado on the shore of Lake Erie and the cyclone near Sterling. We donks had to lie down with our backs to the wind, for Damfino, not thinking, lay the other way at first, and the wind blew into her mouth so fast she swelled up twice her natural size. She was so full of air that she arose and turned around before being able to lie down again. Pod said it was a good time to write his letter for the paper, so he hitched his shoulders to the ropes, tied to picket pins about 5 feet apart, and sat in a camp stool, and facing the gale, laid his writing pad on the wind and finished his article in fine style. When I asked him how the wind could be so strong as to brace up both the pad and his story, he said he was writing in a lighter vein than usual. We were in sight of Brighton next morning when a strange accident happened to Pod. We were approaching a field of grain on an irrigated ranch, when suddenly he was struck on the head by a mastodon grasshopper and knocked senseless out of the saddle. At once Don chased the creature and headed him off, while Coonskin lassoed him and bound him on Damfino. We took the wonder to Denver. There Pod had the thing in a bottle of alcohol, but it hadn't been there more than a half hour when it kicked out the bottom and almost upset a street car in trying to escape. Again the grasshopper was captured, then poisoned and skinned, and the bones were expressed to the Smithsonian Museum. About 1 o'clock we left the line of the B&M Railroad and cut across the plains 6 miles to the Union Pacific, which we had left on the previous week. Then we began to descend into the verdant valley of the Platte. Great fields of grain waved in the breeze on either hand. The song of the reaper was cheering, the glistening snow on the distant Rockies cooling. At last our caravan ambled into Brighton. It impressed me as a pretty town. After crossing a 200-mile desert, I was in condition to compliment any sort of a place. That night we traveled 10 miles and camped near the 9-mile house, where, next morning, we were disappointed not to obtain breakfast. Beautiful, far-famed Denver loomed up on the distant plain. The smoke from her smelters curled on high, a dusky sign of prosperity. We breakfasted 3 miles nearer the city, and at 2 p.m. our picturesque outfit strode up 17th Street and anchored in front of the Albany Hotel. Denver at last. End of chapter 35. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 36 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 36. Two Pretty Dairymaids by Pye Pod. At the head of the procession strode the 4 heralds. Silently they marched. In silence the populace received them. The spectacle reminded very old men of the day the great Exia was born in mournful pomp to Chapultepec, the fair god. When I had taken a bird's eye view of Denver and visited many of its handsome streets and buildings, and met its hospitable citizens, I dubbed it one of the most attractive cities. One of the first to greet me was a member of the Jacksonian Club, who invited me to attend a lawn party to be given at the home of a fellow member. The grounds were illuminated with Japanese lanterns, and a platform was erected for speech making, while indoors were served refreshments. In the midst of the pleasant proceedings a gentle rain frightened everybody into the house, where dancing closed the festivities. Of course, every pretty girl wanted to dance with Pod. Sunday seemed to be the accepted day for sightseeing. The Seeing Denver car, electric, made 2 25-mile trips a day, threading the more attractive portions of the city and suburbs, and giving the passengers a splendid idea of the beauties and possibilities of Denver. Each car was manned by a director who clearly described all points of interest en route. Finally, the car was stopped on the heights overlooking Clear Creek Valley, where in 1858 Gregory, a North Carolina prospector, discovered gold in quartz, and proved his theory that all placer ore came from a mother lode. People in the East, hearing that gold could be found here in quartz, hurried to the spot, resolved to be contented if they could only find it in pints. While many were disappointed, within a year 170 quartz mills were erected, and in 1860 Colorado's gold output amounted to $4 million. The Colorado farmer raises everything in the fruit and vegetable line that can be produced in the East. Through the system of irrigation the soil is brought to such a state of production that one farmer near Denver was reaping a revenue of $5,000 a year from a 20-acre plot. "One of our best crops is tomatoes," said our guide, with the view of enlightening some possible investor. "There you can see in the distance is one of our largest canneries. It cans tomatoes only. All the tomatoes they can are raised around Denver, and all the tomatoes not consumed in the city are sent to this cannery to be canned. They raise all they can, and what they can't raise they can't can. They eat all they can, and all they can't eat they can. Moreover, all they can't can they eat, and what they eat they can't can. All canned tomatoes they can and cannot eat they ship to those who can't visit Denver to eat all they can. If you can visit the cannery and see them can all they can and eat what they can't can, and can't eat a can yourself, you then only can understand why it is they can't eat what they can and can't can what they eat. Can you not?" When he had finished, 3 women cried. Later on the journey, the car was stopped in a different quarter of the suburbs, where several got off to pluck wild flowers. In the course of our tour many attractive buildings were pointed out, among them the Consumptives' Home, erected by philanthropists of the East, and the several smelting mills, one of which boasts of a chimney 400 feet in height, the tallest on the continent. While the ladies were gathering wild flowers, I was persuaded to perpetrate a practical joke suggested by 2 jovial Johnny Bulls. I had become quite chatty with their party. They had the impression that I was a cowboy, and when they discovered their error, they proposed I should jostle a fellow countryman of theirs as soon as they could decoy him off the car, they claiming that he still believed me to be a real cowpuncher out for a holiday. They said it was his first trip to America, and that he had frequently expressed a curiosity to see one of those wild men of the plains. On promises of their support in case of offense being taken, I chuckled and awaited my chance. Presently the man was persuaded to pick a wild rose, and as he was about to pass me, I backed roughly against him, almost sending him off his feet. When he had regained his equilibrium and was on the point of rebuking me, I turned furiously upon him. "Say, you foreign tenderfoot," I said, "you got a preemption on the whole earth? If so, just fence it in. Don't yer brush me that way again, or I'll show ye how we trim mustaches out in this country when our razors ain't sharp. Understand?" As I uttered these words, I put my hand on my hip pocket. My sombrero was tilted, and the attitude I struck would have amused any real cowboy. The astonished Englishman, red in the face, edged away in silence and eyed me narrowly. "Turn your lamps the other way, or I'll shoot off your eyebrows," I shouted. At once the innocent butt of our ungentlemanly joke ventured to apologize for the carelessness that was not his, when a peal of laughter from behind told plainly that the joke was off. I turned to see everybody in a fit of laughter. I now began to feel embarrassed, and had not my confederate immediately explained the case and introduced me to their imposed upon comrade, I certainly would have felt very awkward. As it was, the tourists laughed heartily at the joke, complimented me on my art in acting, and gave me a cordial handshake. At our journey's end I was introduced to all the ladies, and induced to pose for their cameras, after which I departed with the well wishes of all. I must not overlook an amusing incident of the trip. One of the passengers was an Irishman who caused much merriment by a joke of wit or a blunder, just as the car stopped in front of the City Hall. "This lovely park which you see," said the director, has been brought to its present beautiful condition by levying a tax of 1 mill on all property owners. The burden, you see, was light for each person, and just to all." "Light, was it?" the Emerald Islander exclaimed. "Begorra, the mills must be dom plentiful in these parts when ivery mon is willin' to give up a mill for an interest in a park. Bedad, it must have been rough on the mon that owned but 1 mill. It was not." Whereupon our erudite guide politely dissertated on the great difference in mills, to the amusement of the English party and the Hibernian's satisfaction. Before leaving Denver, I found it advisable to add considerable to my traveling equipment. I ordered a tin canteen from my own design to hold a gallon of water, and within it was fashioned a receptacle for holding 2 pounds of butter. Its value was constantly appreciated when crossing the deserts, where we were enabled to carry butter and an extra quantity of drinking water, which was kept cool by wrapping the canteen with cloth and canvas and keeping them in a moist condition. I also purchased a large basket-covered demijohn of port wine for medicinal purposes, an extra pack saddle, and camp supplies. Although that altitude of 5,000 feet was quite invigorating, the sun at that season was unusually warm, and I intended to enjoy as much camp life as possible. We took a southerly course towards Pike's Peak, threading the villages of Littleton, Castle Rock, Sedalia, and Monument, and the city of Colorado Springs. The scenic beauties of Colorado became more manifest every day. Sunday afternoon I observed in the southwest a dark cloud drawing a threatening hood over that giant discovery of 1806 by Colonel Zebulon M. Pike, and I decided to camp in the vicinity of a dairy ranch. Anticipating a shower, I rode Skates, my fastest donkey, to the house with canteen and pail, leaving Coonskin to unpack, pitch tent, and build a woodpile under shelter. On approaching the house, I detected a pretty dairymaid in the doorway. I endeavored to dismount from my asinine steed with grace, but the picture so unbalanced me that I caught a foot in a stirrup and fell heels over appetite on the ground at my charmer's very feet, much to my embarrassment and her amusement. "Can you spare me a quart of milk, miss?" I inquired, lifting my hat. She smiled. Then, fearing lest I might have created the impression of begging, I asked, "Can you sell some? I mean, to pay for it, of course." My words seemed to break her spell, and she replied sweetly, "We have 2 kinds, cream and skimmed milk," and her eyes sparkled. I caught my breath and gave her a chance to lose hers. Perhaps you might mix the 2 safely, mightn't you?" I now felt the crisis coming, and twisted myself nervously. The maid laughed. It quieted my nerves. "But," she returned, "you see the cream is all engaged, and I would not like to sell you the skimmed milk because we feed that to the hogs." I smiled now and tried to answer. "Well, what is good enough for the hogs ought," and I hesitated, feeling I was getting things twisted. But she came to the rescue nobly. "What you mean is, what is good enough for you ought to be good enough for hogs, eh?" "Thank you," I said. "What you say goes," and I handed her the pail, which she accepted with a shy courtesy. As she hurried to the spring house, I watched her admiringly until footsteps behind caused me to turn around. Behold, there was another young lady, tall and becomingly gowned, even prettier than the other. The softness of her brown, lustrous eyes bespoke the tenderness in her nature. Even Don interpreted this when she patted his head and observed, "What a nice dog you have." The expression "nice dog" was very familiar to Don, and they were no sooner uttered than the huge dog arose to the occasion by planting his forepaws against the lady's breast and attempting to steal a kiss. The shock would have upset her completely if I had not caught her in my arms. It was, therefore, under somewhat embarrassing circumstances that the dairymaid witnessed the embrace, embarrassing to all save the dog. Explanations will only make matters worse, I thought, so I took the pail and kept mum, though I know I looked anything but innocent. Business over, we conversed until it began to sprinkle, and then, after accepting the ladies' invitation to spend the evening with them, I cantered back to camp. "I feared you had gone on to 'Frisco," said Coonskin. "I'm dying for a drink of water." Indeed, I had forgotten to fill the canteen, all on account of those charming girls. "I declare, Coonskin," I explained, "I had such a time persuading the folks to sell me a little milk that I never thought of water. I'll hurry back for it." And not giving my companion time to anticipate me, or stopping to mount a donkey, I did the errand on foot. That evening we passed a pleasant hour with wine, women, and song, and departed with another invitation to a fish and game dinner next day, if I would tarry and provide trout and birds. Of course I tarried. Coonskin accompanied me into the canyon next morning with rod and line, and in the afternoon with gun and bag. By 5 he had caught a nice mess of trout, and I had shot a young jackrabbit. It was a delicious repast that was served us by those New England girls. We ate fish till their tails stuck out of our mouths. The bread tasted like angel's food, and the beans were well done, in spite of the fact it required a whole day to cook beans in that altitude. I smacked my lips and said to myself, "I'll eat heartily now, for it'll be long before I'll get another dinner like this." On the way to the springs next day, I suggested to Coonskin that we climb the peak and see the sunrise. "Why is sunrise up there any finer than it is down here?" he inquired. I thought he was making a mental calculation of the number of steps and labored breaths and obsolete words the ascent would require. "Certainly," I said, "the reflections to be seen from that altitude are more beautiful and varied than from the plains." "They're more beautiful, perhaps, but I've been riding a mule over 3 months now, and my reflections are about as varied as anything could make 'em." My donkey party reached Colorado Springs in time for dinner. End of chapter 36. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurman, North Carolina. Chapter 37 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 37, Donks Climb Pike's Peak by Mac Aroni. The Professor, scorning to waste shoe leather and economize francs, began the ascent on a mule steered by a woman holding on to the beast's tail. Easter on the Riviera. A curious proceeding held my rapt attention as we neared Petersburg, a suburb of Denver. At the terminus of a horse car line I observed a car approaching us down grade, with a horse on its rear platform. As soon as the car stopped at the station, the horse stepped off on a platform and took his place in front of the car, ready to haul it up grade again and earn another ride. I did not have the chance to ask the horse how he enjoyed it, but I would willingly have exchanged places with him. The next morning, to my surprise, Coonskin was the first to rise. Our camp was near Littleton, on the banks of a small stream, and here at early dawn that ambitious youth gathered a panful of glittering wet sand and rushed into the tent with it, almost out of breath. "Look here, Pod," he called excitedly. "See the strike I've made? The river bottom is yellow with gold." Then I heard Pod say, "Rich, I should say. Funny this placer hasn't been discovered before now." "Let's file a claim," said Coonskin. We can make $1,000,000 in 6 months." "Let's!" the Professor exclaimed. As soon as breakfast was over, both tenderfeet were trying their luck at panning gold. A cabin stood not far away, and presently there issued from it an old man who approached the Argonauts and sat on a log to watch them. "Your first experience at placer mining?" the stranger observed. For an instant both men looked confused. I could see that Coonskin didn't want to reveal his newly discovered fortune by the way he dumped his sand and said nothing. But Pod held on to a frying pan full of sand with one hand and reached for his revolver with the other to defend his claim. "Well, boys," observed the native, laughing, "you're going through jest what all tenderfeet do when they first strike these parts, try to wash gold dust out of mica. All the streams out here are filled with them glistening particles, but recollect, boys, all what glitters ain't gold. That you've got's called fool's gold." It was plain that Pod was disappointed, but the stranger gave him some good advice and a large Colorado diamond for a keepsake, then strolled away, leaving two sadder but wiser men. The road to Colorado Springs was a popular thoroughfare for bicyclists. Saturday afternoon, as we donks began the ascent of a long, steep, and winding incline, a din of voices and a whir of wheels suddenly sounded ahead, and a party of 50 or more young men and women in gala attire came speeding down toward us. As quickly as possible we donks turned out to the right. I think the bicyclists must have been English, for they steered to the left. In a minute it was all off. It happened that the leader of the wheel brigade saw us donks too late and tried to save himself by turning suddenly to his right. Result: tire off and man off. Sequel: a wild, rough and tumble conglomeration of sexes, as his followers mixed up with our party. Bicycles, donkeys, men, women, lunch baskets, packs, hats, petticoats, and cameras were distributed in all directions. The cries and shrieks of the bruised and frightened, together with the confusion of the wreckage, so terrified us donks that as soon as we could pick ourselves up we reared on our haunches and cavorted and brayed, and so help me Balaam, it was the worst mix-up I was ever in. When every man had assisted some one else's girl to her equilibrium, a council of war assembled to adjust grievances and repair machines. But the proceedings did not interest the Professor, for he hustled us donks uphill and out of sight as quickly as possible. The din of voices soon sounded in the distance like a swarm of yellow jackets. Colorado City was a gambling resort lying between Colorado Springs and Manitou. Our stop there was all too brief. While Pod and Coonskin were at feed, we donks stole down street to watch a "play." That was the time I regretted having eaten the $5 bill back in Iowa, for 3 times in succession the roulette ball dropped on my colors, and by compounding the principal and interest each time, I could have made a beautiful scoop which might have given us donks a high old time. Thence onward, Pike's Peak was the chief topic of discussion. To begin with, Pike's Peak is the largest mountain of its size in the world. Cats can't live 10 minutes on the summit before going crazy, and dogs even lose their bark at the timber line. I concurred with Pod that it would be a big feat to climb the peak. On the other hand, Cheese and Skates demurred from our opinion. Skates positively declined to leave the stable, and Cheese backed her up by putting both 4 feet in the manger. Damfino stood by Pod and me. She argued that when one has climbed to an elevation of 14,147 feet above sea level, he is likely to feel a blamed sight nearer heaven than he is ever apt to be again. The result was that Damfino and I alone accompanied the men on that adventuresome trip. Everything went well until we struck the cog track in Engelman's Canyon. It was the first experience for us donks in "hitting the ties." I did not fancy the route at all, but Pod, having seen a boy ride a native burro up the track, resolved to do no less. The first half mile was not steep, and the men rode us donks, but when we caught up with a party of men and women making the ascent, an ambitious boy grabbed my tail and allowed me the privilege of dragging him 100 yards before the Prof discovered him and dismounted. How I thanked the boy for his thoughtfulness. Damfino lagged behind. She had changed her mind. The consequence was we donks were driven ahead, and Coonskin no sooner hit Damfino a whack with the butt of his 6-shooter than she began to pace so fast none of us could keep up with her. When we came to the steep 25% grade, the men were winded. Not so we donks. The men called to us, but we would not listen. They threw stones at us, and we quickened our gait. The men couldn't run up grade to save their lives, whereas mountain climbing finds a donkey in his true element. "Ain't this fun?" exclaimed Damfino. "Never had such a picnic," I added. Well, Pod walked half the way from New York and prided himself on walking, and Coonskin had won medals for sprinting, so it looked to us a huge joke, and we just brayed. The next instant a locomotive bell sounded ahead, and I saw a train approaching from round a bend. We felt that we had the right of way, and we were much put out when the train refused to stop. We would not get off the track. It would be contrary to the nature of first class donkeys to do such a thing. Say, what wonderfully powerful things steam engines are! We got it in our heads that we could stop the train, if we didn't push it off the track. You just ought to have seen us pitch headlong down the bank of the canyon into the foaming torrent. It was a mighty plunge we made, I can tell you. Before we rose to the surface, the car stopped, and many of the passengers got off. The banks of the pool were so steep we couldn't climb out, and we had to swim and tread water to keep from drowning. Damfino brayed like a lunatic. I spouted like a geyser, and great excitement reigned among the tourists. Evidently nothing was doing for our immediate relief. The engineer was loudly refreshing Pod's memory that he had no right on the railroad bed with his donkeys, and the female passengers gesticulated wildly and condoled with Damfino and me for the deep predicament we were in. One facetious fellow asked if we jackasses were Baptists, and the professor told him he didn't know what denomination we formerly adhered to, but he believed that we were skeptics now. Presently our masters began to search for ropes and straps. Alas, all of them had been left behind. I was now through with coughing, but still weak and out of breath, while Damfino pumped logarithms of abuse at the cog train and exhorted me to keep swimming, advice entirely unnecessary. Finally the car steamed down to Manitou, and the sympathetic occupants called back that they would send aid. Coonskin was the first to come to his senses. Said he, "I can run. I'll run to the village for help," and away he went to beat the cars. This expedient awoke the Prof's dormant mind to an idea, and he began to roll rocks into the pool. At the same time he yelled something to us, but I couldn't wait to listen, for I ducked under water in the nick of time to dodge a half-ton boulder. It came within an inch of knocking all the bad character out of Damfino's head, and completely submerged us both. After that Pod was more careful, and instead of rolling one giant stone, he sent 2 middleweights down the bank in a manner to make us dive. I concluded Pod had gone daft. "For Balaam's sake, what you trying to do up?" I brayed loudly, but scarcely finished when I came within an ace of passing in my chips, as a gigantic pebble of the first water whizzed between our heads. Pod called back, "I'm lifting the bottom of the pool so you 2 can crawl out." I was astonished at such inventive faculty. A wonder we donks survived to tell it. Rolling stones may gather no moss, but they need a lot of looking after. It seemed hours before Coonskin returned. By this time I had found a footing so I could rest with my head out of water. "Why were you gone so long?" Pod asked as he sat himself on a rail to rest his windpipe. "Well," said the winded man, adjusting a lariat, "I hunted all over Manitou before I found the superintendent of the waterworks." "But what on earth did you want of him?" "I told him of the fix of our donks, and asked him to change the course of the stream till we could get them out of the pool." "You idiot! And what did he say?" "Oh, he was civil enough. Said he, 'If you would like to have the mountain moved a little to one side, I will have it put on jack screws without delay.'" Now it nettled me to listen to such nonsense while Damfino and I were refrigerating in ice water, and I brayed to the jester above, "Say there, you old fool, if you had only thought to have him pump the water out of the canyon above us, you might have furnished a little dry humor that we would have appreciated." The lariat was found to be of little service, but soon a couple of tourists arrived on the scene and assisted the two with their contract to raise the devil, as well as the bed of the torrent, and at length to extricate us water soaked donks from our unhappy predicament. Then we were taken to the stable, rubbed down, and put to bed. End of chapter 37. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 38 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 38, Sights in Cripple Creek by Pye Pod. It is the property of great men to rise to the height of great events. Victor Hugo. The city of Colorado Springs possesses many attractions and is growing in population and wealth. Here is a good-sized collection of pretty homes built on wide and well-shaded streets, where reside, beside the health hunter of independent means, the mining king, the wealthy ranch owner, the Eastern capitalist, and the English tourist or speculator. Friday morning we entered that picturesque Swiss-like hamlet of Manitou with flying colors. The summer tourists were either lounging on the broad verandas of the hotels or assembling for burro trips to the Garden of the Gods and other famous retreats in the mountains. Coonskin and I rode our favorite mounts to the principal hotels, Hiawatha Gardens and the Iron and Soda Springs, at which several places I delivered lectures to the amused tourists and reaped a small harvest. The Garden of the Gods is some distance from town, the popular drive being 14 miles from start to finish. To ride our slow steeds there would mean a sacrifice of a day's time, so after much prospecting I bargained with a garrulous but genial guide to drive us with his team to the Garden and Glen Eyre for the sum of $2. What a gay old ride that was, in a cushioned-seated carriage! I'll bet there wasn't 1 square inch of the seat that I didn't cover before I got back. Some way I couldn't seem to get in a comfortable position. The driver guide was very accommodating, and offered to go back to put a saddle on the seat for me to ride in, if I would but say the word. The Garden of the Gods is a picturesque and grotesque natural park, the rock formations of red and white sandstone resembling roughly most every bird and beast and human character imaginable. In fact, one old pioneer whom we met insisted that the place is the original Garden of Eden, and that when Adam and Eve were caught eating the sour apple, God caused the earth to cough, whereupon it threw up mountains of mud and petrified many fine specimens of the menagerie. The mountaineer struck me as something so unique in his make-up and mental get-up that I bribed him to accompany me and explain those wonderful exhibits of the earth's first zoo. "Now there is Punch and Judy," he said. "Most folk take them as sech." "I suppose you make out they are the stone mummies of Adam and Eve?" I interrogated, showing effusive interest. "Our first parents, sure as you're born," he returned with conviction. "And there yonder is the old washerwoman what's done up Eve's laundry." "But," I argued, "the Scripture says Eve didn't wear clothes, so she couldn't have had any washing." The man coughed. "Well, my young friend," he said, "I've lived many a good year, and in a heap of places, and seen a lot of females come inter the world, or seen 'em soon after they did come, but I never yet saw one come in dress, but yer can bet yer last 2-bit piece, from what I know of women, it didn't take Eve more time than she needed to catch her breath to change her mother Eve for a Mother Hubbard." Then the pioneer pointed out the kissing camels, the seal, and the bear, and the baggage room. "Are there any petrified elephants in this menagerie?" I asked. "I'm fond of big exhibitions." "No, no, there ain't no elephants here," said he, with a jerk of the head. "You see, when the mud was coughed up, they got so fast they left some of their trunks. That's them in the baggage room yonder." And he ha-ha-ha'd over this poor joke. As we passed successively the buffalo's head, the old Scotchman, the porcupine, the ant eater, the old man's wine cellar, and the Egyptian Sphinx, my guide enlightened us on geology, botany, and mineralogy far beyond my powers of understanding; but not desiring to reveal my ignorance, I listened attentively, and now and then gasped, "Well, I never! I do declare! Would you believe it?" and "Gracious sakes alive!" The gateway to the famous park lies between two giant towering rocks 300 to 400 feet in height, and further on the Balancing Rock, a mammoth mass of sandstone, appears to be on the verge of a fall. Before leaving the park with its myriad curiosities, I called upon the "fat man," who runs a bar, restaurant, curiosity shop, and miniature zoo. There, lying in a box, partially covered, was a sculptured figure of a Digger Indian, which some enterprising mortal must have buried, unearthed, and sold to the hoodwinked man for genuine petrified aboriginal meat. Rainbow Falls, Grand Caverns, Williams Canyon, Cave of the Winds, and Cheyenne Mountain Drive all had their particular attractions. On Cheyenne Mountain is the original grave of Helen Hunt Jackson, author of Ramona. It was about midnight when, with a small lunch in an improvised knapsack and revolvers in our belts, Coonskin and I began the ascent of Pike's Peak, the first attempt to do it having been so summarily defeated. By 1 A.M. we were well up Engelman's Canyon, and with the aid of a lantern we surveyed the wild and steep cog track with about the same pleasure one feels in descending a steep mine with a lighted candle. Higher and higher as we rose toward the starlit heavens, we found it more difficult to breathe and easier to freeze. At times the grade was so steep that we had to creep on our hands and knees to prevent sliding backward to Manitou. The so-called beautiful Lake Moraine looked disenchantingly black and icy, and the timber line, still far above us, seemed as elusive as a rainbow. We had to stop frequently to rest our knees and to breathe, for air up there was at a premium. Later on we built a fire of railroad ties and ate our lunch. By 4 o'clock we overtook others striving to make the climb, men, women, and small boys, whose chief aim in life evidently was to climb Pike's Peak. Some of them had started 12 hours before, others had been 24 hours climbing 7 miles, and from the questions they put to us were doubtless under the impression there was an error in the guide books, and that they had already tramped 50 miles from Manitou. The sunrise effects from the peak are marvelous, but Uncle Sol appeared to have as hard work in rising mornings as we travelers. The sunrise looked as uncertain as our arrival on the summit. Once we tarried to speculate on our chances of reaching the opposite side of Manitou in time to witness the event, then resumed tramping and creeping, puffing and blowing and snorting, and venting our wrath on Mr. Pike for discovering the peak, and made the turn to find the sun as tardy as ever, with no apparent inclination to rise. One old man we overtook told me he had been "nigh on to 20 year" climbing Pike's Peak, and hadn't climbed it yet. That gave me courage. I couldn't back out. It looked as if there were only one more turn to make, when about halfway around 3 shivering maidens sitting on a rock asked me most pathetically if I had seen any kindling wood about. My heart was touched. I replied that I had not, but would try to find some. I built a fire, and the girls were real nice to me and insisted that I share their cheese sandwiches. On arriving at the summit, I was just in time to see the most dazzlingly beautiful sunrise to be witnessed on earth. Arriving on the board walk in front of the summit house, I saw Coonskin thawing in the sun, fast asleep. Inside the house a young man lay on a sofa in a swoon for want of air. There is a golden opportunity for some enterprising man to transport barrels of air to an air-tight building on the peak, and sell it to patrons for $1 a pint. 100 gallons could have been sold that morning. I would have bought 50 myself. Wandering aimlessly and weakly, as if from that tired feeling, about the house and rocky-looking grounds were several dozen mountain climbers, shaking hands with themselves for having seen the sunrise, or examining the crater of the extinct volcano, or discussing the mysterious ingredients of their coffee cups in the only restaurant, which small concoctions cost 15 cents each. I haven't said what was in the cups. It was supposed to be coffee. I bought a cup, and forgetting that I had drunk it, bought another, and still I didn't make out what it was. Then I purchased another, and after I had finished 4 cups, began to have a suspicion of coffee. It cost me 60 cents. After resting an hour, we started back to Manitou. It was 2 p.m. before the footsore Pod and his lung-sore valet managed to get to their hotel. In less than an hour both became rational, and agreed that the first of them to mention Pike's Peak should instantly be deprived of breath. To those who boast of their ability to grow fat on beautiful scenery, I heartily commend the trail through the Pass, Divide, Cripple Creek, South Park, Leadville, and Aspen to Glenwood Springs, crossing Western and Independence Passes. First proceeding up Ute Canyon along the banks of the turbulent stream, and in the shadow of the towering cliffs, often in view and in hearing of the trains on the Colorado Midland, we passed the summer retreats of Cascade and Green Mountain Falls, at which places the tourists flocked from hotels, cottages, and tents to talk with Pod and Macaroni. Only a brief stop was made at Divide to enable me to replenish my larder. Then we hustled on toward the famous mining camp. Early every afternoon a thunder shower drenched our party. Once or twice the thunder in advance warned us so we could pitch tent and crawl under shelter. Thus our travels in that region were impeded. 3 miles beyond Gillette we climbed to Altman, said to be the highest incorporated town in the United States, some 13,300 feet above the sea. It rests literally on the summit and hangs down over the mountain sides, secure enough whenever and wherever there is a prospect hole with sufficient gold in it to serve the miners as a foothold and check their sliding further. The high altitude of the district makes it especially undesirable for women, causing nervous troubles. Even the male population are more or less excitable, and when prospectors think they have made a strike, some of them run about like lunatics. From Altman we took a tortuous trail, threading Goldfield, Independence, Victor, and Anaconda. The mountains about are honeycombed with prospect holes, or graves they might be properly called, for many of them contain buried hopes. From a distance they look like prairie dog towns, but occasional shaft houses and gallows frames rise here and there to give character to the mining region, while several railroad and electric car lines wind about the hills and gulches. Many of the cabins in these towns are built of logs. The streets look to have been surveyed by cows rather than engineers. As a rule, there is no symmetry to the thoroughfares, uphill and downhill, crooking and winding, crossing and converging, in a manner to puzzle a resident of a year. The situation of most of the habitations seems to have been governed by the location of the claim of each house owner. This great camp got its name from two circumstances occurring when the locality was known for no other virtue than a grazing place for cattle. One day, on the banks of the creek that trickled through the present site of Cripple Creek, a man broke his leg, and the following day a cowboy was thrown from his bronco and had his arm broken. Someone, seeing both accidents, said, "I reckon we'd better call this place Cripple Creek." So the noted camp was christened. End of chapter 38. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 39 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 39. Baby Girl Named for Pod by Mac Aroni. You do ill to teach the child such words. He teaches him to kick and to hack, which they'll do fast enough of themselves, and to call harum, fie upon you. Merry Wives of Windsor. Frequently since crossing the Mississippi, Pod had received letters from proud parents informing him that they had named their latest boy after him. At that time in Cripple Creek, several boys ranging from a day to 6 weeks old, whose destinies were thought to be promising, were afflicted with my master's ponderous name. A little green-eyed Irish girl 5 days old was named Pythagorina Podina Mulgari. The happy father called personally on Pod and asked him to act as godfather at the baptismal service Sunday afternoon. The impressive ceremony took place at the cabin of Miss Pythagorina, as the aged grandmother wished to witness it. Pod said he was somewhat embarrassed about attending, since he had forgotten almost all his Latin, but he arranged with one of the pall-bearers to give him nudges and kicks when it was expected of him to make a response, and so he got through fairly well, better than the kid did. He said the babe was an unruly child, and kicked so frantically when the priest took her in his arms that 2 flatirons were tied to its feet to keep them down. It was simply nervousness, because the high altitude affected the child's nerves. So when the priest was handed the tiny thing in swaddling clothes, and held it over the barrel that served as the font, the poor girl was frightened and squirmed, and suddenly slipped out of the priest's arms into the barrel, and sank out of sight. There was great excitement and surprise, because the flatirons didn't float, and the undertaker, or what you call him, overturned the barrel of water and set everybody afloat, drenching the sponsors and guests. Pod said the scene was without a parallel. He was soaked to his equator. The half-christened, half-drowned Pythagorina Podina was picked up from the flood with a tablespoon, and the ceremony finished. Then she was rolled on the barrel to get all the water out of her, and put to bed with hot flatirons at her feet to prevent croup and mumps. Then the wake broke up. I don't believe the child understood a word that the priest said. Pod didn't. That night he got up a fine supper and invited some old friends. He bought a big porterhouse steak, thick and tender, and personally broiled it on his patent folding stove. Just when everything was on the table, and the guests were finding stones and tin plates to sit on, Don, not having had a thing to eat for an hour, coolly pulled the hot steak off the platter and dropped it on the ground. Pod didn't say anything, though, but just forked it on to the platter and scraped off some dried grass and a sliver and a bug, and carved it up, and generously put it on the ladies' plates. The ladies looked at the dog and then at Pod, not knowing which to thank. Then, feeling sensitive about accepting the best part of the steak, insisted upon Pod's having one of their pieces, and Coonskin the other, and both men, being kind and gallant, accepted the compliment, and all fell to eating. But the guests didn't eat much. They said they had just had dinner. You could see plainly from their appetites that they were telling the truth. After supper, Don feasted on the tougher parts of the steak, and we donks were fed the scraps of potatoes and bread and tinned tomato and peach cans. When the banquet was over, the guests went home. Pod devoted Monday morning to business, and took in a good stock of supplies. And after lunch we set out on the trail to Florissant, about 20 miles away. About 6 o'clock we went into camp on the margin of a famous petrified forest. Pod objected at first because of the scarcity of firewood. "Lots of petrified wood chips lying around," I remarked, "and they'll last. Ordinary wood burns up too fast." "Bright idea!" exclaimed Pod, and Coonskin went to work gathering petrified wood for the supper fire. "The only trouble will be in starting the fire," said Pod. "Just as soon as it's once going, it ought to burn smoothly enough. Might pour coal oil on the chips. What do you say, Coonskin?" Coonskin's opinion didn't benefit Pod much. His hardwood fire wasn't very satisfactory, but with some dry brush the men got the meal under way. Next morning we visited the noted petrified stump, measuring upwards of 45 feet in circumference. Several saws were embedded in it, for many futile attempts had been made to take off some slices for the Denver Exposition. It has been estimated by various ornithologists, botanists, and entomologists that the stump is millions of years old. I think they were guessing at it, for I couldn't see the rings, and even if I had seen them with a telescope, a fellow couldn't live long enough to count them. We journeyed until 10 at night, stopping at Florissant only a few minutes to buy a crate of peaches. Several times I had a suspicion that we had been misdirected. When we came to the end of a narrow wood road, I was sure of it. We went into camp, and before breakfast a timberman called on us. "You can trail through the timber to Pemberton," said he to Pod, "and then cut through to Fairplay, or you can go back the way you came." "What do you say?" Pod inquired, turning to Coonskin. "I think best to go through the woods," said the valet. So we were headed for the timber. Our tramp through the forest I cannot soon forget. Up and down the rocky heights, through thickets of quaking asp and pine, tangled roots and fallen trees, we climbed and panted and coughed and brayed for some 4 miles, when we stopped for a rest, and realized we were lost. Coonskin said he was an experienced woodsman, and would blaze the trees so we would get out again. Wonderful the amount of learning he had gleaned from dime novels. He lagged behind to do the blazing, and pretty soon I smelt smoke. The Professor snuffed. "Smells as if the woods were on fire somewhere," hinted Pod. "Look behind you, they are!" I exclaimed, and Pod caught that erudite valet backwoodsman in the act of setting a tree on fire with oil and matches. Fortunately for us, the wind wasn't blowing strong, but we had to change our course some and hustle faster, for the blazing trail chased us. Coonskin learned a new lesson and turned down the corner of the page so he'd recollect it. After Pod had explained the meaning of the word blaze in this case, the fellow was more put out than the fire. At length we struck a trail which led to a couple of cabins in the canyon. A board sign informed us it was simply Turkey Creek. I couldn't see any turkeys, but there was good pasturage around. The hot trip through the timber made us all hungry. It was 3 o'clock when we donks were picketed and allowed to graze. Then Coonskin went fishing. He said he had seen some trout in the stream. By supper time he had caught a nice mess. Pod said he would fry the fish, and went at it so enthusiastically that he forgot to put the bag of cornmeal back in its place. After the meal was over, he began to look around for the bag. It was nowhere to be found. I had eaten the cornmeal and bag. It was comical how those two men puzzled their brains about that missing commodity. When Coonskin detected some meal stamped in the ground, Pod pointed at me and said, "That's the thief there." Next morning Coonskin was the first to return from fishing, and looked much excited. When Pod returned, he told him he had seen huge bear tracks. He was going bear hunting. Pod laughed at him. "Now let me tell you," said the boy, "we aren't likely to get any big game on this trip if you are looking and gunning for it. That was my experience in the woods of Wisconsin. The men at the sawmill said we should see bear in this forest, but where are they? It's my opinion if we loiter around this here canyon a day without guns, we will see a bear pretty soon. A silver tip would be a boon to you, Prof. Its skin would fetch $50 or more. Let's look for bear." "What would you do if you saw a bear?" Pod asked. "Well, now, leave that to me," said Coonskin. "In the first place, it would be worth a hair's breadth escape to see one wild. I've only seen bears in circuses, or traveling chained to Italians. In the second place, I can run. I've plenty of medals for sprinting. But if I saw a real bear, I could beat all records." Pod looked at me, and I looked at Pod. I hadn't anything to say on the subject. It didn't interest me as much as it did Coonskin. Pod went fishing that afternoon with a gun, and took the whole arsenal along with him, including the axe. Somewhere about 5 o'clock Pod came into camp with a good mess of trout. After cleaning the fish, he took off his guns, and laid down on the grass and wondered if that crazy valet had run across any more bear tracks. He wasn't there long when suddenly I heard yells issuing from the canyon downstream, round the bend. The shouting sounded nearer every second, and I soon distinguished Coonskin's voice. Pod got up from the ground excitedly. "Coonskin's in trouble, plain enough," said Pod aloud to himself. "I must run to his aid." So he started on a trot downstream to the bend, and then quickly turned, falling all over himself, and ran toward the cabins faster than I ever saw him run before or since. And immediately Coonskin came flying into view with the biggest bear at his heels I ever want to see. That sight paralyzed me. I couldn't get onto my feet for a minute or two. Then I broke the rope and kited up the canyon 100 yards, where, behind a tree, I waited to see the interesting finish. End of chapter 39. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 40 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 40. Treed by a Silver-tip Bear by Pye Pod. Who dared touch the wild bear's skin? Ye slumbered on while life was in. Scott. How fast a man can run when he knows he's got to win a race. There was one time in my life when "can't" was an obsolete word in my vocabulary. It was when that silvertip granted Coonskin's chief desire in the field of adventure. "Shoot him! Shoot him!" cried the angler, as he fairly flew past me, heading for the first cabin. But I had neither time nor gun to shoot. When I heard the bruin at my heels, I switched off to the left and ran 3 times around the second cabin before I realized the bear had taken a stronger fancy to my comrade. It seems he had chased Coonskin around the cabin several times, until the man dived in the door and head first out the window. Bruin followed in, but remained. He smelled the fragrant peaches. Coonskin, however, under the impression that Bruin was still after him, ran twice around the cabin before he climbed a tree. Meanwhile, I, having climbed a tree close to the cabin, descended to the cabin roof. I knew Silvertips couldn't climb trees, so I felt safe. The sudden shuffle of my feet on the gravel-covered roof disturbed the peace of the present incumbent, and out he came, rose on his haunches, and looked about to see what was up. I was immovable. Back into the cabin went Brother Bruin, and began to break up things generally. Then followed a few moments of dreadful silence. Not a sound issued from Coonskin's tree. He was probably trying to recover his breath and reason. Night soon fell upon us. It gets dark early in the canyons, and the mercury falls fast. I was chilly, for I shivered frightfully. The blankets and guns were on the ground just outside the cabin. "Let's flip a coin to see which of us goes down for a gun," suggested Coonskin from his tree, but I did not take him seriously. "Don't you wish you had taken the fish line off your rod?" he added. "You could fish up a blanket and keep from freezing." "By jingo!" I exclaimed. "I have my line, and I'll try it." At once I fashioned a fish pole out of a pine bough, and after much patience secured the only blanket within reach. Then winding it around myself, I lay as snug as possible, but couldn't go to sleep. That was the longest night I ever experienced. How long we should be kept off the earth was an unpleasant speculation. Once I called to Coonskin not to go to sleep and tumble out of the tree, but he answered that he was so stuck up with pitch he couldn't fall. Our hopes were low, when suddenly about 7 o'clock, from the canyon below appeared a man in the rough garb of a mountaineer, with a rifle across his shoulder and a hunting knife in his belt. As he was about to pass, I hailed him. The hunter stopped, looked my way, approached to within a few feet of the cabin, and said a cheery "Good morning." I responded in a mood still more cheery. "What you doing up there, smoking? Had breakfast, I reckon?" "No, I haven't cooked yet this morning," I returned. "Glad to hear that. Haven't et yet myself. Got enough to go around?" he asked, shifting a cut of tobacco from one side to the other. "Don't know about that," I said. "You'll have to ask the boss. He's inside." As the rugged-looking huntsman approached the cabin door, I held my breath, but I rose to my feet when I actually saw the hunter's hat rise on his uplifted hair as he looked into the cabin door. With the quickness and coolness that comes to one habituated to solitary life in the wilds, he put his Sharps rifle to his shoulder, aimed, and fired. There was a second report, followed by a tremendous thud, and the sound of something within struggling for life and vengeance. The hunter had no sooner fired than he dodged and stood ready for a second charge, but that was not needed. "Come down," he said to me with a grim smile. "I'm boss here now." I slid off the roof, and Coonskin, to the man's surprise, appeared from his lofty perch. Then we introduced ourselves. While I thanked the hunter for his kind offices and welcomed him to breakfast, Coonskin began to prepare the meal. Our guest explained that he was a bee hunter. "When a bear meets the bee hunter searching for a bee tree, Brother Bruin says, 'Excuse me, but I'm working this here side of the trail. You just take the other side.' Then the bee hunter says, 'Pardon, my friend Mr. Bear, but I'm working both sides of this particular trail. Just throw up your paws.'" The bee hunter chuckled over the practical joke played on him, and said, as it came from a tenderfoot, he'd take it in good part, but if it had been a backwoodsman that played such a game, he'd settle with the bear and the man in the same fashion. His words and manner startled me. The bee hunter rose from the log, and drawing his knife, dropped on his knee and began to skin the bear as if he thought he owned it. "You needn't bother about skinning it for us," I said. "We're quite satisfied that you killed it." The man eyed me. "This bear belongs to me, if you want to know," he said. "How is it you're a bear?" Coonskin asked, when he came to announce breakfast. "You shot it, but in our cabin." "That don't make no difference, and I don't intend to argue the question," came the positive retort. "I say he's mine. Who says he ain't?" I suddenly felt a bee in my bonnet. "The ayes have it," I said. That stopped the debate, but I could see blood in Coonskin's eye when he ushered us to breakfast. Before we had finished, my nervy valet asked our guest if he played poker. "Yes, some," the hunter drawled. "If there's money in it, I'll jine you in a game." What could Coonskin have in mind to challenge this rough mountaineer to a game of cards? He had often boasted of his skill at poker. Now he cleared the table and brought forth the cards he had carried away from Iowa, and motioning the bee hunter to a seat, the two cut for the deal. From my seat beside Coonskin I discovered a little round mirror hanging on the wall behind the hunter opposite. It was the one my valet had purchased in Denver. Where he sat he could see the hunter's hand reflected in the glass. I felt if he were detected in this underhand game it would go ill with both of us. So put both revolvers in my belt and kept mum. This was an interesting game. "Lend me some change," said Coonskin. I threw him my bag of silver. Then he added, "Pod, you count out the matches here for chips and act as banker." So I was drawn into the game. The first few hands were very ordinary and caused no excitement. But finally the bee hunter arched his eyebrows. I knew he must have a fine hand or a bluff in store for his tenderfoot opponent. He bet heavily, but Coonskin raised the ante every time. Suddenly what had been in Coonskin's mind all the time was revealed. "Lend me $50," said he to me, and to the bee hunter added, "I'll lay this roll of bills against the bearskin and call you." "I'll go you," said the bee hunter. When both men laid down their hands, I had taken down the mirror and hid it in my pocket. "Beaten by 4 jacks, I'll be damned!" the outraged mountaineer exclaimed, pounding his fist on the table, and regarding his 4 10-spots with grim disfavor. Coonskin grinned from ear to ear as he swept in the money. Said he, "Macaroni, cheese, Damfino, and skates, I swear by them every time. Whenever I get that hand, I'm billed to win." "So you're traveling on them jacks," remarked the defeated partner. "No, not exactly," Coonskin returned as he rose from his seat. "The jacks I'm traveling with are out of doors. These are their tintypes." The bee hunter looked chagrined enough, but he took the thing as a matter of course, apparently never dreaming that he had been actually buncoed by a boy tenderfoot. Presently he rose, and shouldering his rifle, made his departure without thanking us for our hospitality. I hoped sincerely he would find his bee tree and harvest a rich reward. I told Coonskin he was a brick. He accepted his winnings modestly, and fell to finishing the task of skinning the bear. It was a fine skin. After salting it and wrapping it in gunny sacks, I packed our luggage while Coonskin saddled the donkeys. Shortly after noon we reached the road that was already familiar to us, and 5 hours later arrived in Florissant. It was sundown when we went into camp. I had lost 3 days, but I had been fully compensated by the pleasures of angling and bear hunting. Next day we were off for Leadville in good season. My animals seemed to be in fine traveling form. By sunset we arrived in South Park. It was Saturday. There we enjoyed the hospitality of a deserted, floorless cabin, where, sheltered from the wind, we could eat without swallowing an inordinate amount of sand. Close by was a fine spring, so we resolved to remain until Sunday afternoon. We were awakened at dawn by a bevy of magpies perched on the tent. Coonskin was so annoyed that he crept to the door and shot the chief disturber. in spite of the bad luck promised him by a popular legend. South Park is one of 3 great preserves in Colorado. There once roamed buffalo, deer, elk, antelope, and wolves, while on the mountains bordering the valley were quantities of mountain sheep. A few deer, sheep, and bear are said to be still found in that section. Coyotes are heard nightly, and the evening we trailed out of the park, a traveler with a prairie schooner said he'd seen 2 gray wolves. Our afternoon trip through the park was a painful one. Mosquitoes attacked us from every quarter, and it was mosquito netting, pennyroyal, and kerosene alone that saved our lives. When we consider that Mosquito Pass, the highest pass of the Rockies, 13,700 feet, was named after a mosquito, we may derive some idea of the size of the insect. Late in the night, when after brief stops at 2 sheep ranches run by Mexicans and another at a small settlement, we entered the canyon. It required 2 days of hard climbing to cross Western Pass. The snow-capped peaks of the range looked grand and beautiful, and the noisy streams in the canyons leading from the summit on both sides were stocked with trout. The morning we trailed out of the canyon into the Arkansas Valley was clear and lovely. After traveling some distance up the valley, the smoke of the Leadville smelters burst into view, and a mile beyond, the city itself could be seen nestling against the towering mountains. This famous mining camp gave us royal welcome. The report in the papers that Pye Pod would lecture that evening drew an enthusiastic throng, applauding and crowding closely about the donkeys, all eager for the chromos that Coonskin sold while I talked. Next morning we crossed the valley and pitched camp on the banks of Twin Lake, 2 lovely sheets of water at the mouth of the canyon leading to Independence Pass. This pass is one of the loftiest of the Continental Divide, that snowy range from which the rivers of Western America flow east or west through undisputed domains. Trailing up, the ascent gradually became very precipitous, and the trail a severe trial. Over this pass climbed the overland stages and freighting wagons with their 4- and 8-horse teams. It was in ante-railroad days a popular route, and the now deserted cabins of Independence once composed a lively mining camp. Although the trail was kept in good order, yet wagons and teams frequently toppled over the narrow trail, and mules, horses, and passengers met their death on the rocks below. We men walked to relieve our animals, and arrived at the summit at sundown. Looking backward for 6 or 7 miles, the view surpassed in grandeur any scene of the kind I had ever viewed. The streams appeared to be spun from liquid fleece from the mountain sides, and tumbled and foamed over the rocks and fallen trees in its bed until it looked like a strand of wool in 100 snarls. While resting, a heavy snow squall descended and drove us on across the pass into the western canyon for shelter. This canyon surpassed in grandeur and size the other. Knowing our sure-footed steeds would keep the trail much better than we, Coonskin and I got in the saddle, but more than once I nearly went over Mac's head. When we had proceeded only a mile below the summit, the trail became particularly narrow and rocky. To the right protruded from the bank a great boulder, and to the left sloped a deep and sheer precipice, to which only the roots and stumps of trees could cling. Here my valet dismounted. I should have done likewise. Mac considered a moment whether or not to descend further, then made a sudden dive, shying from the declivity and striking the rock on our right, and was jarred off his feet, falling with me over the edge of the trail. Down and over we rolled toward the yawning gulf some 40 feet before we caught on a stump and stopped. That was a dreadful moment for me. For a time I lay still, not daring to excite Mac. Carefully I extricated myself from my perilous position, and held my donkey's head down till Coonskin got the ropes from Damfino's pack and came to my relief. In time the other 3 donkeys pulled Macaroni up onto the trail. We pitched camp, and Sunday morning continued down the trail, which soon presented difficulties still more discouraging. The numerous springs had necessitated corduroy roads, often hundreds of feet in extent, but these had been so long in general disuse that the logs had rotted away in places. Frequently Coonskin and I dismounted and repaired the corduroy breaches with fallen trees, thereby losing much time. By dark my outfit had made but 3 miles. In the darkness of evening we came to the empty cabins of old Independence, whose single inhabitant called to us from his doorway as we passed. At last we arrived at an old time stage house. It was now temporarily tenanted by fishermen from Aspen, who asked us to spend the night with them. I accepted. Soon my animals were feeding on the fresh grass bordering a spring near by, and Coonskin and I seated at the hot repast our hosts had quickly provided. The house was large, with a high roof and a dirt floor. A great fire blazed in the center, lending comfort to the cozy quarters. The anglers had spread their blankets in one end of the shack, and we pitched our tent in the other, and soon all fell to sleep, while the fishermen likely continued to swap lies till a late hour. The last remarks I heard almost made me cry. "I don't think it would do for me to go to hell, Pa," said the lad of the party. "Why?" queried the sire. "Oh," said the boy, "the light would hurt my eyes so I couldn't sleep." Getting an early morning start, we trailed down and out of the long canyon into Roaring Fork Valley, and at 4 o'clock arrived in Aspen, a famous silver camp of early days. A crowd soon gathered, and I had no sooner announced a street lecture for that evening than the news began to spread all over town. Here supplies must be bought, some business transacted under my advertising contract, and Mac shod. For the first time that jackass kicked the blacksmith. When I reprimanded him, he claimed the man had pounded a nail in his hoof almost to the knee, and added for the smith's benefit, "Shoe an ass with ass's shoes, but set them with horse sense," which I thought sound philosophy. At the appointed hour and place for my lecture, the street was choked with an eager audience. Coonskin had been instructed to have the donkey there, saddled and packed, by 8 sharp. They failed to appear. So impetuous and enthusiastic were the crowding, cheering citizens that I mounted a block and began to talk. Suddenly I was interrupted by a shout, "The donkeys are coming!" and at once the crowd became so hilarious that I had to cease speaking till my outfit arrived. "Macaroni! Mac-a-roni! Damfino! Cheese!" echoed and re-echoed, as a number of boys ran to meet the donks. It occurred to me that Coonskin might soon have his hands full, so I hastened to his side. But ere I arrived, my handsome Colt's revolver was stolen from its holster, buckled to Mac's saddle horn. As Coonskin was riding Cheese and trailing the others, he could not guard against the theft, but I blamed him for not heeding my instructions always to leave the guns at my headquarters. It was the only article lost by theft on my journey. The 4 marshals on duty hoped to recover the revolver and forward it to me, but I never received it. When I had finished my lecture, Judge Shanks passed his hat and handed me a liberal collection. And as my outfit trailed out of town toward Roaring Fork, a young man wheeled up with us and gave me a silver nugget scarf pin. In Aspen, as in Leadville, I disposed of many photos. It was a fine evening, and I was promised a smooth trail through to Glenwood Springs. We were to travel 10 miles that night, and hence would need to sleep late next day. So I advised Coonskin to set the alarm clock, just purchased, for 10 a.m. End of chapter 40. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmont, North Carolina.
Chapter 41 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 41. Nearly Drowned in the Rockies, by Macaroni. And riding down the bank, he spurred into the water. The Fair God. When, at the conclusion of Pod's Aspen lecture, he gave the signal for our outfit to move on, I breathed a sigh of relief. I abhor crowds. I despise shoemakers. They say that an ingrown nail is painful. An impounded nail is worse. Pod said he wouldn't care if I had lockjaw, for then I'd have to keep my mouth shut. "You ordered Bridget to call us at 8 in the morning, didn't you?" Pod asked of his valet, when we were a mile out of town. "I did that," Coonskin replied. Who could Bridget be? Surely the turtle, Bill, hadn't changed his name. I'd hate to have him pull me out of bed. "Have the men got a woman stowed away in their luggage?" queried Cheese. "I hear 'em talking of some biddy." "It's scandalous!" exclaimed Miss Damfino, and Miss Skates said she thought so too. These words were hardly spoken when, about 8 o'clock, we were strolling peacefully down the trail along the high bank of Roaring Fork River in the darkness. Something with a shrill voice suddenly began to scream and kick up a terrible racket in one of my saddlebags, electrifying my whole being. Was Pod bewitched? Or was some demon upon me? I asked both questions at once, and not waiting for an answer, ran through the darkness blind with terror. Ears back, tail out straight, and legs spinning, I failed to see the trail, or hear my master's "Whoas!" I only thought the devil was after me, and I flew through the air like a meteor. Soon the trail turned to the right, but I kept on straight ahead, and suddenly tumbled, tail over ears, down the steep bank into the rushing river, my master still holding on to reins and saddle horn. How deep I dived I can't say. The dampness poured into my ears and mouth and drowned my thoughts, and just when I had begun to think of my past life, I came to the surface with that demon still yelling and clinging to the saddle or to Pod. Then a terrific jerk on my bit brought me to my senses, and I swam to the nearest shore. It was a long, hard pull. Pod clung to me as though I were a life buoy, but when I climbed onto the bank, out of breath, the screaming demon chased me halfway up to the trail. Pod's mouth was a flame of fire, but aimed more at Coonskin than at me. Reckon he thought me too wet to burn. The whole outfit, including dog and turtle, awaited us with bated breath. "We found out who Bridget is," said Cheese, laughing. "To the devil with Bridget," I retorted. "What in the name of Balaam was that after us?" "The new alarm clock, you fool," replied Cheese. I was too full for utterance, too full of water. The professor was a sight, even in the darkness. Never saw him so mad. "Didn't you know that if at 6 o'clock you set the alarm for 8 in the morning, it would ring at 8 in the evening?" he vociferated, wildly gesticulating at his scared and speechless attendant. Cautiously through the darkness we proceeded for a couple of miles, Pod walking to prevent taking cold, he said. Then we were steered to an old cedar stump, where we camped. Bridget's alarming voice had made a fearful impression upon me. Several times on the way to camp I imagined a demon was after me, and shied into the sage. Why, I've seen roosters and hens chase all over a half-acre lot and jump a fence after losing their heads, simply from nervousness. The cedar stump was set ablaze, and as soon as Pod had pitched the tent, he began walking around it dressed in his only suit of clothes, trying to get thoroughly dry. He was not in a good mood to talk with, so I kept aloof. Next morning the valley and the mountains hemming it in revealed a beautiful and bountiful nature. Although alfalfa seemed to be the chief crop, fields of wheat and oats waved in the breeze. It was August. The harvest had hardly begun. The verdure on the mountains was not less lavish in its rare autumnal tintings than were the internal colorings of the hills with metals: copper, lead, silver, and gold. Now the trail would hug the river so closely I could hear the roaring flood, and again the current would sink beyond reach of ear or eye, suddenly to burst upon us later. The sun grew hotter with every hour's travel. The trail became more dusty. The prickly sage looked more browned and withered. One evening, under the screen of darkness, the men pitched camp conveniently near to an alfalfa field, haystack, and potato cellar. The sage, while much seared by the sun, was yet too young and green to burn, so when Coonskin dropped the 2 large boards in front of the tent Pod was elated. The fellow said he had unroofed a tater cellar. In view of the shady deed, Pod kindled the fire on the shady side of the tent and proceeded to cook the supper. We hadn't time to make our escape next morning before we heard the rattle of a wagon approaching. Presently a team of horses driven by a short, morose-looking, black-whiskered farmer stopped right in front of camp. Instinct told me he was the owner of the property we had squatted on and intended to make trouble. Pod was seldom embarrassed, but when so, he appealed to Coonskin's wit and gall for the desired relief. The man climbed out of the wagon and walked toward the tent until he saw Don, and stopped short. Coonskin winked slyly at Pod and me under his hat brim, and said to our caller, "Walk right in, sir, and make yourself miserable. The dog won't hurt you." Then Pod said, "A good morning," sweet and juicy. The stranger's sharp eyes surveyed the remaining board and the cremation ashes of the departed, and nodded sourly. I was now saddled, and Coonskin was buckling on his belt with revolvers and hunting knife. Said he to our guest, "This traveling round the world on a bet ain't what it's cracked up to be." "Reckon not," retorted the stranger, and he asked, "Big bet?" "No, only $15,000." The stranger grunted, as he mentally appraised the value of his lumber, and then regarded the men as if he wanted to put a price on their heads. "Wouldn't been so bad," Coonskin resumed, "if one of our original party hadn't got scalped by Eskimos when crossing the Arabian desert." "I want to know," the stranger exclaimed. "How did it happen?" As he spoke, he sat down near the board and whittled a stick, now and then eyeing Coonskin with overdue interest. "Well, you see," the valet began, "we were trailing on the desert at night, because the sun in India is so hot, when he suddenly hailed what we took to be a caravan, but instead of one outfit there were 3, all of 'em enemies of each and t'other, Hottentots, Spaniards, and Solomon Islanders, all at loggerheads. Say, weren't we in a nice mess?" "'Pears so," the farmer ejaculated, with rapt phiz. "At once all tried to capture us," Coonskin continued, "but pretty soon fell to fighting among themselves, and that's how we escaped. But Jack got shot." Coonskin looked as if he had lost his last friend. "Poor Jack," muttered Prof, shaking his head sorrowfully. I saw plainly the story had touched the stranger's heart. "Purty sad, wasn't it, boys?" he commented. "Didn't ye have no shooting irons along?" he asked. "Should say we did, a whole battery," said the valet. "We shot several of the black demons," here waxing excited as he recalled the harrowing spectacle. "But what was 1,000 of them compared with one Jack?" And Coonskin tickled me in the ribs. "Ner 100 Jacks," returned the farmer absent-mindedly, and looking thoughtful. Then Pod said it was time to be going, and offered to pay the farmer for the board he had much enjoyed, but the latter said he didn't want no pay, and after offering Pod and Coonskin his plug of tobacco, clambered into his wagon and drove off. Then we made for Glenwood Springs. End of Chapter 41.
Chapter 42 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 42. Donkey Shoots the Chutes by Pye Pod. You may nail it on the paling as a mighty risky plan, to set your judgment on the clothes that cover up a man. It's a risky piece of business, for you'll often come across a $50 saddle on a $20 horse. Old Saw. We reached Glenwood Springs the week of the annual races, and I piloted my outfit to a prominent corner in town. At once a crowd gathered. After making a few remarks about my trip and promising a lecture before leaving town, I inquired for the leading hotel. "The Colorado," answered a chorus. Then a man in shirt sleeves, sombrero, and high boots edged to my side and whispered, "Prof, there's a dollar house t'other end of town. The tax is $5 a day at the Colorado." "How much can I make at the dollar house?" I asked. My informant shrank into his clothes. "I don't believe you can make your salt," he answered. I left my outfit and rode Mac to the post office. I had not been indoors long before I heard loud cheers and laughter in the street. I rushed out, thinking somebody was making sport with my donkey, and was surprised to see Don leading by the reins that incorrigible flirt, Macaroni, up street toward the post office. He had strolled to the next corner to make the acquaintance of a prepossessing donk of the opposite sex, and my favorite dog, conscious of his responsibilities, was doing his duty. The town is situated on the east bank of the Grand River. Across, some distance from the water, stands the Hotel Colorado. An iron bridge spans the stream, and across it I led my caravan to the hotel in time for dinner. As I dismounted, the guests on the veranda hurried to the railing and whispered to one another. I paid no heed, but giving my valet instructions to care for my animals, hurried in. The clerk extended his hand in greeting. "Just on time," said he. "Lunch is awaiting you." I shall never forget the sensation I caused when I entered the dining room. A sweeping glance detected every eye upon me. I sat at the nearest table, opposite two dudes who almost choked to death when I reached for the menu card. Even the pretty waitresses stopped, as if struck. One of the poor girls dropped a tray of dishes. Every countenance said plainly, "How did it drift in?" Several pretty girls at the next table, seasonably gowned in silks and muslins, whispered and giggled audibly. Presently the dudes considered there wasn't room for us three at the table, and changed their seats so precipitately that one of them stumbled over the legs of his chair and broke his fall by first breaking a cup. As they now faced the pretty girls, their prospect was more inviting, if not picturesque. My hair and beard were long. One of my coat sleeves threatened to come off with the slightest cough or sneeze, and I looked like one who had experienced hardship and rough traveling. This is a treat, I thought, as I divided my interest between the diners opposite and my menu card. I was famished. The waitresses kept aloof from me. Suddenly my ear caught the words spoken by one of the dudes. "He acts as if he owned the dining room and had first bid on the hotel." I smiled. Just then I felt a hand on my shoulder, and recognized the head waiter, who a moment before had left the room, probably to see the hotel clerk. He was all smiles as he asked if I was being waited upon, and I said I was not. I beg your humble pardon," he stammered, and off he danced. The next minute a half-dozen waitresses were assailing me for my order. Finally I was lavishly served, and then there was dissatisfaction at the next table. The dudes began to complain because that hobo received every attention while they were neglected. Having received an invitation to the races, I did not tarry longer than necessary. I was sure things would be different when I returned for dinner. And such a change as there was! I was assigned to a table at which was a bevy of girls and 2 or 3 gentlemen. My seat had evidently been reserved for me by request. I didn't have to wait for the waitresses to pass me things. The girls did that. I was treated like a hero, and almost embarrassed with attentions. When I retired to dress for the ball given in my honor by the young women of Glenwood, I fell in a chair and laughed till my sides ached. What fun the study of human nature does afford! The evening paper stated that the famous donkey traveler, Professor Pythagoras Pod, would be the guest of the evening, and was expected to appear in traveling clothes, spurs, and belt guns. And so I attired myself, arriving at the hall at 8:30, and was at once introduced to one and all at the fair gathering. I danced myself completely out. When supper was announced, I was glad. Had I traveled 30 miles that day, I couldn't have felt more fatigued. It was almost 11 o'clock when I set out for my hotel. One of the attractions at the Colorado is the great out-of-doors natatorium between the river and the hotel. I had hardly crossed the bridge when I heard Mac's bray issuing from that quarter. The darkness and thick foliage obscured the view, but I heard splashing of water and laughter and another wild bray, and concluded some mischief was on the boards among the college students who were guests of the hotel. Quickening my pace, I stole through the shrubbery to the reservoir, and beheld a sight to cause me fright. There was a high chute beside the natatorium, and a staircase for the bathers to climb to the top to shoot the chutes. There, almost at the top of the stairs, was my misused donkey, being carried to the source of the water raceway by several young men, the donkey braying and kicking frantically, the men struggling in the throes of smothered laughter as well as with their asinine burden. By the time I had collected my senses, Mac was deposited on the platform. "Hi there!" I yelled at the top of my voice. "Drop that donkey, you ruffians!" They dropped him, and down he came, tobogganing over the slippery watery chute, over and over, and landing in the pond flat on his back. It didn't take long for Mac to finish his bath. When he rose to the surface he snorted and brayed louder than ever, and in swimming about to find a place he could climb out, he chased every bather on to land. One of the men got a rope, and several others assisting, pulled the frightened animal out. Without stopping to discuss the affair, I led Mac to his corral. The following morning a committee persuaded me to deliver a lecture to the guests of the hotel. A notice was posted announcing Pod's lecture to be delivered at 2 p.m. on the broad veranda in front of the hotel office. I talked in my happiest vein. The interest manifested by my fair auditors would have inspired any lecturer. I concluded with these words: "It is very gratifying for me to know so many are interested in Mac A'Rony's welfare. I hope to take him through with me to the Pacific. I do not like it to appear that I, while a guest of the hotel, am taking undue advantage of its privileges, but if there are any among you who desire a souvenir of our novel trip, I have a few pictures which may be procured at 25 cents each. I now formally bid you all adieu." The souvenirs went like hot cakes. Presently a sweet girl who had purchased 3 pictures, with beaming eyes and winsome smile, asked, "Oh, Mr. Pod, won't you please put your autograph on these photos?" "Certainly," I replied, "but each signature will cost 25 cents extra." I said it just to see how it would take. "Of course, I'll be glad to pay for the autographs," the maid returned, and handed me the photos to sign, and I was kept busy signing pictures until my hand ached. My last afternoon in Glenwood was a busy one. I decided to heed the admonitions of many Westerners I had met, to avoid the Green River Desert, a barren waste of shifting sands, utterly devoid of water, stretching 130 miles and more, and instead to trail northwesterly via Meeker, White River, and the Ute Reservation. On the Meeker route I was promised fair grazing and ample water supply every 20 or 30 miles of the distance to the Mormon city. It was 5 p.m. when Coonskin brought my caravan to the hotel, and saluting me said, "Professor, your donkeys are ready and packed for the journey." The guests of the hotel, with few exceptions, were assembled to witness the start, and my dog, in appreciation of the compliment, strode grandly among the ladies and kissed their hands, and I believe bade every one an affectionate farewell. I thought this a good time, for once on my trip, to put on stylish airs. I had never called upon Coonskin to exercise the duties of a valet in the strictest sense. As soon as he buckled the guns on the saddles, I dropped my ragged canvas leggings at his feet, put forth a foot, and gave him a significant look. Immediately the gallant Sancho knelt down on one knee and proceeded to lace the leggings on me, creating much amusement. I then made a short farewell address, got into Mac A'Rony's saddle, and gave the word to start. Such a cheer as arose from the ladies that lined the veranda! I'll bet there wasn't one who would have missed the event for a $5 note. hugging the Grand River, the only hugging I had done in that section, until after dark, we traveled through the sage until 10 o'clock, when, discovering a fair grazing place, I ordered camp. My donkeys had just rested 2 days, so next day, the 28th day of August, I made them trail fast and far in spite of the heat. It was 5 o'clock when we pitched camp near the Scott ranch. I had observed a cow and several hens about the ranch. If I couldn't get milk, I might still obtain fresh eggs, and vice versa. Not waiting to unpack for a can, I set out for the house and knocked at the back door. "Come in," called a female voice. I entered the kitchen with hat in hand, and politely said, "How to do?" The sober-faced housewife did not pause in her duties as she welcomed me to be seated. "I came to purchase some milk and eggs," I said presently. "Ain't got no eggs or milk to spare just now," she replied. "Cow's all dried up." My face reflected my disappointment. "Are all your hens dry also?" I asked, as the woman deluged a big white cochin with a pan of dishwater. "That one ain't," she returned, smiling at her play on a word and a hen. The incident, trifling as it was, served to break the ice. I introduced myself and explained my journey. The woman was interested. She had read about me. She told me to make myself at home, and admitting that one cow still gave milk and she could spare me a little, she went to the creamery. When she handed me a pail of milk, I offered to pay for it, and persuaded her to sell me a loaf of bread. But I had hardly started for camp with my precious purchases than I was surrounded by a swarm of yellow jackets, which proceeded to alight on the rim of the pail and my hand. I dropped the milk instantly, if not sooner. The woman's exclamation of indignation embarrassed me. I explained and apologized, while my kind hostess tried to convince me of the docility of those yellow jackets. From her account one might suppose they were merely a dwarf species of canary birds. But finally she forgave my indiscretion, refilled the pail, and handing it to me, told me the insects were perfectly harmless and were not known to sting anyone unless they were harmed. I thanked the woman for her exceptional generosity and rare treatise on insectology, and again started for my tent, resolved to preserve that milk at any cost. But I soon wavered from my resolve. The pail wavered too. I couldn't change it from one hand to the other fast enough to elude those docile yellow jackets. Then I hit upon a new idea. It looked practical enough. I spilled some milk on the ground, and after weaning many hornets from the pail, I lifted the latter, covered it with my hat, and made for camp. Now, once in a while a babe is found hard to wean. The same may be said of a yellow jacket. One buzzing fellow, doubtless young and feeble, and being tired from long flight, sat on my bald pate to rest, there to die a violent death. On that spot, although his remains were removed, was soon reared a monumental mound sacred to his memory. I yelled before I remembered it was not manly to do such a thing, and the good madam, hastening to my aid, if not relief, carried the pail of milk to my tent, also bringing with her a can of jam. Her kind, forgiving disposition mentally paralyzed me. My own unprecedented conduct almost made me hang my sore head with shame. We men dined on bread and milk, and at 7 o'clock struck out for Meeker. We had passed through the village of Newcastle when some 15 miles from the springs, and there were invited into a peach orchard to delight our palates with some delicious fruit. But no other village did we thread on our way to White River. The last 20 miles of the journey led us across a series of divides, mesas, or benches, variously called, and between these miniature watersheds trickled occasional rivulets, which either lost themselves in the parched soil or struggled on till they joined with a larger stream to reach a river. As the tired eye wanders over this sun-scorched wilderness, strewn with what appears to be volcanic matter, he imagines he sees on the black rock-strewn buttes the craters of long-extinct volcanoes, which the ravages of time and the elements have almost leveled. And over these charred piles and the intervening plains of white and yellow sage, one sometimes sees a solitary horse or steer standing bewildered, as if before impending doom, or else trending by animal instinct some tortuous, obscured trail to a hidden spring. Meeker takes its name from a family massacred by the Indians in the 70s. 400 or 500 inhabitants today compose this quiet and now law-abiding community, whose chief pursuits appear to be the pursuit of wild steers, horses, fish, and game. White River flows past the town on its picturesque way to the Grand, the latter further on joining forces with the Green to form the Colorado. The hills about Meeker abound with large game, mountain lions, bear, bobcats, and when the snow comes, deer and elk. I was informed from authentic sources that in early winter the deer are driven by the snow down the river into Grand Junction Valley in such numbers that ranchmen have had to stand guard over haystacks with guns and pitchforks. One woman told me, with modest candor, that she had actually seen her husband catch and hold a deer in his arms. After leaving Meeker, the scenic views from the trail down and along White River for 70 miles are magnificent and imposing. Rising sheer and bold from the west bank of this deep stream is a lofty ridge of brown and barren mountains, whose mural crests of red and yellow sandstone and limestone formed in my imagination the walls and watchtowers of castles of a prehistoric race, while the placid river at their base appeared to be a mighty moat to protect the towering battlements from menacing foe. White River City lies some 20 miles south of Meeker. It has great possibilities. If another house were erected there, and it domiciled as many people as the one habitation then standing did, the population of the place would be increased 100%. Even a part of that house was converted into a post office and a general store. About 25 miles from White River City is Angora, another town containing a single house. We arrived at sunset. The proprietor of this goat ranch invited me to pitch camp on his meadow lot, where my animals could find some feed, and treated me to a leg of goat. He possessed a herd of about 200 Angoras, and derived his chief livelihood from their hair, hides, and mutton, as he called it. I found the meat sweet and tender. It was hard to distinguish it from lamb, possibly because I had forgotten how lamb tasted. My host visited my campfire and entertained me with many interesting tales of adventure. Occasional gardens and fields of alfalfa are seen on the east bank, all due to irrigation. Great water wheels, turned by the river current, raise cans of water 10 feet and more, and empty them in troughs, so conveying the water to ditches. Ranchmen had cautioned me to give Rangeley, the next settlement, a wide berth. I was told it was a den of outlaws and desperate cowboys who lived by rustling cattle and rebranding them, hunting mavericks, unbranded calves, and following other nefarious pursuits. Instead of frightening me away, these accounts interested me. At 4 in the afternoon we came to a trail branching and leading to a large log house a half-mile away. That was Rangeley, and we headed for it. End of chapter 42.
Chapter 43 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 43. Paint Sign with Donk's Tail by Macaroni. I'll say of it, it tutors nature, artificial strife lives in these touches, livelier than life. Timon of Athens. Pod was always looking for trouble. The fellow who courts trouble finds it sooner or later. I brayed myself hoarse trying to persuade my reckless master to give Rangeley a wide berth. He couldn't think of it. He was anxious to meet real wild and woolly West cowboys, of the old-time style. He didn't fear the worst of 'em. "Hit the trail there, Mac," he said, spurring me toward the hotbed of cowboy rascality. Arriving at the house, saloon, store, city hall, business headquarters of Rangeley, the dozen rough-looking men lounging about swaggered toward us, pleased-like and curious. "Prospectin'?" one inquired. "No," Pod drawled, "just traveling." That was the time in Pod's life when he ought to have lied. Then he explained where he was from, and where he was bound, but did not say that he was a darn fool. The cowboys grunted, or nodded, or smiled. Some winked to each other, and one of 'em nudged another in the ribs. Everything they did had a deep meaning. I began to tremble for Pod. Would they shoot at his heels and make him dance? Or make him ride a bucking bronco? Or what? "Better feed your jacks, mister," said one. "You'll find grain in the shed yender." Pod seemed to be as delighted as we donks. "The Prof is going to catch it soon," Cheese observed. "Serve him right," added Damfino. Coonskin left us to feed and walked to the house with Pod. Soon afterward they returned with a cowboy, who said I had a good shape, asked my weight, and inquired if I was sound in body and mind. Then he questioned Coonskin. "What did you do for salt 'fore you jined the outfit?" "I was night porter in a hotel," was the reply. "What was you doing 'fore that?" "Railroading some." "And 'fore that?" "Painting." "Painting what?" "Church steeples." "Golly, you're jest the man we're lookin' fer." Coonskin didn't quite understand them, but he did later. "Bridle this here jack," said the cowboy, meaning me. Coonskin bridled me and rode to the joint. I didn't think anything would happen to me. Several more cowboys had just come in from the range, and soon every man of the gang was busy. I now noticed one fellow mixing red paint. 3 or 4 were making 2 ladders. Another one appeared with an armful of blankets, and another with ropes, and presently a cowboy climbed one of the ladders to the roof. Something was doing, sure. Pod seemed interested, but didn't say anything. Coonskin looked as if he saw his finish. I giggled. Suddenly came a surprise. One cowboy wrapped the blankets round my body, while another bound them on with lariats. Another trimmed my tail with a pair of sheep shears. Then ropes were fastened to my body and the other ends thrown to the men on the roof. Next the ropes were slung round the 2 chimneys at both ends of the roof and thrown to the gang below. At once the cowboys grabbed hold and pulled, and I rose in the air until my head bunked against the eaves. There I dangled and swung and kicked and brayed. Never was so scared in all my life. Splinters flew as I kicked holes in the house and knocked off a section of the eaves. The cowboys howled, they thought it was so funny. But the real circus began when Pod was commanded to mount a ladder with a pail of red paint, and using my tail for a brush, paint the name "Rangeley" on that house. Coonskin was made to climb the other ladder with another pail of paint, and, he being a professional painter, with a real paintbrush go over Pod's lettering to make a decent job of it. Well, I had seen Pod mad, but never as mad as he was then. He grabbed my tail and started to paint a big letter R, when I up and kicked the pail out of his hands and sent red paint flying all over half the cowboys. Not satisfied with this, I put a few more holes in the house and finally hit the ladder and spilled Pod on the ground. The cowboys thought that was fun too. Some were so tickled they fired off their revolvers. Here Coonskin was told to divide his paint with Pod, and the painting was continued on the letter A. The Prof worked as well as he could with such a nervous paintbrush, now and then dodging my heels. I admit I didn't know what I was doing, when suddenly I struck my master in the stomach and made him get down from the ladder. But the sign had to be finished. Up the ladder again Pod climbed like a man, and cowboys pulled on the ropes, dragging me along so that my tail could be brought to where the next letter should be. Then Pod started on the 4th letter, G. By this time the men were tugging on the ropes to keep me in position for the painter's convenience. Finally the men backed from the house and pulled me away from its side, and Pod turned me about till I hung the other end to and began the 5th letter, E. Now I could see the sign. It was uphill. I knew it wouldn't suit those cowboys, and I expected it would have to be painted over. It wasn't Pod's fault. It wasn't mine. As I was gradually pulled along the eaves, the higher I was raised, because there was no pulley on the rope. But now that I was turned about, I was swung back some, and the E had to be painted below the level of the first 4 letters. L and Y followed each other uphill, until just as the job was finished, I hit the pail a crack with my right foot and sprinkled 2 more cowboys. The crowd made sport of them, and I think, after all, those cowboys fared worse than we 3 painters. Then I was lowered to the earth. To my surprise, the cowboys liked the sign immensely. One pronounced it artistic. Another said it was odd that people would notice it, and several agreed that it was the best job of its kind they ever saw. Pod didn't seem to be tickled over this flattery, but Coonskin was puffed up with pride, and when one fellow told him he ought to have stuck to painting, he acknowledged that he should have done so. When the 2 started down the ladders, the cowboys called, "Hold on there, we want a speech." So the Prof made a speech. Both men were then escorted indoors, and the barkeeper mixed a highball in a pail and sent it out to me. I was loony for hours afterwards. I never want another experience like that. Pod said afterward it was his first and last painting. He thought the cowboys might have shot a pipe out of his mouth, but he hadn't thought they could condescend to such a low trick as to make him paint a sign with his donkey's tail. The cowboys wanted us to spend the night with them, but Pod replied that he couldn't tarry, but he said he was much obliged for all their courtesies. About dark we said good-bye, and pretending we would travel 10 miles that evening, pitched camp near a bridge crossing White River, 1 or 2 miles from Rangeley. At dawn the men were out after sage hens. They saw several, but couldn't get a shot at the shy creatures. We started early and traveled over a desolate wilderness of sage and greasewood in a torturing sun, and were unpacked at 1 o'clock for an hour's rest. Sometimes the trail led through deep channels in the hard-baked sand for several hundred yards, where we were obscured from view. These channels wound about through the desert and mesa as if they might be the beds of dried-up rivers, and they were often so narrow that had we met a wagon, either our outfit or the vehicle would have had to turn back. We came across quantities of skeletons and skulls of horses and cattle and wild animals, but I failed to see any donkey's bones. Don was glad when in these cuts, for he managed there to keep in the shade. While trailing in the open, he was ever trotting ahead to hide under a bush, where 3/4 of him was exposed to the sun. Toward the middle of the afternoon we crossed the backbone of the plateau at an altitude of 7,000 feet, and met a wagon with 4 horses bound for Leadville with honey. The driver said he was from Vernal, some 60 miles to the west. Pod thought honey would go well with hot cakes for supper, and after some coaxing got the freighter to break a case and sell him a half-dozen boxes. Then the question arose, how could he safely carry the honey? "Good idee not to put all your eggs in one basket," Coonskin remarked. Pod said he wouldn't. He tucked 1 box in a saddlebag, another in a roll of blankets strapped behind his valet's saddle, another in a bag of supplies on skates, and the last 2 he packed carefully in the canvas awning. The men conversed and smoked a while, when the stranger happened to mention that he sometimes dealt in hides. Here was the chance the men were waiting for. The bearskin Skates had carried from Turkey Creek belonged to the poker player, but he promised half what he should get for it to Pod, if he would let the donks carry it till disposed of. The man said he was willing to give $60 for a fine silver-tip skin, so Coonskin unpacked. The stranger was more pleased with it than he would admit, and hemmed and hawed some about the price, but finally paid the $60, and we moved on. It was 6 o'clock, and the sun was sinking behind the distant plain when the buildings of the K ranch loomed in the distance. The sound of galloping horses approaching us from behind caused me to look around, and I beheld 2 Indians with guns in hand, yelling and gesticulating wildly as they leaned over their ponies' necks, spurring hard to catch up with us. When Pod and Coonskin saw the Indians after them, they got ready to throw up their hands. Their faces were as chalky as an alkali desert. "Have you seen any cattle branded U.S.?" one of the wild men inquired. Pod said he hadn't. "Where are you from?" questioned the half-breed. Pod said, "White River country." "Ah, we just from there. Been hunting up stolen cattle," the half-breed replied. "Found them, but fellows wouldn't give them up. We've done our duty. The fort must deal with them now." Pod asked what fort, and was told Fort Duchesne, some 70 miles away. We learned that 2 companies of colored troops of the U.S. Army were stationed there. The Indians never touched us. End of chapter 43.
Chapter 44 of A Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 44. Swim 2 rivers in Utah. Dost not hear the neighing of horses, the blare of the trumpets, the beating of the drums? I hear nothing, said Sancho, but a great bleating of ewes and wethers. And this was true, for the 2 flocks had now come up near them. Don Quixote. The great K ranch welcomed us just before dark. My animals were generously fed, and we men soon joined the Indian policeman at supper in the house. When next morning the foreman saw us pack the donkeys, he expressed surprise at my traveling with such a luxurious camp outfit. The folding table and chairs, awning, many blankets, and other articles were condemned as disgraceful by this experienced plainsman. So, my sensibilities being shocked by such a criticism, I abandoned 100 pounds of luggage, giving the table, chairs, and superfluous blankets to the ranchman, and selling him the awning. Then we resumed the journey. Green River was 25 miles to the west. The journey was even more monotonous than that of the previous day. The powdered alkali rose in our faces and penetrated our eyes and throats, compelling us almost constantly to sip from our canteens, wrapped in wet cloths, to keep the water cool. Frequently my dog would jump at the larger canteens in the panniers and bark for a drink. I loved to watch him lie down in the narrow shade of a donkey, and, resting his chin on the rim of the basin, slowly lap the frugal measure of water I was able to spare him. We reached Green River by 5, and waited until the ferryman awoke from his daydream to guide the flatboat across the stream for us. He charged me only $2. I thought it very decent of him, as the river was too deep to be forded, and he controlled the only ferry. Our only alternative was to swim this treacherous stream. Several overland travelers with prairie schooners were in camp on the opposite shore, eastward bound. I paid $1 to graze my animals in an alfalfa field for the night. But when we left for Vernal next morning, every donkey had the stomachache. They grunted and groaned on the march until noontime, and deplored their gluttony with sundry brays that were grating on the nerves. Vernal is a veritable oasis in a desert, nestling in a broad and fertile valley, which, irrigated from the numerous springs in the mountains forming a rampart round it, is a garden of vivid green. Farmhouses dot the orchards and meadows everywhere, and the village itself is splendidly shaded. Honey is a leading industry. One can see beehives in almost every dooryard. After a good supper with a stranger who offered his hospitality, we 2 strolled about the flower-scented streets in the cool evening air, until we retired to a downy bed in his apartment that made me wish my trip at an end. Here were no mosquitoes. The fruits of this valley are prolific and delicious, and haven't a blemish. The water is pure, and the climate healthful and exhilarating. Surely Vernal received its name from nature. The frontier post, Fort Duchesne, lay 28 miles to the south, across the desert waste. A few miles beyond Vernal, we entered the Uintah Indian Reservation. Further on, we saw the shacks and teepees of the Utes, and once we passed a party of this treacherous tribe on their ponies. Apparently taking us for desperadoes, they veered off to some distance in the sage and gave us a wide berth. The strength and humility of their little steeds was surprising. Several of them carried 4 and 5 people, the buck sometimes with a boy in front of him, and his squaw astride behind him with a papoose strapped to her back, and a boy or girl behind her. When they saw Damfino with her towering pack, they too, perhaps, did some wondering. We crossed the bridge spanning the Uintah River just before sunset, and reached the guardhouse of the fort just as the bugles sounded retreat parade. To my surprise and delight, the officer of the day, Lieutenant Horn, was adjutant and chief commissary, and better still, an old classmate. And when, after parade, I saw the popular officer crossing the parade ground to meet me, I wondered if the changes wrought in our appearance by the lapse of 13 years would make us both unrecognizable. Our meeting was amusing. The orderly ushered me into the officer's presence, and I advanced and grasped my old friend's hand in a manner to convince him that I knew him. But while we shook hands vigorously and playfully punched each other in the shoulders, the puzzled man could not speak my name. "You old fool, don't you know me?" I asked, still shaking his hand. "You disgraceful old vagabond, of course I know you, but blast me if I can place you," he returned, grinning all over. "Who are you, for heaven's sakes? Where are you from, and how did you get here? Speak, man, relieve me of suspense if you don't want to get shot by a colored regiment of United States troopers." "Why," I asked, "is it possible that you do not recollect your old classmate, the famous pillow fight at S.'s Hotel, the mock fight with our old chum, Mike H., in my room, when you frightened the boy from West Virginia half to death with—" "Pod! Blast me if it ain't Pod!" exclaimed the lieutenant. "Well, well, if this doesn't beat me, sit down and tell me about it. I'm glad to see you, but you do look rough. Prospecting, or fighting Indians, or what?" I explained. My animals, I said, were waiting outside in the care of my valet. Horn rose in astonishment. "Traveling overland with a valet!" he exclaimed. "You are a beautiful-looking swell. I've often read about you, but blast me if I ever once suspected it was my old chum making the famous trip. Show me the jackasses." Forthwith, I escorted the laughing lieutenant out and presented macaroni. I spent 2 enjoyable days at Fort Duchesne as the guest of my friend. One of the first to call upon me was the genial colonel commanding. He asked me to lecture to the residents of the post. Accordingly, I gave my talk that evening to a large audience, and at its conclusion I was introduced to many ladies and officers of the post, and afterwards entertained at the Army Club. The following day, at 1 o'clock, my outfit was ready to start. The donkeys were in fine fettle, and Don frisked about gaily, eager for the journey. My friend regretted I could not spend a month with him, and tucked a package in my saddlebag by which to remember him, and many officers and ladies joined with him in wishing me Godspeed. Then we waved an adieu and climbed the long, sage-covered mesa towards Heber City, 130-mile march without a habitation in view. Fort Duchesne was still in sight when a hailstorm struck us. The donkeys were compelled to close their eyes and turn their backs to the fearful charges of the merciless elements, while we men pulled our hats over our eyes, put our hands in our pockets, and crouched under our animals. Still, we were severely bruised, and our necks and arms were black and blue. When the hail ceased, the leaden clouds poured down a cold rain, which beat in our faces and greatly impeded travel. The trail was soon converted into a veritable torrent. The sand or rock-waste soil softened into mire many inches deep, causing the stubbornly faithful burros to slip and stumble and labor as they never did before. We had journeyed only 16 miles when, at 8 o'clock, we pitched camp on the banks of the swollen Lake Fork River. The night was black. What a nasty predicament! No bottom to the soil anywhere. The mud and water reached to my boot tops. Before unpacking, we cut sagebrush and trampled it into a large square bed 2 feet deep, on which to place our packs. Then, picketing the animals, we tried to kindle a fire with water-soaked brush sprinkled with coal oil, but failed. Soon a ranchman arrived leading his horse, and said he had almost lost his steed while fording the river, and narrowly escaped drowning. He joined us in a cold supper of canned meat and corn, whiskey and water, then rode away in the pouring rain. Our bed that night was anything but inviting. We could not pitch the tent. The soaked sage and the rain saturated our canvas sleeping bag and dampened our clothing. How I regretted having disposed of those superfluous blankets at the K Ranch. We were not only wet, but cold, rolled in 2 blankets and a quilt. When I awoke in the morning, I even wrung the water out of the underwear I had slept in, and also my trousers and coat, before I could get them on, and then in the still pouring rain ate a cold breakfast, saddled, packed, and resumed the trip. That day we made 20 miles, and ran as terrible a gauntlet of thunderbolts as I ever witnessed. Next day it became necessary to swim Lake Fork. Mac said it was his Rubicon as well as mine. The current was swift, and roared and foamed like a mountain torrent. My donkeys, brought to the water's edge, reared and wheeled and rushed intractably into the willows, scraping off their packs on the miry banks. It required a half-hour to replace and securely cinch the luggage on the 2 beasts, so that it might not be washed away. Then, with the stout willow goads and howling invectives, we drove the braying animals into the flood, and followed them, fording or swimming, across the river. Cheese was carried downstream and almost drowned. Gaining the nether bank, we tramped through storm and mire all day, making 18 miles, and after dark camped with the party of a prairie schooner at the foot of a hill, where we found seasoned cedar stumps for fuel, and built a roaring fire. The soil there was more solid, the land gently sloping, and we pitched the tent near the wagon and fire, staked the donkeys, and joined hands with our chance acquaintances to provide the evening meal. The good woman of the party gave us a pie, a can of beef, and a loaf of bread. These luxuries, together with boiled potatoes and hot coffee, put our bodies in prime condition for a sound night's sleep in wet garments and bedding. My provisions were not only quite spoiled by the rain and river water, but were insufficient to last us through. Rising early, we breakfasted in the rain and traveled only 15 miles, swimming the Duchenne River once and fording it twice that day. The stream was somewhat deeper than Lake Fork, but the current less swift, and at every crossing my donkeys rebelled. Soon after the last fording, the sun broke through the clouds and gave us an opportunity to dry ourselves and freight. A patch of wild meadow enabled my animals to fill their empty stomachs with grass, while some giant sagebrush, soon dried in the broiling sun, allowed us to spread our blankets and soaked apparel thereon. We unpacked and cooked, and when our clothes were dry enough to feel comfortable and shrunken enough hardly to be got on, we resumed the march. Our supplies were in a mess. Our only can of coal oil was broken, and the contents had seasoned every eatable not canned. The forgotten boxes of honey had been smashed, and everything was gummed with it. Every pack smelled like a beehive. The honey I rolled in our underwear, diluted with the water of the several fords, had permeated the raiment so thoroughly that now the heat of our bodies began to warm it up, and my clothes were soon glued to my skin. That night we camped on Currant Creek after fording the stream. A bear appeared, but scampered grunting into the thicket, my dog not inclined to give chase. Once I was awakened by the cry of a mountain lion, and Coonskin said the yelps of wolves kept the dog growling and snarling half the night through. It appeared that we were experiencing the fall equinox. Wearily traveling through another day of rain, we camped for the night near a bunch of dwarf cedars. Now the rain ceased for a couple of hours, and enabled us to kindle a fire and cook before lightning played on every hand, and the rain descended again. Our largest canteen leaked from some accident it had received, and our surprise and despair on discovering the empty receptacle may be imagined. What should we do for drinking water? I had not more than asked the question than my eye discerned several small basins in the table rocks close by. These basins were filled, but were so shallow that only by dipping the water with a saucer could we obtain a 2-quart can of the precious liquid. Next morning we secured another frugal supply for the ensuing day's journey. Our luggage was placed under 2 cedars for protection from the storm. During the night we were awakened by the terrific crash of a thunderbolt, which struck so near as to shock us. In the morning I saw that one of the trees had been struck, but our packs were uninjured, save the whiskey bottle, which was broken and its precious contents lost. Thus the sympathy existing between Jersey lightning and Utah lightning. Another day's tramp over a muddy trail, and a night camp on another roaring stream, Red Creek. Our supplies quite exhausted, we boiled some onions and ate them with the last of our honey. I felt as if I were eating diphtheria medicine. Next morning we breakfasted on a turkey buzzard shot by Coonskin, and that afternoon my jaded caravan crossed the summit of the plateau and descended into the beautiful Strawberry Valley in the glow of a gorgeous sunset. Soon after we met 2 sheep herders on horseback, looking for 2 comrades, and when crossing the broad, verdant valley, we saw 2 great flocks of sheep, one grazing up the valley, the other down. We camped near Strawberry Creek. The 4 sheep herders rode up presently, and having a wagon full of supplies, said if I would lend them my tent poles, they would string up a lamb and divide. I gladly consented. 2 of the herders rode off to mill up the flocks for the night, while the other 2 butchered a sheep, built a fire, and cooked. If the scene of that highland camp could have been painted with true color and detail, it certainly would have made the artist famous. A few feet from the flaming fire stood my tent poles like a tripod, and from their apex was suspended, head down, a fat mutton. On bended knee, with hunting knife in hand, one of the herders was taking its woolly pelt. The coffee pot and frying pan were on the fire with a kettle of boiling potatoes, and while the shepherd cook was preparing bread for my Dutch oven, 2 herders gathered sage for our reserve supply of fuel. Some 50 feet away the horses were picketed, and across the stream the donkeys grazed on the juicy grass, untethered but none the less secure in the novel corral of 20,000 sheep, which the faithful shepherd dogs promised to keep milled round us all throughout the black, chilly night. The campfire sent flashlight beams on the surrounding scene and etched weird pictures on the darkness. The silhouetted heads and backs of the horses and donkeys moved fantastically against the starry sky, like animated mountain peaks on the distant horizon. The vast field of wood encompassing us and the bleating of its contented life seemed like the troubled waters of some highland lake imprisoning us on its one small island. And away across the vale and again just above us toward the barrier of mountains against the sparkling heavens, forming banks and pillows for stray clouds to sleep upon. At a late hour, we hungry men sat down to a tasty supper of fried mutton, potatoes, hot bread, and coffee. The air soon rang with laughter. Later, when we brought forth our companionable pipes and began storytelling round the cozy fire, I felt a delight which seemed a full compensation for the hardships we had suffered during the last week. Suddenly the cry of a mountain lion set the collies barking, but the report of a herder's rifle silenced the prowler and sent him back, no doubt, into the hills. The lions and wolves are a constant menace to the flocks in that popular valley. It was midnight when we retired. Storm clouds had gathered and shut out the light of the stars. It looked and felt like snow. The shepherds, learning that we travelers were short of bedding, brought us 2 heavy woolen blankets, so we rolled ourselves together and were soon asleep, and in the morning awoke covered with snow an inch deep. By 7 o'clock we were ready to resume our journey, and the shepherds had saddled their mounts for their day's duties. Traveling out of the valley and through Daniel's Canyon, we traveled some 25 miles down to the lowlands, and at 9 in the evening pitched camp near where, next morning, we discovered a ranch house and haystack. Heber City lay 5 miles away. Arriving there, we were royally entertained. Friday we started for Provo. The trail lay through a picturesque canyon along the bank of Provo River, where the mountains rose sheer and barren to a great height on either hand. Numerous waterfalls pour their loveliness over steep declivities. Patches of crimson and yellow verdure showed in the crevices of the gray summits, and now and then a terraced vineyard or orchard or an irrigation ditch, hugging the steep slopes, indicated a habitation was hidden somewhere near in leafy bower or vine-covered trellis. Once we crossed the river on a new iron bridge replacing an old stone structure which avalanches had demolished. Passing the night in Provo, I rode skates 6 miles to Springville through a beautiful verdant valley. Passing the night in Provo, I rode skates 6 miles to Springville through a beautiful verdant valley, where rows of poplars lined the fields and orchards, reminding one of Normandy. There I was greeted by a newspaper editor and a school principal, the latter inviting me to dinner. Returning to Provo, I found my outfit ready for trail. Making a brief stop in Lehigh, we reached Pleasant Grove about 8 and camped in a peach orchard adjoining a hotel. The landlord welcomed us to a hot supper, in spite of the late hour, then offered us a downy bed, which we declined, preferring the pure, crisp outer air. I boarded the early morning train for Salt Lake City to attend Sunday service at the Tabernacle and hear the famous organ and choir. Coonskin remained behind to care for our animals. Without my donkeys to identify me, my rough, unkempt, and most eccentric person caused a sensation at the Mormon capital. I kept aloof from everybody, and nobody was inquisitive enough to inquire of my name, errand, and previous condition of servitude. I strolled about the beautiful city, and then went to church. An usher with a charitable heart led me halfway down the aisle to a pew in the midst of that fashionable congregation. Every one was dressed better than Pod, but I did not feel ill at ease. On the contrary, I felt at home. A great many true churchmen and churchwomen should have kept their eyes on their hymnals instead of watching me try to chant, "I want to be a Mormon, and with the Mormons stand." Presently my sensitive nerves were irritated by successive coughing across the aisle. I looked to see what kind of mortal was suffering so, and beheld a vision of loveliness. Instantly I remembered a small box of cough drops in my pocket, and felt it my duty as a gentleman to summon the courage to cross the aisle and offer the soothing remedy. Soon, with palpitating heart and crimson face, I stepped with quaking limbs across the aisle and reached the box to the fair cougher. I remember her look as she lifted the lid of the empty box. I knew plenty of people in my lifetime who had fainted. I regretted never having taken lessons from them. My head reeled. The tabernacle was going round, and with difficulty I retreated to the pew in front of my hat, which I looked for but couldn't find. I needed fresh air. I wanted to go out. Strange to say, the lady stopped coughing. It was the shock that cured her, but the congregation were not aware of that. Some of them saw her look into the mysterious pasteboard box and turn beet-red color and cease her convulsions. That was why several spoke to me and asked if I were a magician or healer, as they had read of such people. When I had once escaped into the airy street, I wondered how that box became emptied. Then suddenly I recollected that, before retiring the night before, Coonskin asked if I had some cough drops left, and helped himself. After dinner I felt better. I visited the Jubilee Museum, where was exhibited an interesting collection of Mormon relics of pioneer days, and then took a car for Fort Douglas, about 3 miles from the city, on the mountainside, and was invited to tea with an officer of the post, my old friend Lieutenant K. It was late when I reached Pleasant Grove. The following day my party covered nearly 25 miles, and about 2 o'clock on the succeeding afternoon marched into the Mormon capital. There a well-known pioneer made a speech and welcomed me to the city, and after I had responded in fitting words, he presented me to leading citizens, among them bishops, presidents, and elders of the Mormon Church. The presiding bishop, an affable old gentleman, asked the privilege of caring for my animals at the tithing house. Another prominent citizen invited me to be his guest. I declined the latter kindness, preferring to be a free lance and to make the most of my sojourn. I was next introduced to Governor Wells. The same evening, Coonskin and I were invited to the theater, and next day, besides delivering many lectures, I contracted with S. and Company, prominent silversmiths, to make a full set of silver shoes for Macaroni, to be sent to Oakland, California, and there to be set for his triumphant entry into San Francisco. End of section 44. Reading by Malone.
Chapter 45 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitchard Woodward. Chapter 45. Initiated to the Mormon Faith. Oh, that he were here to write me down an ass! But, masters, remember that I am an ass, though it be not written down, yet forget that I am made an ass. Much ado about nothing. My sojourn in the famous Mormon capital was too short for my taste. I shall remember it as long as I have brains. I am proud to say that I was initiated into the Mormon faith, and took unto myself no less than 11 wives, and I would have outrivaled Brigham Young in connubial conquests, if Pye Pod had not bribed the elders and put an end to my marital ambitions. While a guest at the tithing house, I found it well stored with asinine and equine luxuries. The bishop and many charming lasses brought me bread, cake, apples, and jam, and some genial fellow of a convivial turn taped a bottle of rum punches. After imbibing a few balls, I was quite ready to tipple cheese, Damfino, and Skates, and right here let me say that of all Skates I ever knew or heard about, the last names take the palm as an artist in hijinks. While she gave a clever exhibition of an inebriated athlete, the rest of us donks lay stupidly on a bunch of hay, which was 1/10 of some Mormon's harvest, and revelled in daydreams. Skates had reached that stage of her circus where she was burlesquing a Shetland pony cavorting on 2 legs when Coonskin announced it was time to start. None of us stirred except Skates. She showed the man how superbly she could pirouette on her left legs around the corral. Then, suddenly, she toppled over in front of him and reached for the bottle lying at his feet. Coonskin grabbed the bottle, smelt of it, eyed each one of us distrustfully, flung it over the fence, and prodded us all onto our feet. You can bet she had a hard time keeping 2 of us standing, let alone all 4 of us. He looked disgusted, turned on his heel, and made for the gate at once. When Coonskin returned, he bore a pail of water in each hand. Indeed, the forgiving old soul, I thought, is going to refresh us and wash down that dull, brown taste out of our mouths. Staggering to my feet, I advanced to meet him. Damfino and Cheese were almost dead to the world, but Skates made for the man on a lopsided trot, arriving at one pail just as I reached the other. Into the liquid we dipped our nozzles, and quickly jerked them out. What strange-tasting water! Water from a mineral spring, observed Skates. No, it's a bromo seltzer, said I. Then each drank about 1/4 of a pailful, and would have drunk more, but Coonskin snatched away the pails, and, it seems, transposed them. Again we fell to drinking, but so help me Balaam! Soon something began to boil and sizzle inside of me. I thought I had swallowed a school of swordfish, but immediately a geyser raged within, and, like a shot, spouted out of my mouth, spraying Coonskin's face, and almost simultaneously, Skates played another fountain in the man's eyes. Seidlitz powders, I gasped, trying to catch my breath, which seemed to have left me forever. And didn't that man curse the whole race of jackasses? Dropping the pails, he ran for a pump. Presently, Coonskin returned. You infernal scapegraces! He exclaimed as he eyed me and picked up the pails. My recent experience had quite restored me to a rational donkey, and, remembering that a soft word turneth away wrath, I said, "You are too eager to fix the blame on an innocent creature, Master Coonskin. The recent episode, which was so distasteful to us three, and most exasperating to you, points a good moral. Never become so absorbed in the virtues of a cure that you are blind to its possible effect upon your patient." The man left us, shaking his head and talking to himself, and administered the dose to Damfino and Cheese. When Coonskin first visited us, it was 11 o'clock. Damfino did not sound 8 brays to announce the sun's meridian, and the hour for barley, but we donks were considered sober enough to be packed by 1 o'clock, although in poor condition to travel. It was an effort for me to walk, an impossibility to walk straight. My asinine comrades grunted and groaned from nausea, and Cheese complained that we had been cheated of our midday meal. When we arrived at the hotel, Pod had just finished his luncheon. Damfino looked into the hotel portal and brayed. Then Pod came out, got into my saddle, and amid great applause from the assembled citizens, piloted our caravan down the broad thoroughfare, out of the lovely poplared streets and hospitable home-lined avenues, past orchard and field and cottage and windmill, over the road to Garfield Beach, on that mysterious inland sea, a few miles from the city. Once or twice, as I wobbled across the level and luxuriant valley, I turned my head for one last lingering look behind, though I confessed I did so timorously, with a feeling intermixed with superstitious foreboding, as I recalled the story of how Lot's wife turned into a pillar of salt. It suggested itself to my reason that if there was one spot on earth indigenous to such a dire transformation, it was right in that Salt Lake Valley. There, above and behind us and across the majestic towers of the temple, lay Fort Douglas, the gem frontier post of America. Its white-painted fences and barns glistened like meerschaum in the sunshine, with lovely drives and walks in smooth-cut foliage, and sleek-broomed lawns of emerald, and fountains, not charged with seldits, and blooming flowers. And beyond towered the rugged, snow-crowned summits of the eternal barrier, which holds the fort below, and guards with loving care the land of promise, and that so-called modern Zion at their feet, like a dog guards his bone when threatening elements are wagging his way. We arrived at Utah's Coney Island, Garfield Beach, late in the middle of the afternoon. This famed resort, named after the martyr president who was the victim of an assassin, is a very pleasant retreat on the lake shore. It is accessible by railroad, train, horse and buggy, or donkey engine, although few people accept the latter mode of conveyance as Pod did, I observed. Pod stopped to swim and float on Salt Lake. Then we went on and brought up at a delicious fresh-water well in front of the old Spencer ranch house, where I led my asinine quartet in the song of the Old Oaken Bucket. An audience at once gathered. Mr. S. invited us all to tarry for the night, and when the professor accepted, we donks gave 3 tigers and a kick, which struck the ranch dog as being most extraordinary. Landing on the other side of the fence, he yelped himself into the house without further assistance. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitchard Woodward. Chapter 46. Typewriting on a Donkey by Pye Pod. There are braying men in the world, as well as braying asses, for what's loud and senseless talking and swearing any other than braying? Sir Roger L'Estrange. We set out early from Spencer Ranch, refreshed by a good night's sleep. The weather was mild, but the trail dusty, and the country uninteresting. I found Tule to be a sociable town that, from appearances, subsisted mainly on sympathy and fruit. Some of its denizens own outlying ranches or fruit farms, and the remainder, those who don't, have sympathy for those who do. There appears, however, betwixt these two outcropping extremes to be ample means with which to provide the more modest comforts of life, wives and children, for such are known to exist, under any conditions, all over the world. No sooner had I entered the village than a gentle-eyed siren coyly approached, and said her papa wished me to put my jacks in his stable. While I was trying to please that man, a squatty youth scraped across the road in his elder brother's breeches to say that his mother would like to have me spend the night at her house. "Sociable people, all right," my valet remarked, while I said to the boy, "Kid, you run and tell your good mother that I have a man with me, and, if she can accommodate us both, I will be glad to compensate her liberally for the hospitality. But these Mormon beaux esprits, while followers of the prophet, reverence old Bacchus as though he were young." As soon as my animals were provided for, Coonskin and I were called to supper and greeted at the gate by Mr. and Mrs. Noah and the children. I was hungry and tired. It occurred to me that in all probability my hosts had drawn heavily on their larder to provide a generous repast, and would have yet to pluck all their drakes and ganders before they could make our beds down. That evening, on venturing in the street, I was held up by a jolly party, armed with 2 kegs of beer, a barrel of sandwiches, and a number of mandolins and guitars. In front of my donkeys' quarters was a spacious, grass-grown area where they spread their feast. There I met my fate. The serenade, if not the banquet, was in honor of the whole party, biped and quadruped. Although my dog whined at the harmony to frighten the performers, Mac and Damfino applauded the classic selections vociferously, while all 4 donks availed themselves of standing room only, rested their chins on top of the corral rail, and audibly discussed the exercises. As soon as my entertainers departed, Coonskin and I sought our hostess. It was a beautiful September night. No air was astir. The sky was darkly clear, and the myriad stars were winking with insomnia. Startled from sound sleep at early dawn by a blast from a busted fish horn, I rolled out of bed in the presence of Noah instead of Gabriel, as I was frightened to expect. The next thing was to wash and dress. A half-vinegar barrel stood at the back door brim with water. I was told it was soft, but I found it hard enough to wash in. A few feathers floated on the surface, and the soft water looked like soft soap. Old Noah was one ahead of me and dipped in. His wife, sons, and dog made their ablutions in turn, while Shanghai hens and a pet magpie had doubtless rinsed their foul beaks in it. I watched the exhibition reflectively, and, concluding it would not show proper respect to appear at table before taking a dip, and that more than likely I should have to drink worse water before I had crossed the desert, I ducked my head, paddled my fins, and dried them in the sun, for I couldn't "go" that towel. The scrambled pig's feet at breakfast was a new dish to this epicure, though my versatile valet observed with an inflated appetite that he had often made pig's feet scramble back in Wisconsin. In spite of a late start, we reached Stockton before noon. My first duty was to hunt up an opulent resident whom I had met at the soirée in Tule, and who had promised me a burro. We at once unpacked the donkeys, to give them a restful nooning, and piled the luggage in front of his store. It was here that my philanthropic friend found me smoking. At once he sent the lad to chase up a good, strong burro, to make good his promise. Next, he offered me the freedom of the town. "I'm kind of tired, my good sir," I said gratefully, "but how far is the town?" The donor of Coxey blinked his eyes and felt of his goatee, then, straightening back, said, "Not fur. It's right here. Can't you see it's all around ye? You didn't calc'late ter find a New York or New Orleans, did ye? This is just plain unadulterated Stockton, and it's glad to welcome ye. Now if you're turned to go about a piece, I'll guide ye." "Thanks, awfully," I replied, rising. "Take me to a smith the first thing. I want all my donks' feet examined and put in condition for the desert." Then, leaving an order of supplies at the store, I had Coonskin ride my new burro to the blacksmith. After a 2.5-hour sojourn in Stockton, my caravan was wending its way to the next and last town we would visit in Utah, St. John's. The next after that would be 175 miles away. Here and there along the trail, a ranchman's shack stood alone, the glistening window panes flashing like a lighthouse tower in that sea of sage. An occasional horse or steer would loom above the brush. Once or twice a jackrabbit bounded across the trail, or a weary buzzard careened in the air overhead, as though figuring for me a fatal horoscope. I was silent a long time before Coonskin reminded me that I had neglected my weekly letter to the papers. Said he, "It's a good time to cultivate the acquaintance of Samantha Jane, that typewriter you got at Salt Lake." "Can't you suggest something more sensible?" I replied. "How can I manage the machine while riding a jackass?" "Easy enough," said Coonskin. "Lash it on Damfino, and seat yourself as you would to play solitaire." "Great idea!" The neglected typewriter was at once introduced to my party for the first time, and secured in a comfortable position on the broad-backed donkey. Then I seated myself vis-a-vis, and opened up a somewhat spirited conversation on the journey. It was not with the best of grace that Samantha Jane consented to be my amanuensis. She held the sheet of paper very mechanically and appeared utterly devoid of animation. I first tried to date my letter. I shot my finger at the S key and struck the L just as Damfino nabbed at a sage bush. I'll correct the spelling afterward, I thought, and tried to hit the letter E, but rapped A full in the face. "Don't joggle so," I yelled at my steed, and, drawing a bead on P, literally knocked down Z as Damfino stubbed her toe. Next, in vexation, I shot at T quite recklessly and punched Y's face close by. The effort had overtaxed me, and, snatching the paper from my typewriter, read aloud, L-A-Z-Y. Matt grinned from ear to ear, and Coonskin laughed loudly. The donkey remarked that practice is a good remedy for incompetence, even if it does not cultivate patience. Again and again I tried to write the abbreviation SEPT, but at length called, "Coonskin, I'm going to discharge this typewriter and stow her away till we get to Eureka. Your courtship is amusing. Keep it up. You'll understand each other in time," he replied. "I have my doubts," brayed Mac, "when she won't even let him make a date with her." I resolved to begin the letter anew, and to write at least a paragraph, date or no date. This is how it looked when I had finished. Tallow hab $, get hawk though fork nights 8% wast. Preowigs all go from dull swallowboka swice bomblusting wist through clegg pry right bracket wet dinpenting trestdig wobne and persand a wing rubbed shore a chooks crub percent romy naughty gnee leak before it dodgesty gat 5 safety hashkime she bojo rue lamb $. It was extremely encouraging, but to find but 4 correctly spelled and distinctly English words in all that jumble of dialects, I thought it a good paragraph to practice on, and would have tried it over, but Coonskin called to me that we were approaching a town, and, from appearances, the villagers were going to give us a hearty welcome. So I stopped Damfino, and hastily tucked Samantha Jane away in time to avoid a scandal. End of chapter 46. Typewriting on a Donkey. Chapter 47 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 47, Pod-Kissed by Sweet 16 by Matt Garroni. Very good, well kissed, an excellent courtesy. Othello. By the time our caravan reached St. John's, Pye Pod was bewailing his failure to discover the key to his typewriter's character, the non-production of his newspaper letter, and the forfeiture of the check it would have brought him. Besides, he was borrowing trouble by deploring his prospective desert journey ere it had begun. "What a sleepy old hamlet in which to bid farewell to the earth," he muttered dejectedly as we passed the first house. "I'll bet 13 to 1 that there isn't a soul in this whole settlement to welcome us." The great and only Pythagoras Pod, D.D., donkey driver, passeth through with his stately train and entereth the seared and thorny purgatory of desert without the perfume of a single rose to waft to him its balm of comforting sympathy. Suddenly a happy cheer greeted our ears in the distance. The sound was sweetly feminine, and Pod said that to his sensitive ear the angelic chimes swelled and died and softly returned like the tender notes of the nightingale in an echo vale. Pod is often swallowed by the divine inflatus. At this time not a soul or beyond our outfit was visible, but soon we discovered in the foreground of a kennel-shaped schoolhouse a bevy of girls, all clad in white and garnished with flowers and delicate vines. As we drove near, the whole band of pretty maidens, led by the tallest of them, approached and surrounded us. I knew not whether Pod was frightened or elated. He fell off my back in an effort to dismount gracefully. The pretty chiefess made a bow, and looked at the sky and played nervously with her skirt, and turned sideways, and finally began to intone her hymn of the asinine pilgrimage. "Noble and valorous courier," she began softly, and a donk of the party brayed, "speak louder. We daughters of St. John's, Queen of the Desert, come here to greet you with kind and admiring hearts." Coxey brayed boisterously, "Hear, hear! we hail your brilliant achievement as the planets hail the sun. What a Venus, that middle one, I confided to Pod. Your courage, your fortitude, your manly sacrifice of the associations of your nativity, and of the affectionate kisses of dear ones you left behind you. These, we deem, should be recognized. Therefore, having learned that you and your stately caravan were coming by this highway, and that your trusty charger, Mac Arony, was still standing faithfully by you, I bowed at the compliment, and your poltron of long-eared cavalry, for Balaam's sake, what's that she calls us? I questioned my mute master. She means platoon, not poltroon, he explained. St. John's has befittingly chosen the flowers of her desert garden, 13 comely virgins, to be presented to you on this momentous occasion. And so, in honor of your famous exploits, continued the chiefess composedly, we now come to meet the lion fearlessly in his desert haunts. Here, take these flowers, she handed Pod a bunch, and wear them. They will prove a talisman to conduct you and your party in safety to the farther desert shore. And with the most exalted, sweet-scented nerve, Pod accepted the bouquet. He smelled of it, and examined it, and then disappointedly, yet courageously, replied, I see no tulips among the flowers, and I love tulips so much. Indeed? Well, then you shall not be disappointed, said the pretty speaker, and s'help me Balaam, if that girl didn't step forward and give my surprised master her tulips. And every one of the dozen others, except the last one, gave hers too, or drown me in an alkali pond. The last girl sensibly boxed his ears. Pod just kissed every mouth of them, from the eldest to the youngest, save the one. The touching ceremony's over. I rather expected my master to respond eloquently in a few well-chosen words, but he was speechless. "Speech!" cried Cheese, and every donkey of us repeated, "Speech! Speech!" Then Pod found his tongue and began. "Beautiful and spicy sage flowers," he bungled, and the maidens' sweet faces colored. "I am completely overcome with this splendid ovation. As frogs dive into a crystal pool, you have disturbed the morbid surface of my present feelings with radiating ripples which shall widen and cease to fade into oblivion only when I shall have reached the desert's opposite strand. The honey you have left on my lips shall sweeten my erstwhile bitter hours, and the milk of your human kindness will quench my thirst when the last drop in my canteen has evaporated. Now I must bid you all a fond and affectionate farewell." At once the silver-tongued orator went down the line again, kissing each and every one of the dozen he had sampled before. Then he got into my saddle. The 13 foolish virgins backed sorrowfully against the barbed-wire fence with the handkerchiefs to their eyes. The blushing crimson sun hid his phiz behind the distant mountains. A dumb weathercock tried to crow as he tucked himself to roost on a neighboring barn, and our caravan moved on towards the desert waste. "A complete triumph," remarked the professor, swelled with pride, "but for that eldest prude who slapped my face." "The incident points a moral," I returned. "Don't attempt to pet every cat that purrs." End of chapter 47. Pod kissed by Sweet 16.
Chapter 48 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Bulka. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 48. Last Drop in the Canteen by Pi Pod. The lottery of my destiny bars me the right of voluntary choosing. Shakespeare. Rocky Mountain canaries were singing their lullabies, and Bridget, the clock, had just called 11 o'clock, when the house of St. Joer loomed in the darkness. A hush was upon it and all the outbuildings. Though nobody greeted me, still I knew where I was by the odd-looking arch over the corral gate. Mr. St. Joer was at the soiree in Tuelle, and had made me promise to tarry with him a night before braving the desert. So we camped in the corral. We were awakened early by the genial ranchman, and escorted in to breakfast with him and a guest, a young man from Salt Lake City, who had just ridden horseback from Granite Mountain, where he had been inspecting some lead mines. It was a treat for me to sit again at a meal not cooked by myself. All four of us ate with genuine relish. The stranger was about 30, of light complexion, tall and slender, and was dressed in a nobby riding suit with leather leggings and spurs. "If you take the Granite Mountain Trail to Redding Springs," suggested my host, turning to the young engineer for his endorsement. "But no, that's too risky," he corrected. "Save 40 miles and more," commented the engineer. "I can give the professor a diagram of the desert and all the trails to Fedora Spring and Granite Mountain. The trail from there to Redding is not confusing, I understand." I said I would take the risk to save 40 miles, a 2 days' journey. My first intention had been to go south of the desert by Fish Springs, the route generally traveled by emigrant schooners. 3 hours later, we were climbing the rocky summit of the range that hid the great desert beyond, and threading the jagged causeway called the Devil's Gate. They rose sheer and craggy, high above us, immutable witnesses of that sundering catastrophe of nature when the earth's mighty convulsions of a prehistoric age converted an obstacle into a convenient pass. When out on the western side I beheld the broad expanse of sun-tanned desert reaching from that sage-mottled slope to the parallel stretch of mesa, some 20 miles away, the intervening Skull Valley lost for me its legendary terrors. But it was a forlorn-looking prospect. Only two things made up the perfect picture of a despised nature: alkali and sage. About noon, when we had proceeded some distance into the Skull Valley desert, we stopped to feed and rest an hour before resuming the march. As we seemed to have abundance of water and provisions, this glaring solitude, with such a lugubrious name, caused me no dread sensations. For when supplied with the necessities of life, it is difficult for one to realize the dying man's agonies of starvation or thirst. By 6 we had crossed Skull Valley. The last mile of trail wound up a slight grade to a grassy bench, where stood a low-roofed log shack. It was the deserted Scribner's Ranch. A few moments' reconnoitering resulted in our finding the spring. Then we unpacked and picketed the animals, excepting Macaroni, who was usually allowed to roam at will, for when tied he was forever tangling himself in a snarl that required time and patience to unravel. Our tent was pitched 100 feet from the shack, whose dusky contour, wrapped in the somber veil of night, on the mesa above us and against the sparkling firmament, looked cold and repelling indeed. Day had advanced 2 hours when we awoke. The broad desert to the west gleamed at white heat. While I cooked breakfast, Coonskin saddled the animals to save time. Then, the meal over, we quickly packed and started for the scorching sands. The trail was as hot and level as a fire brick floor. As far as the eye could reach in 3 directions, the blue, curved dome of heaven and the glistening desert met in a gaseous haze, hiding the horizon, but in time, far to the west, as we proceeded, gradually rose a bluish-gray pyramid, which we know to be Granite Mountain, while to the rear, the distant hills, where stood the deserted cabin, looked to be mere dust heaps at the base of nature's architecture, the towering rocks of the Cedar Mountains through which we trailed the morning before. Every few minutes we had to tap our canteens. The powdered alkali dust rose in our faces and swelled our eyes and tongues. No amount of water would alleviate our pangs of thirst. Besides,
The evaporation of the water in our cloth-wrapped canteens and basket-covered demijohn was frightfully great. I feared lest the supply would not last us through to Fedora Spring. I gave Don frequent drinks, yet his eyes were bloodshot and his tongue hung out foaming and swollen. As a precaution against any sudden freak of madness on his part, I held my revolver in readiness to dispatch the dear fellow should it become necessary. On the other hand, my donkeys strode along quietly, without complaint or seeming discomfort, as if in their native element. Not a living thing could we see beyond our caravan. No jackrabbits ventured into the desert. No more would a water spaniel breast a scalding sea. The only living thing we met with in that gigantic kiln was a horned toad, which was existing as a hermit and was apparently content. We captured it, and Coonskin named it Job, because the horns which covered it looked like the extinct craters of once boiling boils. Our water was vanishing so rapidly by noon that I decided not to tarry for lunch and rest, but to hasten to the spring. But at 5, when the sun was nearer the horizon and evaporation less, I ordered a dry camp, and the donkeys were unpacked and grained with the last of the barley generously presented by St. Joer. We men lunched on cold meat and crackers and canned fruit, and sparing draughts of warm water, after which we reclined and smoked until the sun set. Then we repacked before darkness set in to confuse us. How the donkeys did enjoy rolling in the alkali! When they had finished their dry ablutions, they looked like negroes who had been hit with a bag of flour. Just before resuming the march, we men poured a few drops of citric acid into our 2-quart canteens, whose tepid water was only an aggravation of our thirst. The acid made it palatable. Soon afterward I discovered our great error. The acid so worked on the tin that the water became, in time, unfit to drink. Fearing lest it would poison us, we both had to throw the precious liquid away. About midway that afternoon I saw my first mirage. It was simply magnificent, wonderful. A snow-crowned mountain rose out of the desert, and on top of it, turned bottom side up, rested its counterpart, both phantom peaks remaining a while immovable. Then they appeared to crush into each other and dissolve. The spectacle was bewildering. Like mammoth icebergs in a glistening sea, they seemed to melt and leave on the arid waste a great lake of crystal water. At sundown they reappeared with still grander effect. The sun threw a crimson, fiery mantle over the under mountain, which produced the effect of flowing lava down its snow-white slope to a flame-red lake on the desert, while above, on the upper mountain, reflected and danced shadows of rose color and pink, as if reflected from flames within the crater of a volcano underneath. Then, as the sun sank below the horizon, the upper mountain gradually rose toward the zenith and opened wider, like a great fan, tinted with all the colors of a rainbow, until it faded into radiating webs of gossamer and disappeared. One other time we saw plainly the skeletons of a man and a horse glistening several hundred feet from the trail, but I was too incredulous to put faith in the old proverb, "Seeing is believing," and passed on. Just before dark the huge granite mountain looked to be only a couple of miles away. Still, we traveled till midnight before we passed the edge of the dusky pile, so deceiving are distances in that rarefied air. The evening in that cooling oven of baked sand and alkali was oppressively long, dull, and wearisome. Every trail branching toward Granite Mountain had to be checked off my diagram, for we had seen no signboard. True, the heavens lent a little cheer with their sparkling lights, but the temperature fell from far above the 100-degree mark to 70 degrees by 8 o'clock, and to 48 degrees before we pitched camp. We had passed 3 trails not on the diagram, and I began nervously to speculate whether the signboard had been taken by some overland voyager for fuel, and we had passed the trail to Fedora Spring. The clock pointed to 1. A few moments later, a well-beaten trail curved southward toward the towering pyramid of rock. I called a halt to reason with my man on the advisability of following it. "We'll chance it," I said, and we trailed towards a mountain. Narrower, rockier, and steeper grew the trail for 2 miles before I discerned the sloping sides of the canyon we were in when I ordered camp. The donkeys were securely picketed to the roots of giant sage with our longest ropes, to enable them to find sleeping places among the rocks. I knew they must be very thirsty, and would try to break away in search of water. Then we made our bed in the trail, and with lantern went to find the spring. But we searched in vain, and returned to our campfire discouraged. Evidently we had taken a wood trail into a dry canyon. Only half a 2-quart canteen of water was left us. We ate a cold lunch and drank sparingly, after which I took charge of the canteen for the night. Coonskin remonstrated at once, saying he was thirsty. I said I was too, and that when I should drink, he could, but not otherwise. We were in desperate circumstances, and I must exercise my authority. So we crawled into our blankets, on the hard and narrow trail under the glittering canopy of heaven, and were soon asleep. But before lying down, with a realizing sense that we were lost and without the water to keep us alive half the distance either to Skull Valley or to Redding Springs, I knelt in fervent prayer to God to guide us out of that awful wilderness to water, in time to save us from the death that seemed to be in store for us on the morrow. The beaming planets, also voyagers on a limitless sea of mystery and doubt, looked down, cold and unsympathetic. Coonskin was first asleep. When I was sure, by his breathing, I quietly rose and gave my faithful dog a few drops of water in the wash basin. He was grateful indeed, and tried to be content. He seemed to realize the situation, and licking my cheek, lay down close to my side. The sun shone over the walls of the canyon and awoke us frightfully late. We stretched and yawned. Now, I thought, if I had only taken Mac's suggestion to lay in a store of carrots and turnips, the water and the vegetables would have sufficed in emergency, and the donkeys had feed. As my hopeful outfit tramped and slipped and tumbled down into the shining plain, I almost felt I could see my finish on that sun-scorched, lime-hued gridiron which faded away into a gaseous nothingness in 3 directions. When we came to the main desert trail, I halted my caravan to debate with my despondent valet as to what would be the wisest move. Should we go east or west? "Flip a penny," said Coonskin. "Heads west, tails east." And he at once threw the coin whirling in the air, and caught it, tails up. "West we have been traveling, and west we shall continue to go," I said positively, and gave the command to move on, adding, "If we fail to discover the signboard after passing beyond the mountain, then we'll come back and search to the east." We had proceeded a mile and a half when Coonskin went crazy, or had a fit, and I emptied the canteen in his mouth. This revived him. He had partially undressed, and was trying his best to frighten me and the dog. The sun beat down furiously. The sky wasn't the only thing that looked blue. I raised the canteen to my lips and drained it of the last and only drop. My tongue hung out swollen, and my palate and throat burned. Another half mile, and I should have despaired, when suddenly a small white board, nailed to a short stake, loomed up ahead of us. I knew intuitively it marked the branch trail to the coveted spring. No 2 happier mortals had ever lived than Coonskin and I. We threw our hats in the air. We shouted and hurrahed and sang, and turned handsprings and somersaults on the white dusty floor of the desert. An hour later my little caravan had climbed the canyon to its fountain, and there, We men fell on our stomachs with my dog, under the heels of the 5 donkeys which crowded about the cool, delicious waters, and drank until seized by the collar and dragged away from the spring by a man and boy. Near by stood prairie schooners, and some yards beyond were their horses, nibbling on the tops of sagebrush. The party was bound east, and did us a kindness by preventing our drinking to excess in our condition. The man was kind enough to caution me before departing to mark well the sky and the wind, for should we be caught in a rain in that dreaded red desert, whose soil is so tenacious, we would pass in our chips without doubt. At 1 o'clock we struck out. The afternoon's march was just as tedious, and uncomfortably hot, and thirst provoking as that of the previous day, but, with the exception of a fright we received late in the day when a few drops of rain fell from a passing cloud, there was nothing to mar the serenity of the journey to Redding Springs. The long-traveled trail was worn to a depth of 20 inches and more for many miles. We men, especially I, had to sit our animals Turkish fashion to avoid being drawn out of the saddles by our dragging feet. The march after sunset to 2 in the morning was the most wearisome. Finally, when we were still 3 or 4 miles to Redding, I heard a dog bark ahead in the darkness, and thought we were almost there. Yet we traveled an hour and a half before the buildings of the ranch loomed in the darkness. Soon we had supped, and were wrapped in slumber. Redding Springs is a great oasis in the Salt Lake Desert. 3 springs, varying from 50 to 150 feet in diameter, overflow the reeded banks and irrigate a wide area of what otherwise might be an arid spot. An Italian owns this cattle ranch and grows most of the necessities of life. He seemingly is content, though far removed from the cheerful and busy world. He believed that 2 of the springs were bottomless, and had some subterranean outlet. A steer once attempted to swim across one pond, and was drawn under by the suction and never seen again. To prove the Italian's theory, these 2 ponds or springs contained fish whose blindness indicates they must have lived in underground channels where eyesight was not required, soon losing their optics altogether. Macaroni observed, when I had related to him the Dago's story, that in all probability the steer had undertaken an underground voyage to join in a herd of sea cows in the Pacific. Our much-needed day of rest was a delightful one. It was a 28-mile journey to Deep Creek. My outfit was in readiness to start at 7 a.m. next day. The 9 miles across the sage-covered plain to the mountains was accomplished in a little over 3 hours. Then my animals began slowly to climb the ascent over a rough but well-beaten trail. By carrying out the directions given me by the Italian, at 10 that night my fatigued caravan was straggling along the western slope of the broad-shouldered Deep Creek Range. The sky was clouded, the air heavy with mist. A shower was imminent. I strained my eyes to ferret out a habitation of some sort from among the distant and faintly twinkling lights, but when I had selected one for our objective point and gone 100 yards or so, it suddenly went out, and I had to single out another one. Again we were disappointed. Evidently it was the bedtime hour. Soon all the lights would be extinguished. Presently rain began to fall. I took it as a timely warning, and ordered camp. We pitched our tent in the trail, the only place in which we could spread our bed, and crawled under cover just as the rain poured down with a vengeance. We had not more than closed our eyes than Don uttered a growl of warning, and I heard the sound of galloping hoofs approaching. I sat up. Then I heard the trampling of sage to one side of the trail, and, looking out, saw a man on horseback. "Hello there! Who be you? Traveling or going somewhere?" called a voice. I liked the tone. The words were genial, even cheery. When I answered, he gave us an urgent invitation to pack up and go on with him to his cabin a half-mile distant, as his guests until the storm abated. "I thought you were drunken Injuns at first," he said. "Not common for white men to camp in the trail. My horse was so frightened he nearly spilt me, shying into the chaparral." I laughed good-naturedly, and promised to arrive at his house in time for breakfast, explaining that it would not be worth our while to dress and pack in the rain, since we were perfectly comfortable. Soon a hush fell upon the scene, and the beating rain on the canvas lulled us sweetly to sleep. When we arose in the morning, everything was dripping and a furious gale blowing. The rain appeared to be over, but no sooner had we packed up than down again it came. We hustled our animals up the muddy incline, and soon rode into the dooryard of the only cabin on the trail, and commenced unpacking. Soon our midnight acquaintance, Murray, and his chum, an old man who went by the cognomen of Uncle Tom, came out and welcomed us. Both our hosts were effusive in their hospitality. One stabled and fed the donkeys, and the other ushered us into the cabin, where we were provided with dry raiment and a hot breakfast. The fire in the stove roared in triumph and scorn at the scudding rain and wind without, while I smiled in gratitude. The men brought us books and tobacco, and couldn't do enough for us. The storm soon assumed the character of a hurricane, and I tried to fancy my little party struggling in the throes of those merciless elements to make headway across the valley and up the western mesa. The gale waged all day and night, but on the following morning the sky was clear and the wind had died considerably. It was a relief to get out of the stuffy house into the free and open air. I took the axe and exercised myself with chopping wood for an hour, which display of energy greatly pleased Uncle Tom, who, I assume, provided the fuel for the camp. Murray was to start at 8 on a roundup, so I resumed my pilgrimage at the same time. Before good-byes were said, he presented me with a fine hair rope, braided with his own hands, as a souvenir of the happy occasion. The place to find large hearts is out on the western plains. 9 o'clock saw us trampling sage in a short cut down the slope toward a small group of log houses, designated as Deep Creek. The frontier store was kept by an Irishman, but bossed by his wife, who tried to impress me with her importance. Adjoining it stood another old shack, and projecting from its front eaves was a small signboard on which was the following startling announcement: First Class Dentistry. All kinds done cheap. Horses a specialty. Women preferred. Terms, cash or credit. I was amused at the novelty of this dentist's shingle. So was Macaroni. "Poor Damfino!" he ejaculated presently, as I rubbed his nose. "Can't you help her out of her suffering? The poor girl has had a toothache for 2 days." "Most assuredly I will," I said. "Why didn't you inform me before?" And forthwith I ferreted out the frontier tooth doctor. He, resurrected from his prolonged lethargy, hunted up a dust-covered tool chest, and followed me impetuously to his asinine patient. End of chapter 48. Recording by Nick Bulka.
Chapter 49 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary. Chapter 49 How Donkey Pulls a Tooth by Mac-Aroni. Of all tales 'tis the saddest, and more sad because it makes us smile. Byron. Contrary to the old saw, "Misery loves company," Damfino wished to be alone. She said she wanted to cry, but couldn't. She had the sympathy of all of us. Only those who have suffered can appreciate the sufferings of others. I never shall forget my profanity and the pain that prompted it when the too considerate professor consented to my electric bath. And now, with the same kind motives oozing out of his face, he introduced the sage-brush dentist to Damfino. Dr. Arrowroot dropped his tool chest, and seizing his patient by the upper jaw with his left hand and by the lower jaw with his right, said, "Open up, madam," and proceeded to examine her molars. "Locate the claim, Doc?" an onlooker asked facetiously. The doctor said he did, but no sooner began to dig than he was ejected. Then the tooth doctor called for volunteers to assist him. Every man not valuing his life responded. 2 Mexicans held the remote end of a long pole and pried Damfino's jaws apart, while several Indians and half-breeds braced against her sides to prevent her from kicking and falling. At length Doc fastened his forceps on the ulcerated tooth, and grinding his teeth and wrinkling his face, yanked with all his might. He might just as well have tried to pull a tree out of the ground. He rested a few moments, then sent for some hay wire and a lariat, and after wiring the lariat to the tooth, tied it to Damfino's hind feet. We other donks were holding our sides. I thought I would bust. Then, when the patient was unbound, that cantankerous donkey's 4 legs were roped together to prevent further excavations in the local cemetery. There was performed the neatest, cleverest, most thoroughly successful piece of dental surgery I have ever heard of. That moaning old maid just kicked the tooth clean out of her jaw. And s'help me balm, the root of all that evil was 3 inches long. Poor Damfino was the last to realize that the trick had been accomplished, and kept on kicking till she threw off the lariat and slung the molar halfway through the side of the store. When Pod showed her the tooth, she brayed for the loss of it, and as evidence of her ingratitude, the shrew turned to me and whispered, "Mac, since I pulled my own tooth, how can that brutal dentist have the nerve to ask pay for it?" "He got the nerve from your tooth, like as not," I said. "You once told me that the Bible says an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth." And in a jiffy, Damfino made for that innocent, fleet-footed tooth doctor before Pod could have time to settle with him. Before long I was leading the troop up the sage-covered mesa in step with Damfino's mutterings. When we arrived at Billy Joe's ranch, Billy was leaning on the picket fence in front of his back door. His house was once turned around, hindside foremost, by a cyclone. He was munching pine nuts and did not budge, at first, taking us for prospectors. When Pod introduced himself, Billy almost fell to pieces with surprise. Soon Mrs. Jones came out, and Pod was almost persuaded to remain overnight. But we did not tarry. It was dark and misty. Rain threatened to descend any moment. When darkness settled, it was as black as Egypt and almost impossible for me to follow the trail. After a while, a light could be seen through the mist. Pod said it must be the Tibbets' ranch house, where he proposed to camp. Suddenly, while chuckling over a joke, we donks walked slam bang against a barbed wire fence, throwing the men into a rage. Then, I leading the way, we followed the fence, turned a corner round a barn, and finally anchored at the back door of the house. Pod found the doorknob and made the ranchman's acquaintance, while Coonskin pitched the tent, unpacked and picketed us donks. Then both men gathered firewood with which to cook. Mr. T, when once assured that Pod was neither beggar nor tramp, authorized us animals to be fed grain and hay, but his wife said it was too late to prepare supper for the men. This did not disturb Pod, for he soon had one prepared. My, that ranchman was close-fisted. Pod even had to pay for his kindling wood before starting the fire. The old man was a plain-looking, ruddy-faced Englishman, as snobbish as he was
Penurious.
but after a time he condescended to join the five in a post-prandial smoke. And not until it was pounded into his thick cranium that his strange guests were traveling like princes did he affect to be hospitable. Long before dawn, our donkey Manton song awoke the natives as well as our masters, and Pod issued from the tent half awake, hardly in presentable condition to face Madam T, who was splitting wood, while the old man looked on. He now insisted on his guests taking breakfast with him, and afterwards charged for the bacon, eggs, coffee, and bread, double the sum charged by other ranchmen previously. The bill for hay, grain, and firewood was also presented, and paid by the amused Professor Coonskin, was rash enough to hint to Mr. T that by some oversight no charge had been made for water, for our party drank lots. But the Briton said no, he'd be generous. He accompanied us horseback 4 miles, nearly to the base of the mountain, where we turned to cross the pass, and on the way acquaint us with the superior advantages of country life in England, as compared with the disadvantages in America, and added that while a squatter in the West, he had for 25 years declined to be naturalized. The climb over the Antelope Mountains was slow and laborious. Across the flat valley beyond, mottled with sage and greasewood, alkali and sand spots, rose the summits of the Kern Mountains. We trailed through scraggly groves of dwarf pines laden with cones, full of tiny nuts, some of which the men gathered and munched unroasted. Coonskin said they were a dandy invention, just the thing to break the monotony of talk, for they kept the jaws at work just the same, and they were so hard to gather and shuck that a fellow couldn't eat too many to crowd the stomach. The valley was about 10 miles broad. We crossed it and camped at the base of another range of mountains, near the V sheep ranch. The boss was away, but his genial wife and son were holding down the claim. They visited camp after supper, listened to the professor's marvelous tales, and next morning the good woman sent her son horseback to lead us beyond the point of conflicting trails, to the entrance to the pass of Shelburne. As the lad rode off, we donks joined in that pathetic hymn, "One more mountain to cross," just as a sort of parting serenade. The trail was smooth, but in some places almost obliterated. It was the old Pony Express trail of ante-railroad days. Sometimes it was steep, and we donks puffed like engines. There were the charred stumps of the telegraph poles that the engines burned to annoy Uncle Sam, and occasional ruins of stone or adobe cabins or saloons, relics of those hot times of savages and firewater. Every time I saw one of them, I felt dry. By 11 a.m. we had crossed the summit and were resting near the great stone barn of Shelburne. It is built strong, with sheet iron doors and shutters, and high enough to admit a stagecoach and 4. When the Injuns used to get out for a little holiday sport, the stage, freighted with passengers, mail, and express, used to drive in at a 2:40 gait, and I've heard tell how the iron doors would shut and give a coach a friendly boost in the nick of time to receive on their armor a hail of leaden bullets or a shower of poisoned arrows. On reaching the plain, I heard my master tell his valet we would spend the night at Green's ranch. I was glad, for I was hungry. The savory smell of the nuts the men chewed was tantalizing. Midway the plain we were stopped to enable Pod to empty a sackful of cones, which Cheese had threshed by his wibble-wobble motion, and to refill their pockets with nuts. At length we arrived at Green's a half hour after dark. Here we donks were fed and watered. Then Coonskin proceeded to get camp ready for the night, while Pod made a fashionable call on Mrs. Green. And, well, he will tell you what happened. End of chapter 49. Recorded by Mary.
Chapter 50 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jackie Horn. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 50. Encounter with Two Desperadoes by Pye Pod. Here, brother Sancho, we may dip our hands up to the elbows in what they call adventures. But take note, though thou seest me in the greatest danger on earth, thou must not set thy hand to thy sword to defend me, unless thou shouldest perceive that they who assail me are rabble and low people, in which case thou canst come to my aid. Don Quixote. It was early evening, October 5th, at Green's ranch. The somber quiet of the place seemed to indicate a deserted estate, but a dim light in the window invited me to knock. At once I heard feet shuffle across the floor and a bolt slide in the door. "Who be you?" called a woman distinctly. I introduced myself through the keyhole and was admitted. Mrs. Green extended me a left-handed greeting while holding a six-shooter in her right hand. It was a most interesting reception. "What are you going to do with that?" I inquired, smiling. The idea that a frontier woman should be so easily frightened seemed ridiculous. "Haven't you heard?" she returned. "Why, the whole country is up in arms looking for two desperate outlaws. They shot a sheep herder last night in Telegraph Canyon, and after robbing the fellow of $4, left him for dead. Mr. Green went to Egan Canyon this afternoon for the mail, and hasn't returned. He ought to be back by now. It's only 3 miles away." Here the somewhat perturbed woman glanced at the clock, which indicated 8. I conversed with Mrs. Green a few moments, and she invited us men to supper and told me to feed my animals from the haystack. I said we were well provided with food and firearms, that she might feel quite safe from the brigands. Now Coonskin called for me and said our evening meal was under way. So I bade Mrs. Green a good night. Coonskin, whose chief literary diet had been dime novels, listened to the news with rapt attention, and suggested that I cook while he prepared camp for a sudden attack. "Gee, wouldn't I like to capture him, though," he said enthusiastically. "I would like to see you try it," I returned. "You have been spoiling for a scrap with an Indian or a desperado or some wild beast ever since we crossed the borders, and I shouldn't wonder if this were your opportunity. Something tells me that we'll meet these outlaws." Supper over and dishes washed, we retired. Our bed, only separated from the earth by a single canvas, never was more comfortable. The night was cool and a gentle breeze was blowing, but there was no sound save the braying of the donkeys. Suddenly I heard Don, who was on guard, growl, then a sound of wheels and a horse's whinny. "Will your dog bite, Mr. Pod?" called Mr. Green. I rushed out barefoot and dispelled his fears, and, after shaking hands, questioned him how he knew who I was. "Oh," he chuckled, "anybody would know you by your outfit. Besides, everybody along the trail has been expecting you, even two desperadoes." This was interesting, but I explained that his wife had told me all, whereupon he invited us men to breakfast, and was escorted by Don to a point which he considered the limit of his master's domain. While at breakfast, I learned that the Salt Lake newspapers, containing illustrated accounts of my prosperity, had subscribers all along the trail. that the shooting at Telegraph Canyon was the first in that section for 16 years, that no pay boxes were expected at the Egan Mill, where a half-dozen men were working, and that, what was of more importance than the rest, it was the prevailing opinion that Pye Pod was the man the outlaws were laying for. "Griswold is the unfortunate man's name," said Green. "The outlaws pretended to be friendly, lunched with him, and started off on their horses. But Griswold had no sooner turned his back than the strangers ordered him to throw up his hands. They took all his funds, shot him, and galloped away with his good horses, leaving their jaded ones. The poor fellow regained consciousness and managed by morning to crawl 6 miles to a ranch. Resolute men hurriedly saddled their horses, and soon 30 were after the outlaws. I hear Griswold is with them, he having recovered, but they say at Egan that some of the boys this afternoon gave up the chase, because it was getting too warm for them. They felt pretty near the game." Mr. Green gave me a second-hand description of the desperadoes and their outfit, and directing me on my route, wished us Godspeed. I felt that my route forced me to overtake rather than to meet by chance 2 men who set but little value on other men's lives, and even less on their own. Therefore, having everything to gain and nothing to lose, they put up the best kind of fight. We soon arrived at Egan, where we were kindly received. The men showed us about the works, allowing me to take photographs, and gave me a more accurate description of the outlaws, and the long trail of 100 miles to Eureka. At 3 points only should we find water, at 9 Mile Spring, 30 Mile, and Pinto Creek, the latter being 70 miles away. No habitation would we see, only an occasional coyote, or a band of wild horses, or possibly some prairie schooner, or the outlaws, or some of the posses. By trailing through Egan Canyon we cut the backbone of the mountain range, and now, at an altitude of several hundred feet above the plain, were climbing higher and higher the rugged plateau, until we reached 9 Mile, and unpacked. The spring was in a grassy spot, and Coonskin first replenished our canteens, then released the donkeys. It was noon. Accustomed as we were to travel on 2 meals a day, I could set no regular hour for them. It was 21 miles to 30 Mile Spring, so we cooked here. The desperadoes formed the chief topic of discussion. Even Don showed the bloodhound in him, and, ever since leaving Egan, showed unusual excitement and was more vigilant. We must have crossed the tracks of the outlaws, or were following them unwittingly. Taking everything into consideration, we were in a fair mood to be startled when the dog sprang to his feet and growled. Then 3 men, heavily armed, galloped up and dismounted. I was relieved when I saw one of the rides wearing a bandage round his head. It must be Griswold. The strangers left their steeds standing, each tying a rein to a stirrup, then introduced themselves. We had just finished lunch and were smoking when the posse arrived, but now Coonskin cooked for our friends, while I did all the honors and gleaned all the information essential to our interests. They were affable fellows and resolute, but had set out hardly equipped for the chase. One picked up a 2-quart canteen, saying good-naturedly that he reckoned he would have to rustle it. I said they were welcome to anything I could spare. Before separating on our several missions, Coonskin photographed the party, and Griswold repeated his description of the outlaws. Couriers had been dispatched to Ely, Hamilton, Eureka, and other points. These men were bound for Hunter, 7 miles over the mesa. Before leaving, they asked me if I would blaze a sagebrush fire that night should I reach 30 Mile and discover any evidence of the bandits. They also admonished me to hold up and shoot without considering an instant any 2 mounted men of the description given, else we 2 would never live to tell how it happened. With this parting injunction, unofficial though it was, the riders loped away, and my nervous troop, at 2:30, hit the trail in lively form. I was glad the country was clear and open. Only an occasional dwarf cedar stood in dark relief against the sage. Around midnight the grade began perceptibly to grow steeper, and in consequence of the clouds which had gathered the darkness was dense. I felt we must be near to 30 Mile. The idea of passing the spring and having to trace our steps next morning was not to be entertained. Seeing a bunch of cedars some distance to the right, I headed for them, and there we camped. Behind the screen of 3 small trees in the darkness we spread our blankets, lunched on bread and cold meat, and went to sleep. The donkeys were picketed still another 100 yards back, so as not to be seen from the trail. We did not light a fire. By 10 o'clock next morning we had breakfasted, and were trailing toward the summit of the plateau. 3 miles further on was 30 Mile. Here again I unpacked the animals for an hour's grazing on the grass by the spring. The noon hour found us weary travelers reclining on a heap of blankets. To the east, some 50 feet away, stood a tub, obscured by pussy willows, and brimming with cool water furnished by a cedar trough which reached from the bubbling spring. The overflow streamed down a tiny gorge in the hard soil, under the cover of the willows, and finally sank in the earth. "I'm afraid the fellows ain't going to bother us after all," said Coonskin disappointedly at length. "I'd give a farm to get a whack at them." He had no sooner uttered the words than he turned pale, and I turned to behold two small moving dots on the horizon, some 2 miles down the trail. "Jove!" he added, "I believe the outlaws are coming." Indeed, I could make out 2 men, mounted on a dark and light-colored horse respectively, slowly approaching. Assigning to my valet the shotgun and the Smith & Wesson double-action revolver, I loaded 2 extra shells with buckshot, tested the locks of my Winchester and single-action Colt revolver, gave Coonskin explicit instructions, and awaited events. When the strange riders rode to within a half-mile of us, they stopped and dismounted. It was plain they were cinching their saddles, probably preparing to do some rough riding. The dark horse appeared to be somewhat darker than the one described by Griswold, but I was cautioned that they might exchange a horse for one on the range in order to mislead their pursuers. They and their outfit in all other respects tallied with the description given to me. My companion in arms, who of late had evinced such courage, now showed signs of weakening. He protested that it would be better not to attempt to hold up the fellows until we were sure we were right, and when I said that I proposed to get the drop on them the first opportunity ordered, and to shoot if necessary, and should count on him to aid me, he was speechless. Don seemed to understand, and stationing himself some 10 feet before us, watched the strangers eagerly. I assured Coonskin that if our dog allowed those horsemen to enter camp, we could rest easy, but if, when I hailed them, Don uttered a protest, we could mark them as outlaws. "Don't let them corral us," I cautioned. "If they get us between them, the game is up." Those were anxious moments for me, as well as for the young man who was 10 years my junior. I was seated on our packs, my Winchester lying across my knees, cocked. Coonskin sat on the ground at my right, with shotgun in hand. Our revolvers were in our belts. Our bearded and sunburned faces, long hair, and generally rough attire, added to our unfriendly attitude, must have puzzled the approaching horsemen. When they had come to 100 feet from us, I called roughly, "Hello, boys! Come in. You're just in time for grub." Instantly Don leaped to his feet, and with tail straight out and body trembling from rage, he uttered a savage growl of defiance. He identified the desperadoes. Instantly reining their steeds, one of them slung some simple questions at me, designed, no doubt, to throw us off guard. "Pretty nice lot of burros you've got," he began. "Pretty fair," I replied disinterestedly. "Which way you traveling?" "West. Where are you bound?" I inquired. "Just looking round. Which is the trail to Hamilton?" I did not answer. Then the man asked, "How far is it?" "I don't know, and I don't care," I answered coarsely, with bravado, as if I considered it wasting time to talk. The smiling outlaw now looked grave, and turning to his comrade, asked, loud enough for me to hear, "Shall we go in and cook?" "No, better water our horses and go on," said the partner. Then, quite as I anticipated, while the more slender man rode direct to the tub of water to the right of us, the other guided his horse to our left, to hem Coonskin and me in between them. Instantly I rose to my feet, and trailing the rifle over my wrist strode, eyeing him defiantly, in a line at a right angle with the course of his horse, but the rogue did not go far before turning his steed in the direction of the tub. There both men dismounted behind their steeds, took off the bridles with spade bits that their horses might drink, and regarded us tenderfeet with some respect and concern. They handled their bridles with their left hands, which left their right hands free to use the revolvers I had seen in their belts, in view of which fact Coonskin and I took shelter behind our donkeys, 3 of which were lying down after rolling, and, aggressive as well as defensive, awaited our opportunity. Presently the spokesman of this bandit party inquired, "Say, fellows, have you seen 3 armed men mounted, looking for 2 fellows riding a gray horse, barefoot, and a sorrel with a bad face they claimed shot a man in Telegraph Canyon?" "Not exactly," I said with a faint smile. "Don't think I ever saw 3 armed men." I waited a few seconds for my levity to produce the desired effect, then added, "There were 3 determined-looking fellows armed with double-barreled shotguns who stopped here. They were man-hunting." "That so?" queried the outlaw, quite excitably. "How long ago were they here? Where'd they go?" "Oh, just a little while ago. They took in a few cans of water." I here pointed in their direction, and said, "They were going to cook over there behind that knoll." At once, as I hoped they would, the desperadoes were thrown off their guard and looked behind them. As they did so I raised my rifle and whispered to Coonskin to pull on them. But Sancho never budged. His courage had left him. The outlaws turned their eyes upon us so quickly I think they must have overheard my whispered command. They hastily bridled, mounted, and rode southwesternly in the direction we were bound, while turning their saddles and watching us until they were beyond the range of our guns. I was in the mood to jump Coonskin for not aiding me to hold up the outlaws. Our one great opportunity to distinguish ourselves on the journey was shot. Think of the receptions we would have had if we had captured and disarmed those desperadoes and marched them handcuffed into Ely, the county seat. And think of the handsome reward, I said. The thought of a forfeited reward seemed to stagger the boy. I concluded my lecture with the emphasized mandate that henceforth I must not detect any unusual display of courage or prowess on his part, unless it should be solicited by me, and furthermore, I did not wish to hear any expressions of desire to attack anything more formidable than a jackrabbit. Our donkeys were soon packed for a 20-mile evening tramp toward Pinto Creek. I pinned a pencil message on paper to the tub before departing, for the benefit of the posse, and my caravan was on the move again. About midnight we made a dry camp at a discreet distance from the trail, where without building a fire we made a cold lunch serve for our second meal that day, and retired. Next morning early we resumed the journey. By 2 o'clock we had crossed the Long Valley Mountains and were on the margin of a sage-covered plain, still probably 20 miles to Pinto. Several times we were puzzled by forking trails, and were in doubt whether we were on the right one to Eureka. I judged the valley to be 10 miles wide. On we rode, the plucky animals swinging slowly along in that awkward yet amusing hip movement characteristic of the burro, until I distinguished across the plain what looked to be a house. I decided to head for it. We arrived there at 5 o'clock, to find the place temporarily deserted, to discover a fine spring and plenty of hay. Here we cooked our evening meal, and were enjoying a smoke when 2 men rode up with an air of conscious proprietorship. They were Mr. Robinson, proprietor of Newark Mines, and his superintendent. Both were very hospitable. Mr. Robinson invited me to help myself to anything I or my party needed, regretted that we had not waited to dine with him, and asked us to spend the evening at his house and breakfast with him. When I told them the story of our experience with the outlaws, they were greatly interested, and it called forth many tales of adventure from both those frontiersmen. We were treated to a heaping plate of delicious apples, and it was a late hour before we sought our tents. It was a relief to feel myself well beyond the outlaws' domain. Next day my good host directed his superintendent to guide us over Chihuahua Pass, which would save us a 15-mile journey around the extremity of the mountain by way of Pinto. The climb over the pass was rich with beautiful views. After rising several hundred feet and looking back, the vista between the summits and the plains glistening in the sun was superb. The mines were a mile or two up the canyon, and to this point my kind host accompanied us, after which his man on horseback led us over the roughest and most puzzling part of the trail. So narrow was the passage through Devil's Gate that 2 animals could not walk abreast, and their panniers often scraped through the rough walls of the winding and rocky gateway. Having once gained the summit, a great oval of benchland spotted with buffalo grass, we rested and grazed the donkeys while we lunched. Then we shook hands with a good-hearted guide, and trailed down the long, pine-covered slope to Eureka. End of Chapter 50. Recording by Jackie Horn, Laytonsville, Maryland.
Chapter 51 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 51. Donk, Boy, and Dried Apples by Macaroni. I will feed you to bursting, the fair god. Eureka is a good old mining town that saw its finish when Congress demonetized silver. As have some clouds, it has a silver lining. The earth beneath and the surrounding hills are rich, or rather poor, in the white metal. A few of the mines were still operating, and anyone could see 10-horse teams drawing ore done up in bags like grain to fool any mule or donk. That night we hungry donkeys arrived in town, we followed a wagon filled with bags of ore a quarter of a mile out of our course before Prof discovered the mistake. I observed that the populace didn't take much interest in what I had to say, so I didn't say much, but I thought lots, and stored away plenty of grain and hay, to say nothing of water. The amount I drank would make a camel envious. But I wasn't satisfied. I hadn't tasted fruit for a long time, so I got out of the corral, strolled to a grocery store, and helped myself to dried apples. I was about to nab a bacon when I was driven away to a watering trough by a kind boy who knew a thing or two, and then led to the corral. I remembered having eaten less than 2 quarts of apples, but before 10 minutes were gone I easily believed I had eaten 10 bushels. To look at me, you would have sworn I had swallowed a barrelful, barrel and all. Most of the day I spent rolling around the corral in pain. For the first time in my life I knew what it was to be really tight. The kind boy stood innocently by, and a companion of his dared him to go up first. "Up where?" asked the kind boy. "Up in the balloon, you old big idiot," said the other. "Just got to tie a basket to his tail and get in and hang on. Fillin' fast. He'll rise purty soon." That mockery was more than I could stand while lying down, so I rolled onto my feet and made both boys scarce. And if a horse doctor hadn't stabbed me, the kind boy would have needed a balloon to save himself. That evening saw me well again, but my cravings took a different turn. I had a taste for a newspaper. Finally a man threw one to me. Among its contents I ran across the following squib and smiled: "Mac tempted and driven out. Some vixen let out one of Pye Pod's burros, it happened to be his pet Jack, then drove him to Pete Dago's open-air lunch counter, where the ass helped himself to that diet which would go farthest, yet take up the least room, dried apples. It's a sad story, but the worst is over, and save a small doctor's bill, and a grocer's bill, and a $5 bill, and the small boy bill, who had been placed in the coop for the night, no other bill figures in the case. The distinguished party leave in the morning, also the nigh extinguished party, meaning me. Adam was the first ass to be tempted to eat a forbidden fruit, but not the last. Adam blamed Eve. Mac blames a kind boy. Adam deserves some commiseration for having perhaps sampled apples too green, for we know what it is to be a boy, but no compassion can be tendered the narrow-gauge mule that is such an ass as to pack away 100 pounds of evaporated apples, gulp down a cistern, and expect to fly. During his sojourn, Pod wrote his weekly letter, discussed the desperadoes with the sheriff, photographed some crippled, dried-up Paiute Indians, and doctored the sick dog, for Don had on the trail imbibed too freely of alkali water. We left town the morning of October 11th and arrived at the Willows about midnight, after a long forced march through a wilderness. There Pod pitched camp. Neighboring broncos disturbed my dreams, and daylight revealed a bunch of cowboys on a roundup, also a bale of hay, which set us all braying so loudly that we awoke the men in time to start for Austin before the sun got scorching hot. The cowboys were a jolly lot. They gave an exhibition of rough riding which nearly frightened Damfino into epileptics and Don into hydrophobia. Then the whole lot of 'em fired their revolvers in the air and scooted through the sage, yelling like mad. Our next stop was the Blackbird Ranch, 25 miles further on, whose hospitable proprietor showed greater interest in the novel tent than in anything else. Coonskin took it down with one hand, pitched it with 2 feet, and while the wondering spectators pulled their whiskers, bound up the canvas and tied the rope with his teeth. The 75-mile journey from Eureka to Austin was accomplished in 3 days. There the professor lectured to an immense audience. Austin is another mining town that had seen more prosperous times. Its people, like those of Eureka, were cordial and generous. When Pod and I led the troop out of town, he was considerably enriched in pocket and mind. 12-Mile Ranch is 12 miles from the town, same, I suppose, as October 13th is the 13th of the month. Here was a large stock ranch, and the thrifty proprietor did his best to persuade my stubborn master to remain overnight, at least until the threatening storm had passed. He would not tarry, but hustled us on in a drizzling rain. By nightfall we began to climb a canyon winding over the Shoshone Mountains, I think, and about midnight reached the summit in a blinding snow squall. The wind blew at half a hurricane gait, and the men were mad because they couldn't light a match to look at the compass and get their bearings, and Damfino lay down on the dog that had lain under the donkey to get out of the ice-shod wind, and the men wasted 20 minutes searching for the right trail. You see, my biped friends, that another range of mountains met the Shoshones at right angles at this point, and it was dollars to nutmegs that the men would miss the trail in the dark, which happened. As the result, 2 hours later our outfit slid into camp for the rest of the night, some 2½ miles from the plain. Breakfast was served at 10. Menu, sagebrush for 5. We were on the north side and the wrong side of the range, plain enough. Pod said it was Coonskin's fault. Coonskin claimed the Prof was to blame, and the dispute would have ended in the blessings of the pipe of peace if Coxey and Cheese had not chewed up the only bag of tobacco while the men were feeding. We were now in what was, I believe, the Sincaretta Valley. It stretched many miles to the north and appeared to be 20 miles wide at the narrowest point. No sign of habitation could we see. All day long we trailed through that desolation, parallel with the range, until we came to a cross trail leading to the mountains, and here the men examined the compass and headed for the hills. It was sundown ere we began the ascent, and 10 o'clock when we went into camp halfway to the summit. The air was chill, and we, thirsty animals, were left unguarded while the men built a fire. I smelt snow on the mountain peak. So did my comrades. My instinct told me that in a moment more we all would be picketed for the night. Our mouths were parched, but the men had only enough water in their canteens for themselves. Self-preservation is the first law of nature, I reflected, and to think was to act. I whispered to Damfino, she passed the word to Coxey, and all 5 of us desperate donks stole away unnoticed in the darkness and followed our noses as fast as our weary legs could take us in the direction of the peak. The air was so rarefied I could hear the least sound, and the slow kindling fire flame more plainly instead of more dimly as we widened the breach of confidence between us and our masters. "Rather hard on the fellows for us to run off with their water," observed Cheese, stopping for breath. Sure enough, the men were left without supplies, water or food. Not a thing had been unpacked. I loved the professor, for he had many times made sacrifices for me, and the thought made me stop and look back. The men were talking and gesticulating excitedly. Presently one started up the trail and the other down, and were soon lost to view. They had set out on the wrong scent. With some misgivings, I hastened to catch up with my comrades. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 52. Lost in the Nevada Desert by Pye Pod. Then, looking down at the great dog, he cried, with a kind of daft glee, "Up and war them, Quharrie! Up and war them, a man! There's no a Dutchman i' the pack. There's only good of a man, hooch." The Raiders. Never before was I in such a desperate plight, nor was I ever more frightened than now. I knew not where, but believed we were in the De Satoyta Mountains, possibly on the trail to pass between Indian Peak and Mount Atry. We had kindled a fire, warmed our hands, and we were about to unpack, when Coonskin exclaimed, "For God's sake, Pod, the donks are gone!" Often I had exercised the importance of Coonskin's picketing the beasts before leaving them, but now was no time to scold. I directed him to take matches and examine the ascending trail, while I retraced our steps and did likewise. Luckily our revolvers were on our belts, and it was agreed that the first to discover traces of the deserters should shoot until hearing a shot in answer. Don went with Coonskin. The lighted lantern was left by the unreliable fire. It was difficult in the wind to keep a match lighted long enough to be of value even when protecting it with my hat. As I knelt on the hard trail or the softer earth in the sage, and strained my eyes to detect the shoe prints of my runaways. Every few steps I stopped to listen for a signal shot, and deplored our dire predicament without food or water. I had about concluded that the only resort left us was an all-night tramp over the pass, perhaps to be followed by an all-day hunt in the next valley for a habitation and spring, when I heard the welcome signal from Coonskin. Presently, through the still air came the sound of Don's barking, and then I knew the fugitives were captured. With a lighter heart I now gathered sage, preparatory to cooking, for we had traveled all day without a bite. Our animals that night were securely roped, both to the iron tent pins and the tent, so that they could not slip away during the night without taking us with them. When I opened my eyes next morning, Mac stood with his head inside the tent door, wistfully eyeing the canteen by my pillow. My heart was touched, but I thought, self-preservation is the first law, and knew that if turned loose, all 5 donkeys would have the asinine instinct to find a spring in time to save themselves, whereas a man might fall 100 feet from a spring and die in ignorance of it. 1 hour after sunrise the breakfast dishes had been cleaned with a rag, in the absence of water, and the donkeys were standing to be packed for the disheartening journey. A heap of ashes smothered some frangible hot coals of sage, which, from all appearances, were most inviting to any donkey to roll in. While cinching the pack on Coxey, I observed Mac to steal to the ash heap, look at it wistfully a moment, circle round it 2 or 3 times, and kneeling down, flop over on his side plumb in the middle of the warm gray ashes and still warmer coals. It was his custom to roll over several times, but he didn't do so this morning. He didn't roll at all. If he had fallen on a huge rubber ball, he couldn't have bounded onto his feet with more alacrity. When Mac once more had his balance, he shook himself vigorously and brayed, then eyed the ash heap as if it were a nest of rattlesnakes. The air smelled of singed hair. The donkey reached around and licked his side a moment, then he backed away. When one donkey rolls and his fellows do not follow suit, you can mark it as most significant. 2 hours later my caravan had crossed the summit and were marching down the western slope of the range. Nevada is the home of the wild horse. We saw bunches of these wary creatures grazing in the distance, or running like deer for the hills at the sight of my outfit, although 5 or more miles away. It was 2 o'clock when, rounding a bend, my searching eye discerned across the valley, close to the base of the Augusta range, a building or haystack. My heart leaped with joy. Our canteens were empty, but ere long we might slake our thirst at a ranch well and give our faithful animals a treat. On we pressed until, passing the stack, we reached a trail leading into the canyon. A few moments more, and I saw a wreath of smoke ascending not far up the pass. My intuition told me it was the Mestrati ranch, and it was. We received a hearty welcome. Don, poor thing, was so weak from a prolonged siege of dysentery that he could scarcely creep to the house. But while Coonskin and I unpacked and watered the donkeys, my faithful dog was fed scalded bread and milk by our hostess, who ordered a hearty meal for us men. Mr. Mestrati invited us to a bed in his house, but I declined it, preferring my own blankets, and now, as I strode wearily to it, I called affectionately to my dog. Something told me I was going to lose him, my devoted friend during 3,000 miles and many months of travel. I missed the loving pressure of his face against mine, his warm tongue on the back of my hand, his gay antics and playful bark when in his happier moods, and anticipated the grief I should soon feel. I paused at the tent door and whistled. "Don has stolen away to die," said Coonskin feelingly. "That's just what dogs do. Let's take the lantern and try and find him." So saying, the man lighted up, and we began the search. We found him. He was lying beside a stalk of sage 100 feet from camp, uncomplaining, weak, and breathing irregularly. The flare of the lantern aroused him, and he turned his bloodshot eyes to mine, as much as to say, "Leave me, kind master. I shall soon be out of my misery. Do not mourn." Then I thought of his identification of the outlaws at 30 Mile, and of his attack on the cowboy in Nebraska who had playfully lassoed me at my request. I remembered the chill nights in Iowa barns when he crept over and nestled against me in the hay that the heat from his great warm body might keep me comfortable. I could not restrain my tears. My best friend must not die in the brush alone. We persuaded him to return with us, and made him a comfortable bed in a corner of the tent, patted his head, and retired. But soon the poor fellow stole out into the frosty night. It was not the rising sun or a donkey's bray that awoke me, but a woman calling, "Breakfast!" I intended first, before answering the demands of my stomach, to look at my dead friend's face, but to my surprise and delight I saw the dog lying in the sun, his head up and his tail wagging, very much alive. He had passed the crisis of his illness during the night. I had hopes that he would soon be well. A fortunate circumstance threw us in the company of a stranger journeying westward in a wagon. Like everybody else, he showed great interest in my travels, and when he saw the condition of my dog, he offered to convey him over the mountains. We arrived at the summit of the pass by 10 o'clock. There we rested an hour and fed our animals. The journey down the western slope, while apparently as trying to the donkeys as the ascent had been, was more inviting to the convalescing dog, and he on the way surprised us by leaping out of the wagon and making after a jackrabbit. At 2 o'clock Don's Good Samaritan drove away to the south, and at 4 we arrived at the Donaldson Ranch. Many courtesies were extended us here, and we were half persuaded to remain overnight with these hospitable people. We cooked dinner early, gave our animals a liberal mess of barley, filled our canteens, packed, and departed at 7 with the well wishes of all and a 50-pound bag of grain, which was donated to Macaroni. Darkness had set in. Although cautioned about 2 diverging trails, which we would reach before ascending the mountain, before an hour had passed I realized we were going in the wrong direction. The night was chill and pitch dark. Quickly changing the saddle from Mac to my fleet-footed skates, I rode back to the ranch. No light shone through the windows of the house, and I knew that everyone had retired. I could see no expedient left me other than to arouse somebody to set me straight. Feeling my way to the house, I shouted with all my might, and soon awoke Mr. Donaldson, Jr., who came good-naturedly to my relief, saddled a horse, and insisted on guiding my party to the summit. We did not arrive there until midnight. The noonday saw me at Horse Creek, and midnight at Sand Spring, where we camped. At dawn, a sweeping glance from my tent door revealed the most desolate of surroundings. To the west was a great barren desert, while on every hand were massive sand dunes, some of them towering 100 feet. A breeze had sprung up during the night. After purchasing a peck of pine nuts from some Paiute Indians who had camped close by for the night and were now starting out on the home trail, I tied the door flaps as tightly as possible to keep out the drifting sand, then went back to bed. In spite of my precautions, the sand forced an entrance, coated our blankets an inch thick, and scattered seeds of unkindness in our nostrils, ears, and hair. When I awoke and saw the sides of the tent bended inward and halfway up the walls an uneven horizon, where through the canvas the sand and sunshine met, I roused my companion, and we dressed. In a few moments more we might have been buried alive. How we were to cook breakfast was a serious question. On unfastening the door, we were immediately blinded with sand and alkali dust, and it was only with the greatest difficulty that I could find the ruins of the old restaurant of 49, which at early dawn I had discovered only 200 feet away. The floor of this structure had long since gone to provide campfire for many a traveler, but I kicked off a piece of siding. Then I tried to find the tent. I groped and stumbled in the blinding storm, and only by calling to Coonskin and keeping him constantly answering did I hold to my bearings and succeed in reaching camp. Saturating a few sticks with coal oil, I got them a-blazing, and then under cover of our water pail I ventured out of the tent and built a fire sufficient to boil coffee. Our bread, when buttered, looked as if veneered with sandpaper. Coonskin, gulping down a half cup of coffee, echoed my sentiments when he remarked, It takes plenty of grit to cross these plains. How we ever packed and drove our half-crazed animals out of that sandy hurricane is beyond my power to describe. Blinded and choked with the sand themselves, they could scarcely be made to walk to the well. Having washed out their throats, Skates was persuaded to move, and the others followed reluctantly out of range of the warring elements. As soon as we were clear of the sand belt, we stopped and made our toilet. All day long, while crossing that broad desert, my eyes smarted and swelled, and they did not cease paining me until we reached the first habitation, where I procured witch hazel. Grimes' ranch at 7 o'clock saw my whole party in better spirits. I declined both the invitation to remain overnight and to stop for supper. Mr. Grimes telephoned to Mr. Len Aiken of Sinclair, advising him that I was on my way there and expected to arrive by 9. It was much after that time, however, when my outfit reached the ranch. When still 3 miles away and a full hour's march, we could see a lantern swinging, and when we got within half a mile, the sound of cheers and calls of welcome greeted our ears. We answered the signals with our lantern, and cheered so lustily that Macaroni paused to bray, and led the donkey quintet in a heart-rending chorus. The day's 30-mile jaunt thus came to a happy end, in marked contrast with its beginning. A stalwart, broad-shouldered man with a smiling face, half hidden by a beard streaked with gray, lifted his sombrero as he grasped my hand and shook it heartily. "Welcome, welcome, my boy. Now make yourself at home," said Len Aiken. End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 53. A Frightful Ghost Dance by Macaroni. A torch for me. Let wantons light of heart tickle the useless rushes with their heels, for I am proverbed with a grandsire phrase, I'll be a candle holder and look on. Romeo and Juliet. Old Len Aiken was a jolly old soul, and a jolly old soul was he. He leaped aboard in the middle of my back and hollered to me, "Git! Haw! Gee!" We donks had a great time at that little desert metropolis. Len owned the place, that is, until Pod's outfit arrived. Then Macaroni owned it. Pardon my seeming vanity. When the nabob of Sinclair rode me to the corral, the crowd cheered me 3 times 3. Hooray for Macaroni! Besides Len, the sturdy pioneer of 49, there were the foreman, storekeeper, blacksmith, bronco buster, justice of the peace, postmaster, cowboys, cooks, and numerous wives and daughters and cousins and aunts, all willing and anxious to make our party comfortable. Pod was at once escorted to the house to entertain and be entertained by the ladies, while Coonskin unpacked, watered, and fed us donks like a good fellow. For once on my long journey I had my fill. Finally we were left to entertain ourselves. In less than half an hour I wanted a drink, for when we were led to the well I refused to imbibe. Now I regretted it. Donks are funny creatures, regular Chinese puzzles. When you think us thirsty, we ain't, and when we are, we must help ourselves or go dry. I discovered a rope dangling from a projecting arm of a high gate post, nabbed it and pulled. The gate did the rest, opened. So I walked straight away to the well trough and drank, then sauntered to the house to learn how Pod was faring. So help me, Balaam, there he sat with Coonskin at a long table, surrounded by men and women, all talking and laughing and joshing. But I noticed the travelers kept their knives and forks busy, and wasted no time. It made me hungry to see them eat, so I returned to the corral to finish my barley. But when I got there, I found it already finished. No use talking. A jackass ain't to be trusted, nohow, at any time. The only thing left for me to do was to go foraging. Well, out I went, nosing around, hoping to discover a clothesline with some shirts and socks hanging on it, or to stumble over an old gunny sack or cast-off garment. After a little I observed that the second largest house was the scene of considerable activity. I sneaked up and peeped in the window. The ground floor was one vast room, presumably the bunk house for those men not having homes of their own. At one extremity a ladder reached from the floor to the loft. One half of the ceiling was boarded, and the other half looked white, as if it were made of canvas or sheeting. I suppose lumber was scarce out there in the desert. Now a donkey's curiosity ain't to be sneezed at. Fearing lest I might be discovered and locked up, I withdrew to the rear to another window, when suddenly I ran into a heap of bedding and other stuff. I could arrive at only one conclusion. There was to be a dance in honor of Pye Pod. I had devoured half of a hay mattress before the guests began to arrive for the dance. They came from the various houses and cabins, clad in their finest, and among them was a fiddler and a mouth organ grinder, who at once pitched camp in one corner of the room and tuned up. To open the dance, the Prof led off with the landlord's pretty daughter in a waltz. Coonskin sailed around close behind with her black-eyed companion, and soon that bunkhouse was as busy as a stock exchange. After several dances had occurred, the men excused themselves and came out to the table beside the luggage and commenced opening several bottles of the real article. I stood stock still at some distance in the darkness, but within smell of the refreshments, and noted that some took it straight, while others mixed it with sugar and water or milk. Coonskin doted on punches of all kinds, except one variety reserved for obstreperous donks: milk punches, rum punches, whiskey punches, claret punches, etc., but milk punches mostly, and so this was an event for that unbridled youth. He gulped down several milk punches with great glee, and then followed the gang into the house and went at the dance again in earnest. Later on the men came out for more refreshments. At a late hour that "Oh, be joyful" dance was brought to a sudden finish by a frightful incident or accident. It seems that the cowboys had to rise early to hunt up stock on the range, and therefore went up the ladder to bed before the dance was over. As Coonskin had a cot with them, he was asked to retire at the same time, so as not to disturb them. But that boy just wanted one more dance. It was one too many. When he started to climb the ladder, I held my breath. Once he slipped through the rungs and only caught himself by his chin. The rest of the dancers kept their feet as busy as ever, and the fiddler had just called "balance to corners," and everybody looked to be in good spirits. The best of spirits was in the men, when all at once Coonskin dropped through the sheet ceiling overhead on to the floor in their midst. I was glad to see that he lit on his feet like a cat, instead of on his head, as one would suppose with such a heavy load as it must have had. The frightened, embarrassed fellow chased himself in his shirt tail round and round that room, passing 3 doors at every lap, yet calling, "Where's the door?" For a moment everybody looked paralyzed, but by the time the first of them regained his senses, Coonskin discovered a door and scooted out into the darkness and ran plumb over me. Both of us went sprawling on the ground. It broke up the dance and everybody there. The women gathered in one corner and laughed in their sleeves, and the men ran out to look for what had dropped out of the ceiling or sky. They seemed sort of dazed like, as if they didn't know. When I got my breath, I set out for the corral and brayed with laughter all the way. Finally I heard a familiar voice whispering to me in the stable door, and creeping up I discovered Coonskin shivering with a sheepskin about his shoulders. "They're after me, ain't they?" he asked. "Well, I reckon they are," I replied. "How did it happen?" "Well, it was this way," Coonskin explained. "When I went upstairs to bed, I found the men had blown out the candle and left me to undress in the dark. I felt round till I found my cot and undressed, all but my shirt. When I found my pillow missing, says I, 'Where's my pillow?' One fellow says, 'There it is over there. We's had a pillow fight.' So I started to go for it. I hadn't gone far before I sort of felt I was treading on velvet, but I thought it was the punches, and kept right on till I struck the floor downstairs. That's all." Just then the men entered the stables and found Coonskin huddled up in wool, had a laugh, and brought him clothes to put on, and went with him to a deserted dance hall and saw him safely to bed. The more I thought of this accident, the more sober I got, until I thought what a miracle saved Pod's valet, and wondered what he would have done without him out there in the desert, and then I tangled up my legs and went to sleep. Next day Coonskin was the most embarrassed feller that ever rode a donk. The good-natured host could hardly persuade him to breakfast. Everybody was silent at the table, Pod said, but finally Len began to chuckle, and remarked that he'd been West nigh on to 50 year, but last night was the first time he'd ever seen the ghost dance. Coonskin said it was no ghost dance, just a new kind of breakdown. After breakfast Len gave Pod a look at his stock, and made him stock up with all necessary provisions. He wouldn't take a cent for anything, only a few photographs to distribute to his retainers. He even said he was sorry for the hard times. He would like to give the Prof at least $100. I believe the generous old pioneer, for it would be just like him. Pod began the day in fine spirits. He had been pleasantly surprised on being assigned to a room in Len's house to notice the furnishings arranged with distinctively feminine taste. So he was not surprised when at the breakfast table he catechized Miss Aiken to draw from the lips of the blushing maiden the confession that she had resigned her boudoir to the distinguished donkey traveler. Hence Pod had a delicious sleep in the downiest of beds, and as a token of his appreciation for the courtesy, he presented the young lady with a silver scarf pin which he had worn across the desert. I shared some of my master's regrets on leaving. The women hugged me good-bye, but when the ranchman's daughter put her arms round my neck, Pod was so jealous that he jammed a spur in my side. After a time we got started on the trail. Len not only declined pay for Pod's supplies, but gave me 100 pounds of barley. This my comrades offered to carry, provided I would divide it up with them. For the 3 days following there was little else to see besides sand and sage and basaltic rocks. Ragtown still stands, a squatty cabin and dilapidated shed with a corral adjoining, where old Ace Kenyon, of questionable fame, reaped a harvest from the half-starved emigrants of early days by extorting from them rewards for recovering their lost cattle, which he had his retainers drive into the mountains in the night. Ace would place all the blame on the innocent shoulders of the Indians. He claimed that such depredations was often made by hostile tribes, and that only through the courage of his desperate cowboys could he possibly retrieve them. After the despondent emigrants had tarried several days, and been forced to pay extravagant prices for provisions, and some of them induced to throw away their rags for a suit of new clothes, the cattle would be driven into camp. Then the elated travelers had to open their purses again. Ragtown, situated as it was at the extremity of the Humboldt Desert, was a sort of overland depot, and we were told that thousands of emigrants used to drift in that direction from other routes when water had given out, and for miles the trail was then strewn with cast-off raiment, abandoned wagons, and sometimes with oxen attached, and the skeletons of cattle and men who died from thirst. At times we could see the winding line of cottonwoods that marked the tortuous current of the Carson in the distance, and again the river would flow slowly close at hand. Pod spent most of the dull hours playing solitaire on Damfino's broad back, riding backwards. We struck camp at the last ranch on the Carson the morning of October 18th, and tried to reach Dayton the same night. Everything went well until we came to a point where 3 trails met. Pod had been cautioned to take the best beaten one, so the night being dark, Coonskin left us donks in Pod's charge and ventured to examine the trails. It was 11 o'clock. Not a thing had we had to eat or drink all day except a small measure of barley. To stand waiting for that slow boy to get his bearings was more than we donks could bear, and soon Damfino whispered to Cheese and me to slip away from the outfit and follow her lead. The suggestion was at once acted upon. Each of us took a different course to start with, but we soon caught up with Damfino, who led us a good pace for 2 hours, and ran us all into 6 Mile Canyon about 1 a.m. There we lay down with saddle and packs on, and to our surprise discovered that faithful dog Don lying close by on guard. It was not the most comfortable night I had ever passed, but it was better than standing. When Coonskin found us in the afternoon, he caused me to change my ideas on that question. But on reaching Dayton, the Prof was so glad to see me that he lavishly dined us all, watered us, and let us roll to our heart's content. So all scores were settled. End of chapter 53.
Chapter 54 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 54 Across Sierras in Deep Snow by Pye Pod. It means, monsieur, that a storm is raging at the summit, a snowstorm, which will be upon us ere long. And damn, it is dangerous. Tartarin on the Alps. We left Dayton at 2:00. Carson City lay 6 miles away, close to the Sierra Nevadas, whose towering heights on the Nevada side rise abruptly from the plain. That afternoon's journey was the last we were to experience through the monotonous chaparral. When we trailed into Carson, the sun had gone down behind the forest-covered mountains, leaving me a little less than 13 days in which to reach San Francisco. The leading hotel was pointed out to me, and a cheering crowd followed us there and called for a speech from me. While unstrapping our traps for the porter to take, we men answered inquiries about the trip, then conducted our animals to a stable to be cared for. I was glad to note that they were generally in good condition, although Damfino's shoulders were somewhat tender from the rubbing of the pack saddle, as a result of her running away. Dr. Benton at the stable, after dressing her shoulders, showed me the famous watch bequeathed to him by Hank Monk, the clever stage driver of early days, to whom it was presented for having driven Horace Greeley over the pass to Placerville in time to keep his lecture engagement. I had just registered at the hotel and was chatting with the group of men crowded round me, when a generous, good-natured gentleman edged through the cordon and grasped my hand. "I'm going to take charge of you," he said, with a comical wink of the eye. "You are my guest while in town." The next moment I found myself launched in an offhand lecture on my travels, and I should have talked myself hoarse had not my host led me out to his carriage. After telling the landlord to make Coonskin comfortable, I asked who the gentleman was who had taken me in custody. "Why, he's Sam Dees. You've heard of Sam, of course. Editor, writer, and humorist. Famous storyteller. The biggest josher on earth. But that was enough. I fled. Indeed, Sam's reputation was known to me long before I arrived on his stamping ground. I leaped into the buggy, and we drove for his country home. "Keep your hand on your pocketbook," shouted one of my host's intimates, whereupon Sam turned to me with affected seriousness and observed, "Good advice, but I took the precaution to leave my money and watch at the office. I heard of your capture for donkey stealing back in Iowa." On the drive, my host recalled many happenings of the golden days of the Comstock, which made me lose all reckoning of the present. Soon we had reached his ranch. When I met his family, I was ready to believe some of his accounts of the practical jokes he claimed to have played on his fellows. I was somewhat disconcerted when he introduced me to his wife as a noted road agent, an old friend of his who had wavered from the path of rectitude, whom he desired to feed and hide from the sheriff's posse hot on his trail. But I was amused when his good wife, who of all would be expected to know him best, apparently took his word for granted, and, regarding me with nervous suspicion, started to get me a quick lunch. But Sam delayed her a moment. Dan wants to entrust this $25,000 with me until he has eluded the posse, he said to his wife, taking my weighty saddlebags and passing them to her. There is no fire in the front room stove, is there? Might shove 'em in there. She accepted the trust so seriously that I laughed outright and exploded the joke. My hostess chuckled good-naturedly and said that most any woman might take me for a bandit. I did look disreputable. Adjoining the ranch were a few acres owned by Mrs. Langtry and sold to her by Sam, so he said, but how he made the deal is too good a story to be injured by my telling. I was up early next morning. In spite of my host's urgent invitation to remain another day, I drove to town with Sam after breakfast. There I was shown several places of interest. Dark and threatening clouds hung over the mountains and alarmed me. My friend cautioned me to hasten across if I would avoid the storm. By 2 o'clock my outfit left Carson and began the ascent of the steep trail over the pass to Glenbrook, a lumber camp on the shore of Lake Tahoe. Dr. Benton advised me to telephone him from Glenbrook if it snowed so hard as to endanger us before crossing the second summit, in which case he volunteered to dispatch at once a relief expedition with horses to break the trail and render me a safe conduct beyond the snow belt. I shall always remember the veterinary's thoughtfulness. My friend Sam must have been interested in the plan. As higher we climbed the steep ascent, the air became more damp and chilly, and the heavy clouds looked more ominous. We men were afoot, for my donkeys were burdened enough. Macaroni and Cheese were favored, merely carrying the saddles and guns, for Cheese seemed to be quite worn out, and Mac, while sound and strong, was the one, if it be decreed that only one should survive, I wished to take through. The donkeys often stopped for breathing spells, and not until we neared the summit did they require urging to make the fatiguing climb. By this time we were over our ankles in snow. The biting wind came down over the pass in aggressive sorties and volleyed blasts of cutting snow dust in our faces, nipping our ears and noses and blinding us. By reason of the fast-falling flakes and the darkness, the donkeys often lost the trail, and the snow obscured the rocks over which we all continually stumbled and slipped. At length, when we stood on the summit and looked back over that battleground, I think all of us took courage for the final conflict awaiting us on the next and higher pass. We arrived at Glenbrook at 8 o'clock and found cozy quarters for all. The storm having driven everybody indoors, the place looked coldly uncordial for a time. But as soon as its warm-hearted people were apprised of my arrival, they hastened to welcome me. When provision had been made for the comfort of my animals, I returned with Coonskin to the hotel, where a hot supper had thoughtfully been provided for us. And there we recounted our adventures, which evidently afforded our auditors the keenest enjoyment. Morning revealed a dreary prospect. The snow was a foot deep, and it was still falling thick and fast. My friends urged me to tarry until the storm had abated, but I set out, after an early breakfast, for Myers Station, 20 miles away. There I hoped to find feed for us all, and should the storm be over by that time, comfortable shelter for the night. The trail followed the shore of beautiful Lake Tahoe, never more severely grand and picturesque than now, followed it many miles before it led into the majestic, white-clad forest. The snow fell incessantly, while the rays of the sun peeping through its cold armor, either melted it into slush or softened it so as to ball up the donkeys' hoofs and render their tramp more difficult. When we reached Myers Station, it was snowing harder than in the morning, so I resolved to rest an hour and to cross the pass that night. The solitary tavern first came into view through the dense snow screen, not 100 feet away. It was 4 o'clock. Then a barn loomed up beyond and across the trail, and I felt grateful. I had great confidence in Skates, Damfino, and Coxey. Coonskin and I had ridden but a little that day, so that if Mac A'Rony and Cheese could fortify themselves with plenty of grain, I had hopes of getting all 5 over the summit. Alas, my hopes were soon shattered. There was neither grain nor hay to be had. The landlord explained that he didn't keep no cattle. Even the pantry was depleted, but my host would find a bite for us men and boil us some tea, which would have to suffice until the expected supplies arrived. They might be delayed by the storm until morning. Meanwhile, we shouldn't starve. I didn't intend my animals should starve either, but bought several loaves of bread and fed it to them. "Don't think I am going to stay here overnight," I said to the tavern keeper. "You don't mean to cross the summit in this storm?" I nodded. At that moment a man stumbled in, accompanied by a frigid gust of wind, and, walking to the stove, stamped the snow off his high boots, unwound a tippet from his neck, and slapped his ice-covered hat against his limbs. "Whose jackasses be them outside?" he inquired. "Mine," I replied. "Where ye bound with them?" "Over the pass to Placerville." The man laughed, then looking sober, inquired, "Where yer from, may I ask?" "New York," I said nonchalantly. "Not with them little burros?" "With one of them." "Jerusalem! I don't know but ye may cross with 'em," he exclaimed in astonishment. "But I doubt it. Jest fetched down my 4 horses. Left the wagon up to the hubs in snow halfway up the trail. Snow must be 3 foot deep on the summit. You'll leave your carcasses in the snow if yer try it, I'm tellin' ye," said the proprietor. "If you will wait here till tomorrow, there'll be 500 cattle cross the pass and break the trail for you." "I go tonight," said I, "and will break the trail for the cattle." I thanked both men for their kind caution, but said such impediments had stared me in the face ever since leaving New York, and never yet one of them proved to be an obstacle. As we moved off, the men stood in the hotel door, gaping in mute wonderment at my stubborn resolution. Darkness gathered ere we began the ascent of the mountain. Slowly the donkeys climbed the slippery trail, Coonskin, upon my advice, walking beside Cheese and watching him with utmost concern. The snow scudded against our faces, although the mountains somewhat shield us from the biting gale we had faced all day. The 3 stronger animals carrying the packs walked ahead, while close behind them struggled Cheese and Mac. Supporting our saddles and lighter traps, we men encouraged them the while with kind words, and allowing them a few moments' rest every time they stopped. Soon I feared lest Cheese would give out. At length, when about 1/3 the summit was climbed, he stopped and deliberately lay down. I knew that meant his abandonment then and there. We might induce him to climb a little further, but we might better free him at once. He would likely find his way back to the station. So we took off his saddle and bridle, cinched them on Mac, and saying a sad farewell, hid our faces in our sleeves, and soon had climbed beyond his vision. It was no time to indulge in sentiment. Once or twice Mac, Cheese's oldest comrade, stopped and looked behind, then, with a soft bray, resumed the ascent. And from the distance at once came Cheese's response, causing my eyes to fill with tears. No two human beings could have shown more tender feelings at parting than did those two heroic little donks. Finally we came to the abandoned wagon, half enveloped in whiteness. I had no idea of the hour, but it must have been 11 o'clock when my sturdy leader's skates began to stop for rest at every 20 paces. An hour later, we could make only 10 feet headway with every undertaking. I was afraid another donkey would drop at any moment. Several times I thought we had reached the summit, when a turn of the Z trail showed a clear space, with Skates far in the lead, plowing and dragging her burden through 2 feet of snow. Suddenly, when we had all but reached the summit, as we after learned, Damfino fell with a groan. She was so strong and hardy, I had not anticipated her giving out. Coonskin thought she had slipped and broken a leg. We took off part of her pack, and at length succeeded in getting her on to her feet, but not far beyond she again fell, when, realizing it was from fatigue, we left her with all the supplies on. We had no way to carry them, and I still had hopes of her resting out and trailing over after us. It was now a question of life and death. Could I but get Mac A'Rony through, even by leaving all else behind, I should do so and fight to the bitter end. Mac was certainly a wonder. After 3,800 miles of travel, during a period of 330 odd days, he was chipper and nabbed at me mischievously as I kindly twisted his tail. Eureka! At last we stood on the summit of that high Arctic pass of the snowbound Sierras. Man and beast were ensconced in snow and ice, and my ears and face and hands and feet were numb. But I was too happy to feel any suffering. Could Cheese and Damfino have been with us then, I should have been jubilant. The battle was won. I could now see myself, in my mind's eye, in company with Mac in Golden Gate Park, gazing out on the balmy Pacific. After a quarter hour's rest, we resumed the journey through the 2½ feet of snow, until, after several resting spells, we began gradually to descend. The air at once felt milder. The snow had ceased falling. As if crushed with defeat, the elements had retreated. It must have been 2 in the morning when Coonskin, who was in advance beside Skates to check her impetuosity, shouted, "Hello, Pod! I see a house!" I threw my hat in the air with delight. We had expected to have to wade through snow until daylight. Were we all to find a refuge in that half-buried cabin? End of chapter 54. Recording by Mary. Chapter 55 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 55 All Down a Toboggan Slide by Mac A'Rony. How he trots along on his mule! I declare the beast's ears are not so long as his master's. The Hunchback of Notre Dame. The supreme moment of my life had arrived. Must have come on skates. I had crossed the broad continent at last, all but a little toboggan slide of 150 miles, more or less, and that would be easy sailing. I felt boastful now. When Pod wasn't occupied in prodding me over the pass, he was quoting Hannibal crossing the Alps and other heroic adventures, imagining his little exploit of the same class. Professor, old boy, just bear in mind that Hobo Hannibal was not so fortunate as to have 5 gullible jackasses to help him. The storm had abated. As I stood waist deep in snow while the men folks were trying to waken the sleepers of an uninhabited shanty, I looked back where we donks sang "One More Mountain to Cross" for the last time, and I gave 3 brays with a gusto. Standing in snow or water taxes my patience. Coxey brayed to the men to get a move on, but Skates and I amused ourselves by sucking icicles hanging from our bangs. Pod's courageous valet received first orders. He rode an avalanche bareback down the mountain and went through the door without knocking until he hit the other side of the shanty. "Don't shoot, for heaven's sake, folks!" he yelled. No answer. "Beg thousand pardons, friends, but couldn't stop," he added. No answer. Then he picked himself up and called, "Ain't nobody living here? Speak up, I won't hurt you." No answer. The next thing that boy did was to find the lantern he had lost in the snow slide and explore the place. "The cabin's empty," he called presently. "Any stove and fuel?" Pod asked. "Yep," answered Coonskin, "and a hay tick, and ow, spook, scat you, and a globested cat," he added. Folks must have left just before the storm. Then to the dog he called, "Here, Don, sick 'em, cats." And Don sicked. My elated master next ordered Skates to slide down that chute to the cabin, and she shooted. He hinted that Coxey and I would follow, but I wasn't so sure. Judging from Coonskin's experiment, it looked too swift for my blood. But when I witnessed Skates safely descend and heard Coxey's whisper, "Come on, Mac, show your nerve," I was bound to stay with it and follow suit. We donks no sooner reached the door than Pod began to unpack us. It was no go. Knots and buckles, everything was frozen stiff. My saddle felt glued to my back. "We must fire up and thaw them out," said Pod, and he led us indoors. Coonskin converted some shelves into kindling, and soon the little stove was roaring like a coke oven. When we began to thaw one by one, the ropes and straps were unhitched or cut until we were all relieved of our burdens and part of our avoirdupois. Although the men had tramped almost all the way from Carson in order to spare us, our wrenching and twisting in climbing the slippery summits had loosened our saddles, which rubbed into our shoulders until we were badly galled. Our proud flesh had frozen to the icy blankets, and when Pod, while near the stove, saw our conditions, great tears melted in his eyes, and he rubbed my frosted nose, I suppose expecting me to purr. We got thawed out by 3 in the morning. That small apartment depicted a busy scene. We donks were so cramped that we couldn't turn if we had tried. While Coonskin dried the bedding, the Prof found in the luggage a box of tar and gave us a good plastering. Then he put us in the other room, it was a 2-room house, and fed us the hay tick and a wooden soap box for dessert, and bade us good night. I heard Coonskin mention something about supper, but Pod told him all the grub was cached in the snow over the summit and that Damfino carried the keys. There was, however, a possible chance of getting a bite later if he would go back for the supplies. Soon after, I heard both men snoring. As I recall the circumstance, I don't see how we three donks stood it, cramped up in that small room, 8 long hours before the men got up. First we ate the hay tick. The hay went fast enough, but it took time to chew the tick. Then we gnawed soap box until dawn. The latter was savory, but rather tough, and had to be eaten slowly on account of the bones, nails, Pod called them, which would get into our teeth. Coxey happened to swallow one, and said he wouldn't lie down for a week for fear of puncturing himself. Every time one of us gnawed on the box, Don barked, taking it to be mice. He lay under Coxey with one eye open, ready to vacate at a second's warning, for that donk pretended he was going to lie down every moment. We breathed the air of that cell 10 times over, and had begun on the 11th course when the door opened. What a magnificent pair of spectacles was opened to our eyes! The mountains on both sides of the canyon looked like great billows of a frozen sea, while the fir trees sticking out of the snow resembled the spars of sunken wrecks with their torn sails frozen to the yardarms. Coonskin was up first. While dressing, he happened to glance out of the window, and his telltale exclamation caused Pod to leap out of bed. "Well, in the name of balm, if there ain't Damfino!" he laughed. "She's a nervy dame," observed the youth with satisfaction. "She knows the other donks are here all right." Curiosity led me to stick my head out of the door, and there, knee-deep in snow, stood the old girl, patiently waiting for an invite to our house party. Skates had to be taken up to the pilot down the half-starved, half-frozen, timid refuge. Damfino slipped on the way, but collected herself, and the girls whispered something to each other, which I could not catch, and laughed. I suppose it was a joke. So I got off an old one to Coxey, and he brayed with merriment. Then I told it to Pod, and he gave it to Coonskin, who snorted like a colt over a horse chestnut. As soon as Damfino was unloaded, the men got breakfast. The dishes washed, and our galls redressed with tar and cotton wool, our shoulders were padded for the saddles, and we were packed for the journey. 2 o'clock swung around before we got up that toboggan slide. Once there, we stopped for wind, then began to plow snow toward Placerville. It was a beautiful day, but the glare of the sun on the snow made us shed tears. Not a sound jarred the air, except the swish-swash of our pedals hewing away the snow, or an occasional asinine sneeze or canine cough, the result of a night's exposure. At the steep and narrow turn, where the stage driver nearly spilled Horace Greeley trying to take him through on Pony Express time, I became interested, and the spot where Saw Log Johnson was crushed to death by a giant tree falling on his shadow riveted my attention for some time. I thought it a good place to rest. The trees were bent by the heavy snow and ice, and I knew lightning never struck twice in the same spot. We reached Hart's shingle camp long after dark. Pod and I were cordially received and entertained. When about to resume travel next morning, the drove of cattle which we were urged to wait for passed us. They had crossed the summit in quick time, of course, after we donks had broken the trail. Now only small patches of snow dotted the roadside, and we had a muddy trail down to the bridge house. The keeper gave Pod a round reception and charged him an all-round sum. We left early next morning. The scenery on that mountain trail was a thing to outlast a donkey's memory. One sheer cliff rising 1,000 feet marks the site of a bold exploit. It is said that once upon a time Snowshoe Thompson, while out hunting above this cliff, was chased by a grizzly, and only escaped by leaping off the precipice and striking the frozen river on his snowshoes, the momentum taking him down to Sacramento, 70 miles away. On that cliff was afterwards found a grizzly of 1,220 pounds dead weight, with a hunting knife in his heart. It was the coroner's verdict that the bear was so astonished at the fearless hunter's brave act that he committed suicide with the knife the hunter dropped in his hurry. Although it was near to November, the foliage of the trees was barely colored. The climate of California charmed me. We were making fast time down grade, in spite of our jaded condition, and we did not tarry for lunch. When Placerville hove in sight, I was a most tickled donk. Just 1 minute after dark we ambled into town, and were escorted to the famous spot where Horace Greeley first stepped on California soil. End of chapter 55. Recorded by Mary. Chapter 56 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 56. Chapter 56. Frisco at last! We win! By Pye Pod. Who can tell a man from manners? Who can tell him by his clothes? Beggars often smoke Havaners. Nabobs wear a bottle nose. Dog-eared doggerels. Placerville greeted us royally. It was once one of the largest cities in California, and in those lawless days was called Hangtown. After describing my journey in my happiest vein, the thoughtful sheriff passed his hat and presented me with about $9. Then, amid hearty cheers for Mac A'Rony, we were escorted to a hotel. That evening Coonskin and I were feted by the young bloods of the town. The following morning a jolly party drove me to Coloma, where I saw the statue of Marshall, and old Sutter's Mill, where he discovered gold. It was a lovely autumn day. The leaves were turning, but the verdure of the Pacific slope is more subdued in its colorings than that of the East, where the change of seasons embellishes it with scarlet. My genial companions were refreshing to me after being so long a recluse, but, returning to Placerville, I dined and wasted no time in starting for Sacramento. Coonskin had shipped to San Francisco most of our luggage, to relieve our animals, and at 2 p.m. my little caravan drifted toward the Sacramento Valley. The next stop was Folsom, the seat of a state prison 20 miles away, where we arrived at midnight. All the inhabitants seemed to be asleep. We were noisily debating about which street to follow, when a man called from a chamber window and directed us to the best hotel, saying he would call on me in the morning. He introduced himself after breakfast as an officer of the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, and asked to see my donkeys. I escorted him to the stable, but I feared trouble. I knew 3 of my donkeys were galled since leaving Carson, and was so solicitous that I sent Coonskin to have the blankets and saddles cinched on them for the start, hoping the officer would be guided by the wisdom of the proverb, "What the eye cannot see, the heart cannot grieve for." You may imagine how disconcerted I was when the officer uncinched the saddle on Skates, the one most galled, and lifted the blanket. "I'm sorry to say, Mr. Pod," said he calmly, "I must arrest you for cruelty to animals." I protested, and explained that my valet and I had been as tender and solicitous for our animal's health and comfort as a father could have been for a child; that we had tramped across both passes from Carson, and that the galls resulted from unavoidable loosening of the cinches and the shifting of the saddles. We had even changed the packs from one animal to another at frequent intervals to distribute equally the general burden. If he doubted my word, we would show him our feet. The sight of our sore and bleeding feet caused the humane officer to blush at his threat, and, as a sympathetic murmur ran through the crowd, he said, "Professor, I must say, you men are exonerated. You are as bad off as your poor donkeys, but I cannot let you take this animal out of town in that condition." I was grieved to part with Skates, who had piloted us across the summits in that heavy storm, but the law must be obeyed. I sold the donkey to a son of the hotel landlord, who promised to cherish her as a pet. We were allowed to proceed with the rest on condition that neither of us would ride. It was a long day's journey to the capital, upwards of 30 miles, and we got under way by 9 o'clock. Coonskin and I could scarcely walk, and as we drove our 3 jaded burros down the main street, we were cheered on every hand. After reaching the open country, Mac A'Rony, observing me screw my face and hearing me sigh from pain, seemed to say, "I'm sorry, old man, but when we are out of sight of those meddling officers, get in the saddle and I will carry you away." The dear fellow, he could read me like a book. We threaded a lovely country. The orchards were denuded of fruit and verdure, but the vineyards were laden with their white and pink and purple harvests, and the waving alfalfa sent us whiffs from their fragrant censers all along the trail. We stopped at the great Sonora vineyard to rest and enjoy some muscat grapes, and shortly after lunch hour we rested again at a weighing station, where I received a telephone message inquiring when we might be expected at the capital. Handkerchiefs and hats were waving from the balconies of the Golden Eagle Hotel, Sacramento, and the newsboys were crying the arrival of Pod and Mac A'Rony as we approached. While I had tramped most of the way from Folsom, I rode into the city, and after a brief address at the hotel, sent my animals to the stable. The landlord welcomed me cordially, and I was immediately assailed by reporters. The next morning a newspaper man took me driving about the city. I was presented to several state officials and shown through the handsomest state capitol grounds in the Union. Half the day was devoted to business duties. In the evening I delivered a lecture, and several times I was asked to escort a party of ladies to the stable to see the donkey that enjoyed the unrivaled distinction of having made a 4,000-mile journey from the Hudson to the Sacramento. Next day we started for Frisco at 8 a.m. Just 5 days were left us in which to travel the 90 miles to our goal. There were many who advised me to go by way of Stockton, a longer journey by 40 miles, cautioning me that my donkeys would not be allowed to cross in the Solano ferry at Benicia, which was reserved strictly for people and passenger trains. But we started on the shorter route, Mac and I leading the way out of the beautiful city and along the banks of the Sacramento River, through the tules and hop fields toward Davisville. When yet a mile to town, Damfino, while not even carrying a saddle, staggered and showed symptoms of the colic. The noble beast had done her duty on the hard trip from Iowa, and being the biggest and strongest, she had borne the heaviest burden. She had earned her freedom. I decided to leave her by the roadside. Somebody would soon find her and take good care of her, which I afterwards learned to be the case. Next morning, Coonskin and I set out early with the remaining 2 donkeys, Mac A'Rony and Coxey, for Suisun, some 25 miles away, we walking 2/3 of the distance for the sake of our animals, although augmenting our own sufferings, for our feet still pained us. My dog Don, on the other hand, was full of health and abrim with mirth. Suisun welcomed us at sunset. That evening a happy idea came to mind. I would send Coonskin to Oakland by train. Considerable business must be done there which he could attend to. Besides, he might arrange for hotel and stable accommodations, and engage a blacksmith to put on Mac A'Rony the silver shoes which should be at the express office in that city. There was left me 3 days in which to travel 50 miles, but now I could ride alternately the 2 donks and not overtax either. I was received with usual courtesies at Benicia, and the hotel swarmed with townspeople and guests to hear about my trip. At 9 next morning, a sympathetic crowd accompanied me to the ferry, fully expecting to see my party refuse passage. "You cannot board the Solano with your burros," said the officer positively. "The boat is strictly reserved for passenger trains and people." I did not show surprise, but calmly explained my overland trip, and emphasized the importance of my reaching Frisco with Mac by noon of November 3. "Will you send a message to the Southern Pacific's head office at my expense?" I asked. The officer said he would, and sent it. The answer soon came directing the ferrymaster to pass Pod and party across on the exclusive Solano and extend us every courtesy. The officer seemed much astonished at receiving the message. His obsequiousness made Mac A'Rony bray. When the expected train arrived, and the Solano left the dock, and the passengers realized that they were the first to cross in the company of 4-legged donkeys, they treated to cigars and fruit, and paid Mac A'Rony exceptional homage. Landing at Port a Costa, I was directed on the shortest route to Oakland, and amid cheers and hearty well wishes started to climb the trail over the hills which border the river from that point to some distance south. It was after dark when, descending the bluffs and trailing a few miles along the river, I rode into the little village of San Pablo. The streets were quite deserted, and the few men I talked with answered my inquiries in Spanish. Finally, I entered a humble tavern whose Irish proprietor directed me on the right road. Only a few miles now lay between me and Oakland, and although tired and hungry, I did not stop for supper, but pushed onward over the level road, now and then walking a half-mile to rest my tired yet uncomplaining mounts, or to ease my joints, until I rode into the city at midnight. Coonskin met me on the road and cheered me with the information that all the duties assigned to him were attended to, then piloted me to the hotel and the animals to the stable. After getting something to eat, I retired. Coonskin had interviewed the reporters, and the morning press heralded my advent in long and sensational notices. When I went to the stable, everybody seemed to identify me with the traveler pictured in the papers. I inwardly chuckled when I thought of my dilapidated garb and general unkempt appearance. I was still lame and felt that I had walked around the world in 80 days. My poor little donks were lying down when I went to their stalls. The 28-mile tramp of the preceding day had told on them. Mac rose to his feet and stuck up his nose to be rubbed. "You have almost earned your pension, too," I said. "But now come to the smith's to have your new shoes put on. They are of pure silver, and befitting one that has made such a record in the field of travel." The little fellow smiled and playfully pulled the handkerchief out of my pocket while I adjusted his bridle. And when he walked out of the shop in his pretty new shoes, he looked as proud as any lad in his first pair of pants. Coonskin and I lunched early. The customary crowd followed my party to the ferry, and some crossed with us on the boat to Frisco. How happy I felt while drifting over San Francisco Bay. I pointed toward the goal and to a bystander said, "During my 340 days' journey, I have had only a vague vision of the city before me, but the day I started from New York I felt as confident of reaching it as I do now." Several passengers laughed incredulously. Nevertheless, I spoke the truth. The ferry approach in Frisco was choked with a rabble. Upon landing, Coonskin and I rode our little long-eared animals up Market Street to a prominent hotel, a cheering throng of men and street gamins tagging behind or following by the walk on both sides of the street. And when at 2 o'clock the glass doors to its great white court were thrown open to us, I was just 22 hours ahead of schedule time. The several rows of balconies were crowded with hotel guests and friends waving handkerchiefs and hats, and cheer upon cheer rose to the crystal roof and descended to our ears. The court was packed. I called a porter. "Bring a rug for my silver-shod donkey to stand on," I ordered. The darky looked mystified and had the insolence to question my strange request, but he soon brought the rug. The reporters aided me to urge back the crowd to give the spectators in the balconies a view of Mac's silver-shod hoofs, all four of which Coonskin lifted, one after the other, for them to see. "Three cheers for Mac A'Rony!" someone shouted from the balcony. It was the signal for a general outburst of applause, and Mac, Coxey, and Don each, respectively, brayed or bayed his deafening acknowledgment of the popular ovation. Then I briefly reviewed my long and tempestuous voyage of 4,096 miles on a donkey's hurricane deck in 340 days and 2 hours. Frequently I was interrupted with laughter or cheers as I cited some ludicrous experience, and the unbridled throng, many of them mere street loungers, laughed and yelled and whistled until finally the incensed manager was attracted to the court. The police were unable to cope with the crowd, so I was requested to remove the cause of the disturbance. Indeed, I was grateful for the excuse to get away from that wild scene. Coonskin took the animals to the stable, and I, after registering, immediately sought a more exclusive hotel, to which the landlord I bore a letter of introduction from a distinguished gentleman friend. I must have looked as if I had crossed Central Africa and had fought 50 tribes of cannibals. My clothes, hat, and leggings were in shreds. My sleeves were fastened to my coat with bale wire, and blue cotton hung in view. "Do you take tramps at this hotel?" I inquired of the astonished clerk of the Occidental, as I leaned on the office counter. He stopped sorting letters and eyed me with curiosity, but before he recovered his reason, the junior proprietor appeared and said, "Sometimes," then, with a knowing smile, extended his hand in greeting. "I believe this is Mr. Pod," he said. I nodded and handed him the letter. When he had read it, The affable young gentleman extended me the freedom of the hotel, and 3 days later got up a coaching party in my honor. I was soon a transformed man. After a shave and a haircut and bath, I dressed and appeared at the office attired as a gentleman on parade, and was hardly recognized by the clerk to be the same man. Coonskin, too, I had fitted out completely. Besides, I gave him a sum of money and an honorable discharge. In a few days he secured a situation in a hotel, but later set out for a mining camp in the Sierras to dig for gold. I presented one donkey to Golden Gate Park and sold the other, but I retained possession of my dog. Frequently afterward I called at the park to see dear old faithful Mac A'Rony. In conclusion, let me state that I had 11 donkeys on my overland trip, never more than 5 at one time. I wore out 10 pairs of boots and put 148 shoes on my animals, at an average cost of 90 cents each, and arrived at my journey's end with several $100s in my pocket and weighing 33 pounds more than I did the day I set out from New York with 99 cents. I am as free as nature first made man, ere the base laws of servitude began, when wild in the woods the noble savage ran. End of chapter 56. Recorded by Mary.
Epilogue of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tech Savvy. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Epilogue. This tale will be hard to swallow because truth is stronger than fiction. The trip was more healthful for Pod than for me. There are 4 distinct distances across the American continent, viz., 3,000 miles as the crow flies, 3,500 as the train steams, 4,000 by overland trail for a man, 1,000,000 miles as a donkey goes. The most monotonous constant companion for a long journey is a man. There are more people who descend to the level of a jackass than donkeys that rise to the plane of a man. If Pie Pod had been killed or drowned, or had died on the journey, he would have been condemned and ridiculed as a fool by the same people who now applaud and envy him for his achievement. If I had died on the first day of the trip, the world would have called me lucky. Now that I have lived through it, I am lucky. End of epilogue. Recording by Tech Savvy, www.techsavvy.wordpress.com. End of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward.